This guy is our protagonist. I mean, the one crying his eyes out behind that handsome dude. Because after our main character died, the game world merged with reality, and monsters and dungeons started appearing out of nowhere. Only players could awaken abilities, but our main character ended up becoming the second personality of a character he created back in high school. Back then, to make this cool, handsome character, he put in a lot of effort. Ahem. He poured all his wild ideas into him. Handsome, buff with a six-pack, cold, noble, and above all, a genius in combat. And of course, a bunch of other weird personality traits he came up with at the time. Alright, enough talking. Let's get started. Inside the room, Lee Ho-yeol was a bit startled looking at his current appearance. He was so bewildered he looked dazed. Who is this? The man in the mirror was someone with platinum blonde hair. Unconsciously, Lee Ho-yeol tried to picture his own face. What was my name again? Facing everything in this place, he didn't understand what was happening. Sweat slowly trickled down his face. Lee Ho-yeol. At the same time, the unfamiliar face slowly spoke. Grand fell Claudiarpid, heir to a noble house. Damn it. Inside the room, Lee Ho-yeol decided to have a cup of tea to calm down. He wearily poured tea into the cup. Lee Ho-yeol savored the hot tea in his hand with a luxurious air. Remembering everything, his eyes grew thoughtful. He remembered his former self. It seems I've become a character I created 12 years ago when I was a sophomore in high school. Sophomore year, that's right. Back then, Lee Ho-yeol was very mischievous. He didn't care about his studies at all and just kept doodling in his books. Looking at the newly created character excited him. It's finally done. A noble version of myself. Thinking about this, Lee Ho-yeol despaired. It's a character I created during my rebellious phase. I'm in this situation all because of that game. The time returned to when the history of the continent began. Different kinds of dragons soared through the sky. One of the best virtual reality games about another world. Until the day it was discontinued, no other game had surpassed it, making this game a legendary game. On the day Arcana was discontinued, reporters covered the news about the famous online game, History of the Continent, Arcana, being shut down. The CEO of the production company, Cosmo, the creator of the famous game, History of the Continent, Arcana, had gone missing. That's when everything slowly began. Along with the news of CEO Damon's disappearance, the scene gradually became more chaotic than ever. Huge explosions occurred one after another. Arcana had appeared in the real world. Rifts appeared all over the world, and monsters from inside the game began to emerge. And just when everyone thought the world was coming to an end, however, humanity was assimilated with their characters from the game. This was when the players appeared. Not only could they use skills from the game, but they could also use them to defeat monsters and save the world. Players quickly became heroes. Of course, I didn't even dream of becoming a player. But then I realized, even if I did awaken my powers, I couldn't become that famous. Lee Ho-yeol dejectedly turned his head to look at his own darkroom. The cost of a virtual reality login device was tens of millions of won, and even renting one cost hundreds of thousands a month. Inside the room, Lee Ho-yeol's father's desperate voice rang out. I'm sorry. I was thinking that at the very least, I could let you kids play as many games as you want. I'm sorry for being a bad father, son. Lee Ho-yeol didn't blame him, and with his father's company going bankrupt, his younger sister was constantly comforting him. Dad, don't cry anymore. It's okay if we can't play those games. I'm sure Ho-yeol understands. His mother sighed and said, I'm the one who's wrong. It's not your fault. Seeing this, Lee Ho-yeol's sister sighed. Oh my, honestly, what's wrong with mom now? Lee Ho-yeol slowly turned his gaze towards everyone. That's when I realized what harsh reality was. I had no choice but to give up on Arcana early on. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have quit the game. Because I haven't played for a whole year, my level and stats are like trash. And even when I finally awakened my powers, who would have thought I'd be reborn as a character I created 10 years ago? After tasting the tea, Lee Ho-yeol sighed wearily. It's delicious. In his mind, he was extremely tired. I'm going crazy. Seriously. Now he was Grand fell Claudiarpid, a character that he, Lee Ho-yeol, had created during puberty, and also a character he had invested a lot of effort into. The story went like this. Granfell was once the heir to a noble family, but then his family was massacred by a demon, and he was left all alone. To get revenge, he decided to become a demon hunter. That was the nonsensical and cringy story I once created, and another personality I had as a middle school student. Lee Ho-yeol was also scared of this past. Stop. At the same time, it was also his dark past. Although it was once a beautiful memory from middle school, now that I'm an adult, remembering it only brings extreme embarrassment. Lee Ho-yeol burst out laughing. Such nostalgic memories. Although in his heart, he was desperate. Shut up, me, and don't talk in that weird way anymore. And what about my job tomorrow? With this way of speaking, can I even integrate into society anymore? Unconsciously, Lee Ho-yeol remembered the scene of being lectured by his department head. Hey, Lee Ho-yeol, What's with the light bulb hair? Are you a celebrity? Planning to become an idol? Hey, Lee Ho-yeol, why are you looking at me so strangely? Did I say something wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Ho-yeol threw a cup of coffee straight into his face. Just imagining it, sweat poured down his face. No way. I'll get sued. Over here, Lee Ho-yeol was still talking. A noble does not bow their head, even in the face of adversity. Although he was extremely desperate. I can't believe every word I say is completely different. Is this what it feels like to become a player and sync with a character? Most people say there's no big difference, so why am I like this? Anyway, in this situation, I can't work anywhere. It seems I'll have to reluctantly work as a player. But besides my memories from 10 years ago, I don't remember much about Arcana. After a period of thought, Lee Ho-yeol opened his computer screen. His face became extremely serious. First, I need to find out a few things. Because I don't know what it takes to become a player. The amount of money high-level players earn from clearing rifts is in the hundreds of millions. However, that's just meaningless information because all that money is earned by risking their lives on the battlefield. Your life is always more important than money. At this moment, Lee Ho-yeol spoke again. Grand Felcladi Arpid has no material desires, for I have already tasted the pinnacle of wealth. Although he was still silently thinking, for that reason, I don't really desire those things. That's why I'll need to look into the work of modern-day demon hunters. Seeing the scan information on the screen caught his attention. Only 2 pages? What's this? Are demon hunters not active at all? And if you exclude the 2 wiki pages, all that's left are a few news articles. The next scene made Granfel's persona's eyes widen. Unbelievable. He noticed new information in the news. What? The words jumped out at him. Arcana's stronghold, Action, fell last night. All demon hunters have been killed. The Association of Healers confirmed at 3 a.m. on the 30th that 152 people have been killed. No Ives. This news was unbelievable to Lee Ho-yeol. The stronghold of Action was destroyed. The only town to become a demon hunter and the holy land of all demon hunters, Action. Impossible. So it's not that no one plays this class. It's because this class has been wiped out. A thought appeared in his mind. Killing demon hunters. Of course, the demon hunters from 10 years ago were nothing special either. Not just because it had low stats and was hard to build, but even its skills were weak. And because leveling up by hunting monsters was too hard, continuous transactions appeared. Here, thanks for helping me every day. They had to rely on experience from quests to level up. The eyes of all of them became frighteningly cold. However, when it came to facing demons, other classes couldn't compare. But because demons only appeared in Demon Hunter quests, system messages appeared before their eyes. Kill more demons. Kill even more demons. Kill more and more and more demons. And most of the quests were shameless, forcing players to constantly hone their demon-slaying skills. So for everyone, it was a meaningless class to play. When players saw demon hunters, they were extremely contemptuous. Is that a demon hunter? I can't believe someone plays that crappy class. Demon hunters were even considered a useless class. But a useless class and a class that can't level up are 2 different things. Now who's going to give me the bread delivery quest? This is bad. The skill-teaching NPCs are all dead too. Is there any other information? A stream of news appeared before his eyes. Arcana Update Summary 462. Now I can't be a bread delivery guy anymore. Really? Who knew the bread delivery job was so popular? How do I defeat demons? If I knew this would happen, I would have become a demon hunter. This update is crazy. It's time. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something. Various news articles appeared. That's why anyone still playing must be secretly happy. A post from Azia Gung caught his attention. Hello, I'm the Yahello Express. Let me explain to the kids who don't understand what's going on. Demon hunters are experts at defeating the new demons added in this update. New demons have been added in this update. Reading this, Lee Ho-yeol calmly clicked forward. Update. Arcana V811 Reality Update complete. Various comments poured in. What can withstand this? Now there are demons among the monsters. Player casualties have increased sharply due to the negative effects of demons. Mental disorders, possession. Even level 200 players are struggling. This made Lee Ho-yeol sit there and ponder. Demons have appeared in reality too? So why aren't the demon hunters taking care of them? Could it be? He calmly reached out to search for information. His face became thoughtful. What if I'm the only demon hunter left after the fall of Action? If so, should I step up? It's been 10 years since I quit. There's no guarantee that the demons I know are the same as the demons today. 10 years is a long time, enough to change everything. If even high-level players are struggling, what can I do? Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. You are weak. Granfell Claudia Arpid will not turn and run just because of a few demons. That is my pride. No matter how much the demons mock or tempt me, they can never harm the pride of the Arpid family. After thinking this, Lee Ho-yeol immediately decided, all right, let's do it. He sighed and slowly stood up. What a pointless thought. There's no need to hesitate. He recalled the news reports from the reporters, and then the poor people who had unfortunately died. Lee Ho-yeol adjusted his cuffs. You should feel honored, for I will personally throw you back to hell. Many years have passed since the day of the great disaster. Many things were destroyed, but humanity has also recovered. Life has returned to the streets, and people have quickly adapted to the new world. However, where there is light, darkness also lurks. The negative emotions from the transition were the perfect fuel for demons. It seemed that some people had gradually mutated. They stared at the players before them. Today, I'll choose them. And so, something bad happened to those poor people. Looking at his phone screen, Nam Cheol-min sighed and complained. You're finally here, a little late. There's still 1 minute until the appointed time. Let's wait a little longer. He was the team leader, a tanker class, Nam Cheol-min. As soon as he turned his head to look behind him, he noticed something. Lee Ho-yeol walked over with a superior look on his face. Realizing he had arrived earlier surprised him. You were already here. Nam Cheol-min smiled and extended his hand forward to introduce him. Everyone, this is our last member. You arrived just in time. I'm Nam Cheol-min, the team leader. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lee Ho-yeol replied with 2 words, a pleasure. Although in his mind, he had his own thoughts. That's a dimensional rift, so this is how players can see it. Normal people wouldn't be affected by the rift. If I hadn't awakened, I would have been like them. More importantly, the information in front of him made him freeze. Underground storage of the Nymph clan. Suitable level, 35 to 40. Destruction rate, 19.8%. Lee Ho-yeol was a bit speechless. It requires level 35 to 40. Not bad. For a level 55, it's more than fine for me. I've checked the average level of the players who will participate in this hunt. It's 200, a level that I can't even fully comprehend at this point. I have to work really hard to level up. Fortunately, high-level players weren't the only ones who awakened. Thanks to that, I was able to find a team of a similar level. A group of people appeared before him. First was the guy with black hair, a hybrid tanker and close-range damage dealer, Hansel Carnegie. Saloon, playing as a steel mage. I look forward to working with you today. And finally, the close-range fighter class, Cho Ryun. I look forward to working with you. Noticing that time was running out, Nam Cheol-min reminded everyone. Considering the progress and destruction rate, other teams have probably already gone in. We'll prepare a bit, then go in exactly 5 minutes. Everyone heard and nodded in understanding. Agreed. Only Lee Ho-yeol became extremely vigilant. He noticed the system's notification. Destruction rate, 19.8%. The thoughts in his head continued to surface. Destruction process. Once it reaches 100%, the rift will collapse, and the monsters will be released into the real world. Therefore, players are freely raiding the rifts, because only players can approach this ticking time bomb. After the time was up, Nam Cheol-min immediately asked, all right, shall we begin? It seemed everyone was also very excited. Let's go. Let's do our best. I'm excited too. Let's go. Although he appeared cold on the outside, Lee Ho-yeol was very interested. Everyone is so friendly. I should say something too. As the only son among 4 sisters, I always had to be careful to survive when they fought. Number 1, Lee Eun-hee. Number 2, Lee Ji-yoon. Number 3, Lee Airi. The youngest, Lee Ho-yeol. Blending into a crowd is too easy for me. Right after that, Lee Ho-yeol directly declared, you need not worry, for I am here. But his own words made him despair. Isn't being this condescendingly regal a bit too cheesy? But luckily, he was completely ignored by the group. Everyone knows what kind of monster a nymph is, right? Of course. I've even fought them a few times. As long as we don't let our guard down, this mission is a piece of cake. Seeing the awkward situation, Lee Ho-yeol reminded himself, from now on, I shouldn't say anything more. The system suddenly displayed a notification. You have entered the underground storage of the Nymph clan, food storage. The scene here is extremely terrifying, with everything in ruins. Lee Ho-yeol's team slowly stepped inside. After a bit of searching, Ryun sighed and said, I don't see any nymphs. Nam Cheol-min, right beside her, suddenly spoke up. It's probably because another team got here before us. But there's no need to worry. We'll still get our share if we follow the right path. These words gave everyone confidence again. I believe in you. All right, let's go kill some. Only Lee Ho-yeol realized the situation at hand. Something's not right. The group was still discussing. Nymphs spotted 10 meters away. Everyone, prepare for battle. Confirmed. Nam Cheol-min couldn't wait any longer and charged forward. Let's go. The others saw this and hurriedly followed. Wait for me, senior. Looking at this formation, Lee Ho-yeol silently thought. 1 tanker, 2 close-range fighters, and 1 mage. This combination is quite normal. But the tanker is attacking the monsters instead of protecting his teammates. The half-tank, half-damage dealer is shouldering all the tanking, and the mage is the main damage dealer. This is how people do things these days. It's probably not my problem. I am useless anyway. Ryun continued to report. Shield is back up. Ryun hurriedly said, Senior, please slow down a bit. This made Lee Ho-yeol find it funny. This follower can't even keep up. He suddenly looked at the system screen. Right. The current problem is... In his bag were various items. Super expensive but weak silver dagger. Expensive silver arrows. Hidden adventurer's bow. These items made Lee Ho-yeol a bit disappointed. I don't have any useful items. I should avoid fighting until I find a suitable weapon. At that moment, an arrow shot straight towards him. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol also sensed something. When he turned his head, the monsters were all targeting him. Seeing this situation, Lee Ho-yeol hurriedly shouted, "Ambush!" Behind a pillar. Everyone saw this and hurriedly defended themselves. Seeing the situation was not good, Cell hurriedly shouted a signal. There are too many of them. I can't block them all. At the same time, the wounds on Ryun's face appeared more and more. Damn it. Senior. Mr. Cheol-min. Help us. Senior, what are you doing? Go back. At that moment, a shout rang out. Ryun, be careful. While he was distracted, a monster rushed to attack. The cold blade made him scream in fear. A loud explosion rang out. It seemed something had blocked it. Ryun was still in shock when he saw the cold corpse of the monster. Lee Ho-yeol had just saved him. His face was extremely calm. It seems this beast hasn't been properly trained. It's not for me, but sometimes one can't be picky. Seeing that he had acted, Ryun was a bit surprised. Thanks. What's with his way of speaking? Lee Ho-yeol thought helplessly. I don't want to talk like this either. Over here, Cell Carnegie was putting all her effort into attacking the monsters in front of her. Two of them got away. Behind you. Move. I felt extremely chaotic as the monsters kept rushing forward. Everything happened so fast that Ryun didn't know what to do next. What should I do? I don't know what to do. Lee Ho-yeol stood right next to her and coldly raised his bow. Calm down. I'll take care of those who get close. You use a powerful spell, even if it takes a long time to cast. Seeing that he had helped her, she hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, the monster she shot fell backwards. At the same time, in front, Ryun and Cell were still continuously attacking. How much longer? Almost there. After regaining her composure, she suddenly shouted a warning. I'm fighting. Everyone watch out. Fire arrow. The flaming arrows burned all the monsters in this place. A huge explosion occurred right before their eyes. Thick smoke and dust appeared continuously. Ryun asked in confusion, "Is it over?" Remembering something, Ryun turned to look at Lee Ho-yeol. Are you okay? He turned and walked away. I'm Fina. Watch out for the others. She continued to walk towards her teammates. Are you okay? Lee Ho-yeol stood there thoughtfully. He unconsciously remembered his expensive silver arrow. His eyes held a hint of regret. That arrow, can I get it back? At the same time, Ryun had handed over a potion. This is a potion. Drink it before more of them come. Cell quickly took it. Thank you. Seeing Nam Cheol-min still standing motionless to one side made Ryun furious. Damn it, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Ignoring the ones in hiding, I can understand that. But why were you just standing there not helping at all? You led us into a trap. Damn it, and you call yourself a frontline tanker. Explain yourself. Hearing these curses, Nam Cheol-min gave a strange smile. In the middle of this space, his laughter echoed continuously. It seemed his mind was not stable. Right in front of everyone, Nam Cheol-min clutched his stomach and laughed out loud. This situation made Ryun even more furious. You can still laugh? Is this funny? If it weren't for your famous brother, you'd be nothing. You think you're so great just because I call you senior? At that moment, the space instantly turned dark. This startled and confused everyone. Where's the fire? At the same time, Nam Cheol-min's crazed voice echoed incessantly. You ask if this is funny? Of course it is. It's hilarious. How can I not laugh when a bunch of idiots are struggling in front of me? His words echoed throughout the place, stunning everyone. At the same time, the system displayed a new notification. Activating skill, natural enemy. Combat power increases rapidly when facing a demon. Looking at Nam Cheol-min's current state, Lee Ho-yeol immediately realized, so you're a demon. Nam Cheol-min's distorted face gradually appeared. Now you get it, you stupid fool. Said, Nam Cheol-min gave a wicked smile. You figured it out, you bastard. The system displayed a warning. Activating skill, natural enemy. This situation left everyone on the team utterly bewildered. What? A demon? Cell, not forgetting to extend her hand, asked, Impossible. What are you talking about? A demon? How can Mr. Cheol-min be a demon? At that moment, a pitch-black space surrounded him, leaving Cell completely confused. His eyes gradually filled with fear. What is this? Where's everyone? The sound of screams startled him. When Cell Carnegie looked again, her three teammates were tied up high above. Ryun's desperate eyes reached out to him. Help! This terrified him beyond reaction. Various notifications appeared one after another. A demon is watching you. Your mental state is too poor. Cell, hope is lost. Don't come near me. And that was the abnormal status. Fear. It seemed he wasn't capable of handling this. Please, is anyone there? Nam Chio-min was still amused, terrified by illusions they themselves dreamed up. Humans are truly. Lee Ho-yeol took the opportunity to rush forward. He used his hand to attack Nam Chio-min directly. Unfortunately, he managed to block the attack. You don't care if these people die? You should know that if you kill me, these people will die too. Lee Ho-yeol silently thought to himself, I probably can't pierce his armor. I should aim for the gaps. Seeing him so deep in thought, he became even more smug. You'd still attack me despite the lives of those guys. He decisively rushed towards Lee Ho-yeol to attack. The system continued to display a warning. Activating skill, natural enemy. Combat power is rapidly increasing due to the presence of a demon. Lee Ho-yeol acted decisively, but perhaps Nam Chio-min's armor was so strong that he was unharmed. Instead, he turned to retaliate against Lee Ho-yeol. Foolish. Absurd. Humans are so fake. The continuous attacks didn't frighten Lee Ho-yeol in the slightest. Just a minute ago, you were all acting friendly with this person. And now, a blade. By the time Nam Chio-min realized it, Lee Ho-yeol had already slipped past him. The blood dripping down his face made him freeze. In too much pain, Nam Chio-min hurriedly clutched his face and screamed. Thoughts raced through his mind. I was cut. Me. By a normal human. Damn it. It's a silver sword. Lee Ho-yeol then coldly reminded him, don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to my prey. Only then did Nam Chio-min realize he had messed with the wrong person. When did things start to go wrong? Time rewound to the past. Nam Tae-min repeatedly called out. Only then did Nam Chio-min look up. He quickly asked a question. Nam Tae-min smiled and asked, why are you spacing out, Hyung? Does it hurt a lot? He quickly shook his head and explained, just distracted. He then dejectedly reminded him, that's why I told you to avoid dangerous dimensional rifts. Well, never mind. You should quit this job. You could just join my guild and become an analyst. This made Nam Chio-min force a smile. I just don't want to live like a failure. The people who met Nam Chio-min just gave him a mocking smile. What's your name? You're Tae-min's older brother? Wow. I heard Tae-min completed another S-rank boss raid. Send him my congratulations. You have to work harder so you don't embarrass your little brother. Are you sure you're his brother? You two are actually brothers? What can you even do in a dimensional rift? You should listen to your brother. You might die. At that time, Nam Chio-min thought desperately, I just want to be a brother my little brother can be proud of. A demon suddenly spoke. I will help you. Before he could react, the demon had entered his body. It didn't forget to add, you just need to watch from behind. His face twisted into a mutated smile. A demon is watching you. Your mental state is too poor. Nam Chio-min was still dazed. What's happening? The system suddenly displayed a new warning. Abnormal status, demonic possession. And so, a different Nam Chio-min quickly walked forward. Let's go. He still didn't understand what was happening. What? Wait. He felt completely helpless. Seeing everyone injured, he could do nothing. Don't go in. He's a demon. Even though he didn't want to, Nam Chio-min was completely controlled by the demon. He sank into his own remorse. I put everyone in danger. Following, there were system warnings. Your mental state is too poor. You cannot resist. Nam Chio-min didn't know what to do. If it weren't for me, time seemed to stand still. Lee Ho-yeol had completely dealt with the demon. His body became extremely painful, and he screamed continuously. The cries echoed. It hurts. You crazy bastard. Don't you know that if you kill me, he'll die too? Don't you care about the life of this body's owner? Do you want to become a murderer? Lee Ho-yeol just calmly stared at the demon. After a short period of thought, he suddenly asked, I understand. That is your pride. This left the demon utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. What? At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol had already rushed forward with a knife. Without hesitation, he directly took down the demon in Nam Chio-min's body. It was still in despair as he continued to speak. That pride, I have received it, Nam Chio-min. Sometime later, Nam Chio-min slowly opened his eyes. Remembering everything made him extremely panicked. There's a demon. Seeing his own condition left him utterly confused. I was definitely possessed by a demon. His teammates rushed over to ask, Mr. Chio-min, are you okay? His hands began to tremble. I am alive. But how? I was stabbed. Seeing Nam Chio-min so desperate, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly spoke. I told you. You don't need to worry, because I am here. His face became extremely smug. Human negative emotions are what give demons strength. So be proud, and do not fear them. Lee Ho-yeol was a demon hunter with an offensive role, only affecting demons. Nam Chio-min thought about the words he had just said. Pride. Lee Ho-yeol was still wearing a smug smile. No matter how much time passes, I will not forget that logic. Although he felt a bit helpless. No items dropped. What a worthless demon. Time quickly moved to the next morning at a large building. A post was made. Summary of today's Rank 4 Dimensional Rift Raid. It could have been a really bad day. My party member was possessed by a demon. I thought the whole party was going to be wiped out. But there was a ridiculously strong person in the party, and he took care of the demon. I cried my eyes out, and the team leader kept saying thank you and sorry. Continuous comments appeared. Here we go again. What did you make up this time? You should at least have some knowledge if you're going to make things up. How can a demon appear in a dimensional rift? You should at least give the person a name. Why just call him party member? Looking at this post left Nam Tae-min speechless. He casually picked up his teacup. You want me to believe this? Nam Cheol-min nodded firmly. Nam Tae-min continued to enjoy his sip of tea. I'm the guild master of a guild, but recruiting someone based on a post like this is a bit. He suddenly interrupted. The possessed team leader was me. This man was Nam Tae-min, level 368, the 11th ranked player in Korea. The words he just heard were unbelievable to him. What? The scene shifted to a high-rise building in the city. Inside the room, Nam Tae-min's voice rang out. What? You really want to give up being a player and become an analyst for Jaein? You were so against it before. Why the sudden change? It's unbelievable. Nam Cheol-min immediately smiled happily and chatted. Is it that hard to trust your older brother? I'm grateful, you know. He sighed and said, don't make fun of me. It seemed he felt much more at ease. I'm just kidding. He asked again, are you sure you're not kidding about becoming an analyst? Nam Cheol-min decisively placed his teacup down on the table. I'm serious about it. I've realized my weaknesses and what my role is. I've always struggled to keep up with you all this time. But now I'll think about my own dignity and walk my own path. Seeing his change, Nam Tae-min felt extremely interested. Now I'm getting curious. I wonder what kind of person could change you this much. And also the fact that he can hunt demons. If abnormal statuses don't affect him at all, then his mental stats must be extremely impressive. You also said he fights with a dagger instead of using magic. There are thousands of classes in Arcana, but I can't imagine which class he belongs to. Considering those parameters, I don't understand why he would choose to enter that rift. Nam Cheol-min immediately replied. Does that mean you find this story hard to believe? But this time, please believe me. Nam Tae-min suddenly interrupted him. Who said I don't believe you? I do believe you. You're a witness, after all. Analyzing S-rank boss patterns, proposing guild management plans, and recruiting new talent. I've reached my position today, thanks to you. So of course I believe you. I even brought a contract with me. After all, you're my older brother, and a proud analyst of Jaein. This string of compliments made Nam Cheol-min feel a bit embarrassed. Gosh, you're making me blush. Thanks. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Anyway, take a look at the contract. What do you think, Mr. Analyst? He took the contract in his hand. All right. Reading the terms carefully made Nam Cheol-min feel very satisfied. But very quickly, sweat poured down his face. What are these terms? The scene shifted to Lee Hoyol's small, single-story house in the city. At the same time, he had reached level 67. I've leveled up. It should be weeded. And not just that, it went up 12 levels at once. Lee Hoyol was still complaining dejectedly. Too little. Of course, he still ignored this personality of his. So, the nymphs weren't worth much, but killing one small demon was enough to level up 12 times. He sighed and walked outside. This is Grand Fell. He doesn't care about the remaining monsters. In his heart, Lee Hoyol was still very interested. Me too. How should I distribute the stat points now? All right, I'm too tired now, so I'll go to bed and think about it later. Seeing the scene before him, Lee Hoyol suddenly spoke. That's a message. A clean environment brings a clear mind. Seeing his own actions, he was speechless. Please take a break. Time had shifted to the evening. Inside the apartment, Lee Hoyol was cooking a familiar soup. He didn't forget to bring a spoonful to his mouth to taste it. His face became extremely interested. A healthy flavor. But his other personality could only think in despair. Right? This is Granfell's personality. Always sticking to a schedule and practicing self-control. I've also learned something from this. The traits I gave to Granfell have been applied to real life. Even my work and level. I used to just lie around after showering and wait for food delivery. But thanks to him, my lifestyle has become stronger. So what about his talents? Granfell's talents aren't just one. He has a talent for magic and can replicate a spell after seeing it just once. He's also very smart, and he's also extremely strong. He listened to music and put his pen down on the notebook. Thinking about this, Lee Hoyol smugly stroked his hair. That's how it is. He felt a bit speechless. I wrote down everything good about him. Anyway, if those traits are applied to reality, I think I need to check. At that moment, a notification arrived. It was a message from Nam Cheol-min. Hello, Mr. Hoyol. I'm Nam Cheol-min, the leader of yesterday's Rift Raid. How are you doing? So, I was thinking of inviting you to join the Jaeon Guild, the top guild in Korea. I know this offer is a bit sudden, but I think with your influence, you would be a great addition to the Jaeon Guild. These messages caught Lee Hoyol's attention. A message from Mr. Cheol-min? Why is it so long? I don't know much about this, so I can't join right away. I'll just refuse him for now. Well then, it's time to check. The thing I'm going to check is the ability to replicate a spell after seeing it just once. So Lee Hoyol continued to watch videos uploaded on YouTube. Over here, Nam Cheol-min and Nam Tae-min were still stunned by the scene before them. To a long message, Lee Hoyol only replied with one word. This message left Nam Cheol-min utterly bewildered. No. Could it be that he's already been invited by another guild? Nam Tae-min, seeing this, shouted angrily. Another guild? Who? The #1 guild in Korea, Jaein, offered to give him a house, cover all his fees, and a 9.5 to 0.5 split. Is there any guild that can offer better support than that? He shook his head in confusion. I'm not sure. After the Mage Tower appeared in Seoul, foreign guilds have also started establishing branches here. Nam Tae-min still didn't accept this. What? Who is it? Who dares to set foot in my territory? After a period of silence, Nam Cheol-min quickly spoke up. Even if it's not a foreign guild, it could be one of the top guilds in Seoul, right? Hearing these words, Nam Tae-min couldn't hide his anger. I can't let this go. No guild can make a better offer than me. This is a contract that even the higher-ups of Jaein haven't seen. I can't let this go. Tell me what he looks like. Nam Cheol-min heard this and was stunned. What? Why? He was still annoyed as he put his clothes back on. I'm going to bring him to the guild before anyone else snatches him up. Tell me everything about him. His face became thoughtful. Good-looking. Nam Tae-min heard this and was speechless. What? It would be easier to describe a mythical creature than that. Nam Cheol-min immediately remembered Lee Ho-yeol's appearance. Creature. Mythical. He always has an unchanging expression on his face. At this point, he immediately nodded and said, That's right. He looks like a noble from a fantasy novel. Nam Tae-min heard this and was startled. A truly noble and elegant appearance. Inside the small rented house, Lee Ho-yeol was still continuously watching instructional videos. His face became thoughtful as he silently pondered. I see. I can understand the basics of magic. I'm sure I can use them if I have enough mana. No wonder he's Grand Fell. Who cares about your past? Even if you're a product of a rebellious phase, you're still the best genius. Lee Ho-yeol coldly said. How rude. He turned and continued to tap the system screen. Anyway, now I'm sure I can use these things. It's time to distribute the stat points. I don't know how talented Grand Fell will be, so I'll prepare for all possibilities. 2 points into stamina and agility. I'll put 7 points into mana because it's too low. And Lee Ho-yeol remembered the words on the paper. As the last survivor of his family, Grand Fell Claudia Arpid chose to walk the path of a demon hunter to avenge his family. This made Lee Ho-yeol ponder. Why did I suddenly remember that? Even though it's just something I wrote, it's such an unlucky life. Thinking about this, a happy smile appeared on Lee Ho-yeol's face. He quickly increased his luck stat by 1. Looking at his current strength, Lee Ho-yeol was very satisfied. This is for my sake and Grand Fell's, who will have to work hard from now on. I just increased my luck stat from 1 to 2, but that means I have double the luck now. Who knows? Maybe I'll find money on the street tomorrow. Sometime later, Lee Ho-yeol was stunned. The system's notification was unbelievable to him. This is... A joyful smile spread across his face. Even better than finding money. A class quest. The system displayed a notification. Class quest. The beginning of the counterattack. Looking at the notification right in front of him, Lee Ho-yeol was startled. A class quest? Is it the quest I'm thinking of? After Arcana became a reality, quests became very rare. The reason was simple. There couldn't be many NPCs in the real world to give out quests. Even normal quests were rare, but I got a class quest. It's like a normal quest for the Demon Hunter class. From what I remember, it's not much like a normal quest. Looking at the information right in front of him, Lee Ho-yeol was stunned. He thought to himself in confusion, I knew it. On it was a news article. Rank 1 Knight, Weaver, becomes a class quest. Weaver smiled in front of the screen after receiving the class quest. Class quest. A quest that is only for one person among those of the same class. A huge deal, where just one person is enough to make a whole news story. It's truly a great quest that everyone pays attention to. Just by having it, you'll be at the top of the ranks. Theoretically, a level 67 person like me shouldn't be able to get a class quest. So it must be. Lee Ho-yeol tapped the system screen. Confirming what he was thinking, he sighed in frustration. Just as I thought. I'm the only demon hunter left. His eyes gradually grew cold as he glanced to the side. It makes sense. Time rewound to the past. This place was Ikshin, the demon hunter's stronghold. At that time, Lee Ho-yeol stood there dazed. It sounds like an interesting place. It's really shocking. The scene before him was extremely chaotic. The voice of the Demon Hunter guide, NPC, spoke up. Welcome, warriors, to Ikshin. We will begin the entrance ceremony up there. Move out. The system displayed a notification. Climb the cliff. Current altitude, 0 meters out of 1,000 meters. Looking at the vines in front of him, Lee Ho-yeol was speechless. Damn it. He's lost his mind. The quests were a repetition of difficult and meaningless tasks. The guide was still constantly scolding. Can't you be faster? This is where you'll be staying from now on. The scene inside the room made him despair. The facilities are terrible. Before everyone could rest, he continued to speak. Now let's eat. The cafeteria is below where we came up. The quest appeared again. Go to the cafeteria for a meal. Current altitude, 522 meters out of 1,000 meters. The guide constantly scolded. Hurry up, you rookies. If you can't handle this, get out of action. This made everyone despair. Moreover, the NPCs are all in your face. Thinking about this, Lee Ho-yeol pondered. Everyone wants to give up. He continued to speak. The demons will dig deep into the human mind, so this kind of training has made me stronger. He could only think, speechless. His student syndrome is really bad. Anyway, it's in the past. Let's see what kind of quest this is. But the next scene made Lee Ho-yeol freeze on the spot. He couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. Before him, the scene had shifted to the Arcana Korea Branch Club. It was a facility formed to reduce the chaos and damage in the world. They hired personnel who had previously worked with the developers of Arcana to respond to updates. The updates of Arcana would be reflected in the real world. They collected information related to Arcana and analyzed it for the players. In other words, they worked extremely hard. The staff were constantly tired. Damn Arcana. Senior, do you think there will be a new dimensional rift this week? It's past 8 o'clock, so there's probably nothing, right? Nam Cheol-min on the sighed and said, we can only hope. Hearing this, the young man continued to chat. That bastard Damon is really scary. He must be the one managing the homepage and always posting content, right? He still didn't seem to care much. That's enough talk. Just keep clicking refresh. He sighed and complained. I just wonder how it's possible. When he posts something on the homepage, we have something exactly the same happen not long after. These words made Nam Cheol-min freeze. He suddenly shouted, startling the person next to him. There's a new update. Looking at the scene before him, he was also surprised. That's right. Nam Cheol-min quickly looked at the scene before him. No way. The scene here had become extremely chaotic. There's an update. They're kidding. Where are you going? To file my resignation. Take out your phone. The reporters are starting to call. What are you doing? Take out your phone. Nam Cheol-min was still muttering. This. A new type of demon will arrive soon. A new dimensional rift. The Count's family fortress. New demon type. Bloodthirsty thug. Level 230. Bloodthirsty monster. Level 230 to 250. Count Asura's soldier. Level 300. Count Asura's knight. 350. Count Asura's follower. Level 390. A new monster has been named. Count Asura for 130. It seems this monster is an extremely formidable demon. Seeing the new information, the young man next to him was extremely bewildered. Level 430? The number one player is only 403 now. This isn't an update for people anymore. I think it's too difficult, even for all the players combined. Nam Cheol-min sighed and replied, that's not the problem. It might even require a whole world. It has to be the whole world. This made him extremely curious. What about the Mage Tower? If we get help from those NPCs? He suddenly interrupted. The NPCs in the tower won't do anything unless the tower is touched. They won't do anything at this time either. Hearing this, the young man next to him was extremely desperate. Then, Nam Cheol-min pushed up his glasses. There's no viable way. They're simply telling us to watch everyone die. It's over. This dimensional rift has the potential to explode. His conclusion made the young man next to him furious. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. If we fail to raid the rift, those things will get out. Damon, that bastard. How much does he think people are worth? Nam Cheol-min thought uncomfortably. The updates so far have all been feasible, but breaking the balance like this is unimaginable. Unless a miracle happens. The system's quest appeared before his eyes. Class quest. The beginning of the counterattack. To the last demon hunter. The time has finally come to counterattack the demons. Initial condition, demon hunt complete. Repetitive quest, body training in progress. Lee Ho-yeol calmly brought the teacup to his lips to enjoy it. What? The system continued to display the body training information box. Today's goal, run 20 kilometers completed. 1,000 push-ups in progress. 500 pull-ups completed. 300 burpees completed. Lee Ho-yeol helplessly asked himself, nothing has changed since I was at Action. My whole body is shaking. Is it okay to suddenly train this hard? What if I die? The store employee smiled and asked, do you need a bag? Lee Ho-yeol tremblingly held out his card. Dinner was half a messy sandwich placed on the table. Lee Ho-yeol sat tiredly in a corner. I can't even make a sandwich because my body is shaking. But he still enjoyed it. It's not like making a sandwich looks any different. He reminded himself, don't spill it all over the place. Remembering something, his face lit up with joy. But I feel good when I accomplish something. I would have given up if it weren't for Granfel's ability. Anyway, I've completed that stupid quest. I can sleep well now. I'm excited to see what tomorrow's quest is. Time quickly moved to the next morning. Everyone was still happily working. Lee Ho-yeol's entire body was shaking violently. Perhaps he was still training for the system's quest. Damn it. Although he appeared fine on the outside, his heart was in great pain. He silently cursed in anger. Action. He had only completed 300 burpees of today's goal. The more Lee Ho-yeol thought about it, the angrier he felt. Repetitive quests. They're crazy. Moreover, it's been a whole week. As soon as one is completed, another one comes. When he completed all of today's goals, the notification came again. You have completed today's goal. This made Lee Ho-yeol despair. You're kidding. Lee Ho-yeol's entire body was shaking. He sat still. I did again. I have to thank Granfell's ability for helping me complete it every day. How many more times until I get the reward? The reward won't just be good health and a toned body, right? The system's notification changed, catching his attention. The system continued to display. You have met the conditions. You receive a reward. Stamina +2, intelligence +2. The more he thought about these problems, the more desperate Lee Ho-yeol became. Stats? I got stats, and they're permanent too? Damn it. Stat-increasing items are extremely expensive. It costs millions for just 1 point. Then the seller can get anything. But I got 4 stat points without leveling up. This is crazy. Moreover, if it's a repetitive quest now, it means I'll get it continuously. The reward is too good. His persona, Granfell, spoke up dejectedly from his side. I'll do it 10 times a day if there's a reward. Remembering this startled him. Not to that extent. At that moment, the news from the speaker caught his attention. Breaking news. The new update on Tuesday has received a lot of attention. Most guilds have given up on raiding the new Dimensional Rift. This Tuesday, the new Dimensional Rift, the Count's family territory, was updated. The new monster is known as Count Asura. Count Asura is said to be a monster and a vampire. His level is 430, the highest we've ever seen, indicating that raiding this Dimensional Rift will be extremely difficult. Regarding this, the Arcana Korea branch stated that there is nothing to say at the moment. Lee Ho-yeol reached out and turned off the power. Level 430. How can anyone kill it? Comments continuously appeared on the screen. What's with the new update? I don't know. Balance. How the hell are we supposed to fight it? Damon is kidding. Don't you guys think it's not balanced at all? We're doomed. The Arcana Korea branch doesn't care about us at all. But which player can fight it? The reporters were still continuously reporting on the recent events. This update with his final boss, Count Asura, with a level of 430, I think it will be the most difficult in the history of the continent. It is said that Count Asura is a vampire and a demon. The major guilds have refused to raid the Dimensional Rift. They say the risk is too high. This news gave Lee Ho-yeol a headache. Demons are something that players have a very hard time dealing with. The more they fight, the stronger they get. And players have to deal with countless abnormal statuses when fighting them. That's why people say you have to be at least 10 levels higher than them to defeat them. So that bastard Count Asura is the one I least want to face. If it weren't for this class quest, the system screen displayed information. Class quest, the beginning of the counterattack. To the last demon hunter. The time has finally come to counterattack the demons. Initial condition, demon hunt complete. Repetitive quest, body training in progress. Hunt a vampire. Just thinking about that terrifying creature made Lee Ho-yeol more desperate. Damn action. The only vampire right now is Asura. So it's saying I have to fight him. I am scared. It's suicide. How can I defeat an invincible enemy? But that was just Lee Ho-yeol's feeling. My heart is beating calmer than ever. This body isn't mine. How can I feel like Granfell? Thinking about this, Granfell's persona suddenly opened his eyes. He sighed and quickly stood up. These lowly creatures are wasting my precious time. I will punish them severely for this crime. Granfell's actions made Lee Ho-yeol extremely desperate. I knew it. He wants to kill them. Damn it. The scene shifted to Lee Ho-yeol's familiar small apartment. He sat there thoughtfully, looking at the phone screen in his hand. According to the search results, Count Asura is currently in Russia. My first destination will be the Mage Tower. Why? Because there's a gate in the tower. That gate contains magic on a huge scale that allows users to teleport instantly to any place. This is why many large guilds around the world have branches in Korea. A happy smile appeared on Lee Ho-yeol's face. He continued to look at his phone screen. I should just take a taxi, right? Suddenly, the voice of his persona, Granfell, rang out, catching his attention. Now, let's go. Too much time has been wasted. Lee Ho-yeol desperately rushed to stop him. Wait, don't go out dressed like that. Realizing something was wrong, he was surprised. I forgot. Lee Ho-yeol breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. I should wear this crappy coat. He suddenly turned around and grabbed a bunch of tea bags, putting them in his pocket. His eyes became even more determined. I shouldn't miss a moment to enjoy tea. Lee Ho-yeol tried to stop him. No, change out of that crappy coat. The scene shifted to the large mage tower in the city. The reporters were still focused on reporting. The sound of discussion was incessant. Hurry up. Put in the back. This goes on a truck, right? Jaein is coming today. What? What do you mean? Where? The mage tower. There are too many reporters. Do you think the Jaein guild will really come? It's possible. They're the new rift in Russia behind the mage tower. Why don't they just take a plane? They're players, so they use the magic gate to get to Russia. It's common. And the man turned his head to explain. But only a few players can use the magic gate. Moreover, it costs a lot of mana. But the next scene made him freeze on the spot. The powerful figure of Nam Taemin immediately walked into the place, accompanied by other strong individuals. He hurriedly rushed forward. They're here. It's the Jain Guild. Hurry up. The place was immediately swarmed by reporters. It's Guild Master Nam Taemin. I'm a reporter from KP. Please say a few words. Are you on your way to conquer the new rift? Do you plan to share information about the rift with other guilds? What is the reason for you to set out before other guilds? At that moment, the reporter from before hurriedly squeezed through and asked a question. Guild Master Nam Taemin, I'm Lee Gyeonyo, a reporter from MBS. Has your Jain Guild found a way to fight Count Asura yet? Nam Cheol-min, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly tried to stop them. Please, everyone, interviews later. At that moment, Nam Taemin burst out laughing. A radiant smile appeared on his face. I'm so sorry. I still don't know how to defeat Count Asura. We'll make a plan once we've entered the rift. This answer left Nam Cheol-min speechless. Guild Master. He paid no attention and continued to speak. The reason we're setting out before other guilds? To beat our competitors, of course. What else? Share information with them? No way. They might request it and say it's necessary to maintain world peace. But if they really want to fight to protect peace, shouldn't they drag themselves to the rift instead of cowardly watching from a distance? At that moment, another reporter suddenly spoke up. It's the Shining Guild. What are you doing? Get the equipment. Camilla, please face this way. Lot, the brilliant guild master, please look this way. This man with a smug smile on his face was Lot, level 399, rank 2 player, Guild Master Shining. A constant stream of reporters surrounded Lot. Guild Master Lot. Guild Master. There's so many people, I think we'll have to walk. Please look this way. He heard this and nodded in understanding. Thank you. The tall man walking beside him was surprised. That's the Jain Guild, right? His speech was so rude. Lot gave a contemptuous smile. He must be impatient. All the major guilds came to Korea because of the Mage Tower, so the Jain Guild's position is gradually sinking to the bottom. He must be betting everything on this expedition. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Nam Taemin became even more annoyed. Suddenly, Nam Cheol-min spoke, catching his attention. Don't worry. We'll take it slow, step by step. Just do your best. He understood completely. You're so reliable, Hyung. Anyway, about that Lee Ho-yeol guy, you said you contacted him again, right? Nam Cheol-min's face was a bit helpless. About that, I changed some conditions and contacted him, but I haven't heard back yet. This story made him extremely interested. You said he's very strong. Do you think he'll try to conquer the rift this time? And we'll meet him at the Mage Tower. Lee Ho-yeol was still crammed on the bus. He paid no attention to his surroundings and continuously watched his phone screen. The voice from inside the screen echoed continuously. Now, a level 300 player is trying it. Fire. That's amazing. Lee Ho-yeol silently thought. This is the 100th video about magic I've watched. Now I completely understand it. There are 3 levels of magic practice. Checking mana, interfering with mana, and then using it. He silently looked at his current hands. A flame suddenly burst out on his hand. Seeing Lee Ho-yeol's hand suddenly catch fire, everyone was extremely surprised. The driver also worriedly turned his head and shouted, Hey young man, don't use skills on the bus. It's dangerous. Lee Ho-yeol, seeing this, thought anxiously, No, I don't know to what extent I can control it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. But Granfell's persona coldly replied, I can completely control this flame, but I will stop so the other passengers won't be afraid. He didn't know what else to say. Can you not try to be so cool? Anyway, I learned a skill by watching a video. I'm a little worried about the skills I have, but it's also useful. At that moment, a system notification appeared, catching Lee Ho-yeol's attention. It clearly listed various information. Natural enemy, master of the silver element, master of shooting skills, mass shooting, exorcism. After reading this information, Lee Ho-yeol noticed there are no magic skills. When I learned it, it usually appeared on the right side of the status window. What's this? Bugs. Sometime later, Lee Ho-yeol thoughtfully looked at the space in front of him. This was the inside of the Mage Tower. The bustling atmosphere here made Lee Ho-yeol feel a bit out of place. This is the Mage Tower. It looked so different from the outside world, and his eyes gradually became thoughtful. He continued to look at the vast space before him. This is the gate. But the next scene made him freeze on the spot. What is this? This vague feeling, but it feels like I can use it myself. This gate's magic space. Actually, it seems easier than the fire-breathing magic last time. While Lee Ho-yeol was still acting, the man behind him accidentally pushed him. Jain Guild, this way. The analyst is making a summary. Sorry, did I push him into the gate? I am Trudy Sore. Nam Taemin on the side quickly shouted. Where are you going? I'm getting annoyed. Should I just roast him? He hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Nam Cheol-min was a bit startled and confused. That person looks like Mr. Ho-yeol. While he was still thinking, Nam Taemin quickly turned his head. Show me the summary. He nodded in agreement. As you know, the new rift is in Russia. The rift looks like this. The outer area of the rift is the outer territory, and there are hundreds of entrances there. The inner circle is the rift of the Count's territory, with about 30 entrances. The innermost circle, the castle rift, is where Count Asura is. It's just a hypothesis based on analyzing the shape and patterns of previous rifts. But if this rift breaks, it's highly likely that Count Asura's castle will actually appear in the real world. The scene shifted to another place. People were still focused on reporting. The reporter tried to take the spotlight of this news report. Yes, hello everyone. I'm currently in Russia. There are many reporters and players here right now. Others immediately started live streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm GPL. I'm in Russia, standing right in front of the new rift. As you can see, there are many strange things about this rift, and I'm about to freeze. Anyway, GPL always wants to provide all of you with the most interesting information. Comments continuously appeared. It looks so cold. What guilds are there? He continuously held up the live stream screen to the surroundings. So, I'm going to explore this rift right behind me. Wait, be careful with your behavior. I found this rift first. As soon as GDPL finished speaking, a cold voice rang out. I have no patience. With that, Lee Ho-yeol quickly walked away. In his heart, he was extremely desperate. Sorry, but it's too cold. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol was standing in front of the large space gate. The system displayed a notification. Outer region, suitable level, 240 to 270. Destruction progress, 9.7%. He silently thought to himself, finally made it here. The outer territory rift. From here, I hope it's warmer. On another side, the figures of monsters were quickly defeated. Belle Lucy used her nimble speed to rush through the area. After she passed, the head of the monster also fell to the ground. A voice from behind made her turn her head in surprise. Wait for me, sis. A group of people were still trying to catch up to Belle Lucy. I know you're over level 300, but don't go so fast. Whatever. The faster you go, the faster you die. It's so cold. This time, everyone immediately turned to blame each other. Hey, don't talk like that. What way? You should know how to behave. All right. Belle Lucy remained silent as she watched this scene. She was Leonie Belisir, level 348, a top 10 player, guild master of the Berserker Guild. Her eyes became extremely annoyed. What the hell? What kind of crap are you guys spouting? I'm getting pissed off. Her motto was, words are free, so choose them wisely to please others. A continuous stream of system notifications arrived. You have entered the outer territory rift. Suitable level, 240 to 270. Destruction progress, 9.7%. Lee Ho-yeol slowly took step after step forward. A gentle breeze blew by. He thought, in surprise, this place is the outer territory. It's even colder here. But Lee Ho-yeol stubbornly said, a great start to the hunt. This weather makes the fire of my anger burn even brighter. A sound from behind made him turn his head in surprise. At the same time, a pack of blood wolves, level 230, slowly approached. Lee Ho-yeol slowly looked at these monsters. Level 230 monsters. I'm only level 67. His stats were also displayed on the system screen. A system warning arrived. Activating skill, natural enemy. A smile of anticipation appeared on his face. I can win. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly spoke. The Count's dogs, I see. You have chosen the wrong master. At this point, Lee Ho-yeol reached out and summoned a small knife. He was looking forward to fighting these beasts. I will send you foolish animals on your way. Feel the fear of being hunted. A system notification arrived. Hunt a vampire. Let it know that the hunt has now begun. The scene shifted to another side. When the group arrived, the place was in chaos. Leonie angrily used her strength to continuously strike down these beasts. There must be a ton of mutant dogs. No joke. D, you damn bastards. D, you damn dogs. Die. Why are there so many of you? This situation made everyone extremely bewildered. Hey, leader, calm down a bit. She's always like that. Blood was splattered all over Belle Lucy's body, but she didn't seem to care. The mutant dogs were all dead at her hands. Looking at this situation, everyone in the guild immediately sighed. We've killed dozens of them, and there's still no end. There are only a few left. Realizing something was wrong, Belle Lucy suddenly spoke. Something strange. These monsters aren't panicking at all. It's as if they don't even know what fear is. But the people in the guild didn't care about what she said. What are you talking about now? Don't make a big deal out of it. It seems she was suspecting something. That's not it. I feel it's really ominous. Have you ever seen them cry out or look at their wounds while being hunted? These remarks made everyone react with a start. Now that you mention it, a sound suddenly rang out, making everyone turn their heads in surprise. Belle Lucy felt extremely confused and asked herself, a howl? Behind them, the teammates had become extremely scared. It's not a normal howl. It sounds like they're scared. When we were hunting them, they didn't even make a sound. What's going on? Without wasting any time, Leonie immediately rushed forward. Let's go take a look and we'll know. Follow me. Seeing this, everyone was about to say something more. Wait, everyone, let's go. Over here, Lee Ho-yeol was still holding his bow high. He silently looked at the situation before him. I can feel it. The man at the tip of the arrow. This isn't a good arrow, but I can observe the man at the tip of the arrow, interfere with it, and then a flame immediately burst out before his eyes. Deploy. After thinking this, he immediately shot an arrow forward. Looking at the flaming arrow right in front of them, the wild boars were extremely bewildered. Feeling it wasn't enough, Lee Ho-yeol continued to raise his arrow. At the same time, over here, everyone managed to catch up to Belle Lucy. Wait for us. The sight before her made her freeze on the spot. What the hell is this? It seemed she couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. Lee Ho-yeol's posture was extremely relaxed as he sat there. He was still leisurely enjoying the cup of tea in his hand. Everyone saw this and wondered in surprise. A fire arrow? Is that the fire arrow magic? Belle Lucy quickly stepped forward. Who the hell is that guy? Wearing a suit and dress shoes to raid a rift, and he's sitting there drinking tea by a fire. Thinking about this, the blonde-haired man smiled and suggested, maybe he's a streamer. A continuous stream of discussion rang out. You guys know about those people who specialize in live streaming and rifts, right? That makes sense. He must have followed another guild in here and gotten lost. Belle Lucy heard this and sighed in disapproval. Idiot. It's dangerous here. This isn't a place for civilians. Get out. Seeing someone suddenly appear, Lee Ho-yeol became extremely calm. He continued to treat this group as if they were air and kept drinking his tea. This scene made Leonie so angry her blood boiled. He's ignoring me? Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately shouted, Hey, if someone is talking to you, you should. Realizing something was wrong, everyone hurriedly reported, Wait, over there. Guildmaster, be careful. Hearing everyone's warning, Belle Lucy turned her head in surprise. A group of monsters had surrounded the area. It's the enemy. This scene made everyone immediately bewildered. They hurriedly got into a defensive stance. Damn it, there are so many of them. Damn it, where did they come from? These monsters were blood thieves, level 230. Seeing these monsters appear in greater numbers, Leonie immediately reminded everyone, get into position. And so, everyone in the guild immediately got into a ready-to-fight position. Damn it, seeing the situation was not good, the two of them hurriedly reminded everyone, be careful. There are many of them with weapons. A series of actions by the monsters made Belle Lucy furious. Everyone, she rushed forward with incredible speed, leaping out of the area. It was clear that these monsters were no match for her. Don't worry about it. At that moment, a teammate's warning shout rang out. Big sis, above you. When Belle Lucy turned her head to look, her eyes widened in shock. It seemed she hadn't anticipated this happening. What the hell is this? The monsters continuously aimed their bows and arrows. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, everyone was terrified. There must be hundreds of them. We're surrounded. What do we do now, Guildmaster? After a period of silence, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly sighed. This made Belle Lucy even angrier as she turned her head to look at him. What? You still haven't left? Hey, are you crazy? You think now is the time to enjoy tea? Are you blind? Run. Lee Ho-yeol silently thought. It seems possible. At that moment, the monsters continued to launch a fierce attack. Everything happened so fast that Belle Lucy was completely helpless. Thousands of arrows rained down incessantly. Damn it. Just when everyone thought this time was truly hopeless, a ray of light slowly appeared. Lee Ho-yeol sat there calmly, looking at the teacup in his hand. Observe the mana inside the thermos. Interfering is also simple. The rest is deployment. To deploy the skill to the level I want, I need a huge amount of mana that I can't control at my current level. If my assumption is wrong, just trying to deploy the skill would be enough to make me faint. However, what if the spells I'm using aren't skills? Thinking about this, streams of energy suddenly flowed around the circle he created. Lee Ho-yeol could feel the change coming from his body. The thermos in his hand slowly floated into the air. A blue light enveloped the entire area. Belle Lucy habitually raised her hand to cover her eyes. Feeling that something was wrong, she looked to the side in confusion. Not just her, but everyone else also felt confused. Why isn't anything happening? It turned out that Lee Ho-yeol had created a large wall that blocked all the arrows. This scene left Belle Lucy unable to hide her surprise. What is this? Is it alchemy? I've never heard of or seen anything like this. If there's a skill that can create a wall like that, it's truly... While she was still speaking, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly announced, That's not a skill. What I'm using is... These words made her freeze. Lee Ho-yeol gave a smug smile and clenched his fist. Mana interferenje. Time seemed to stand still in this place. Everyone was safe, but Lee Ho-yeol's words left everyone bewildered. This time, a continuous stream of discussion rang out. Who is he? An alchemist? Using alchemy to summon such a big wall means. Isn't he a production worker alchemist? Why is he here? Belle Lucy also felt very confused. What? Mana interferenja. Lee Ho-yeol smiled and looked at his palm. It allows me to change the shape of an object if I can interfere with its mana. Actually, it's more like alchemy than magic. At that moment, a tremor suddenly occurred, catching everyone's attention. The man inside the guild saw this scene and was startled. He hurriedly shouted, "On the flank!" A continuous stream of monsters poured into the area. Everyone became extremely scared at the recent scene. The enemy is coming from the flank. This caught Lee Ho-yeol's attention. I think I have to drink more tea. His words made Belle Lucy feel extremely confused. The members of Leonie's guild immediately moved forward to attack. Charge! Take it down! Seeing the situation, Belle Lucy also immediately picked up her weapon and got into a fighting stance. Alchemist, get back! Seeing Lee Ho-yeol not moving at all caught her attention. He had now summoned a bow and arrow in his hand, which surprised her. A bow, an arrow. At the same time, another man was still carrying his teammate and begging, "Someone help! Is there a healer? He's injured." Realizing the monster behind was attacking, this man despaired. "I can't dodge it." Lee Ho-yeol's arrow shot forward, knocking the monster back, which greatly surprised him. His face gradually became stunned. With just one arrow, do we have such a strong archer? Only then did Belle Lucy realize that the arrow just now was from Lee Ho-yeol. Her face immediately let out a sigh. He's an archer? Then what about that wall from before? Before she could react, Lee Ho-yeol continued to channel mana into the arrow before him. He decisively shot an arrow straight at the monster, making her freeze. Fire, arrow. Witnessing a series of recent scenes made her even more confused. And magic too? Archer, both alchemy and magic. What kind of monster is this? Perhaps her view of Lee Ho-yeol had changed. Sometime later, the monsters in this place had all been dealt with. Everyone happily discussed their achievements together. The two of them immediately stepped forward and quickly announced, "Guild Master, I've checked the surroundings, and there are no more enemies." Leonie heard this and sighed, wiping her sweat. "All right, good job." She secretly glanced at Lee Ho-yeol's leisurely posture. This damn guy, so annoying. He's in this rift alone, dressed like that, and won't even answer any of my questions. He doesn't even look a bit tired. But in reality, Lee Ho-yeol was just putting on an act. This made Belle Lucy even more curious. It's a bit embarrassing, but I have to admit, if it weren't for him, we might have all died. I wonder if he's a player. But I don't know any player like him. He's quite handsome, so maybe I should thank him. Ahem, earlier he'll understand. At that moment, Lee Ho-yeol turned his gaze towards her. His gaze made Leonie immediately blush. She quickly turned her face away to avoid his gaze. "What? Why are you looking at me?" "Damn it. It's because I was staring at him for too long. I'm not looking because I like you." "Why does he keep looking? Does he want to have tea with me, or something?" "If he wants to have tea with me, I think I can have a little." Lee Ho-yeol suddenly called out, "Hey." Leonie immediately turned her head to look behind her with an expectant gaze. He looked at her coldly and declared, "Even if you look at me like that, I don't have any tea for you to drink." These words made her freeze on the spot. Sometime later, the drones continuously recorded images of this place. It tried to approach the mysterious spaces right before its eyes. This reporter didn't know what fear was and still smiled while reporting the news. "Yes, this is the Daily Arcana News. I'm now live at the Rift in Russia. The whole world is paying attention to the update because it has the highest level boss we've ever seen." The pink-haired girl walked over and smiled. "This rift is called the Outer Territory, right?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right. This is the first of the 3 rifts in the update. Apparently, there are hundreds of rifts in the Outer Territory. All of them need to be cleared to proceed to the next rift." At the same time, various rifts appeared. The Outer Territory is developing. The Count's domain cannot be entered. The Count's castle cannot be entered. Shining, Jayan, and other guilds are currently inside the rift. Which guild will clear the rift first? The first guild to get the title of clearing the Outer Territory will surely be honored globally. The director sat in front of the computer screen, still deep in thought. At the same time, a subordinate hurriedly entered and smiled. "Director, let's have some coffee." He turned his head in surprise. "You're here. Come in quickly before the snow gets inside." He felt confused. "It's so dark in here. Are you a bat or something?" He sighed and shook his head. "Leave me alone. I like it this way. How's the rift? Is there a video?" The subordinate hurriedly reported. Everyone is around the central area. Shining is currently the fastest. Hearing this, the crowd continued to look at the computer screen. "No, then choose a location near Shining and prepare for an interview as soon as they come out." The subordinate burst out laughing and approached. "Yes, but it might take a lifetime to defeat it. Did the drone capture anything?" The scene before him made him freeze on the spot. Over here, the reporter was still continuously reporting. So continuing with, the subordinate quickly rushed outside. Seeing this situation, the reporter sighed. "Sorry, our staff member just walked past the camera. He must be happy to go to the bathroom." At that moment, the director rushed outside and shouted, "It's cleared. The Outer Territory has been completed. Follow him." The rift is blue. That means someone has cleared it. This made the reporters extremely bewildered. Who is it? Jayan, the director quickly urged. I don't know. There are too many trees. The drone can't see. Run. Hurry up. The incessant urging made everyone even more hurried. Over here, the staff member was still continuously running forward. Realizing something was wrong, he was a bit startled. He hurriedly called out, Director. He quickly answered the phone. Yes? What is it? Did you see it? Did you see the rift through the camera? Which guild was it? Jayan? Shining. Seeing Belle Lucy's group still continuously walking out, the staff member was in disbelief. No, it's Berserker. Hearing this information, the director was also startled. The Berserker Guild? The 32nd ranked guild? Although he was a bit surprised, he still nodded. Yes, it's Berserker. Leone is here. I've sent the video. The director was still in disbelief. Berserker? Clear that place first. They entered the outer territory, but Shining is still in the center. But why does it look so stable? Lee Ho-yeol's figure appeared in this place. This made the staff member extremely confused. Wait, that's a Korean person. Director, Berserker is a European guild. Why is there a Korean person here? At the same time, other reporters also immediately approached. Here, the blue rift, the first to clear it. The staff member immediately reported everything to the director. Wait, other reporters are surrounding them. I'll do the interview. Hello. He was still continuously reminding, I don't know what's going on. The staff member hurriedly approached and called out, catching Lee Ho-yeol's attention. Excuse me, can we have an interview? You look like a Korean. What is your relationship with the Berserker Guild? What happened inside the rift? You just came out of the cleared rift. Lee Ho-yeol coldly said, Get lost. Feeling there was something wrong with his ears, the reporter hurriedly asked again, Excuse me? Lee Ho-yeol's face was now filled with anger. This is the limit of my patience. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the young man standing there dazed. In reality, Lee Ho-yeol was still thinking helplessly in his mind. It's freezing cold. At the same time, the reporters were also continuously rushing forward. Leone, Guild Master of Berserker, can we have an interview first? Congratulations on clearing the dungeon first. I didn't expect you to be the one to complete this mission first. How do you feel? Is there any difference between this rift and the others? The two of them hurriedly reminded everyone, please slow down. Leone held her head and walked away. No comment. This left him bewildered. He turned his head. Guild Master. She continued to walk forward. No comment. They should interview that bastard instead. Her behavior made her teammates extremely bewildered. Guild Master, we finished it first. At least, we should do an interview. But she didn't seem to care. I have nothing to say. The more Belle Lucy thought about it, the angrier she felt. That bastard. So annoying. He threw away all my plans and cleared the dungeon first on his own. What the hell? Where's he? The blonde-haired man turned his head to report. He got out first and told me he was going home for a bit. This news made Leone freeze on the spot. Leone's voice rang out, stunning everyone there. What? He just left? Why? He's the one who defeated all of them. I said he could answer the interview. Is this the end? He just left like that? Doesn't he know that conquering this rift first is an amazing achievement? The blonde-haired man hurriedly reminded her. Now, calm down. He must have a good reason. But she was still furious. A good reason, my ass. An interview can change the value of a whole guild. Everyone is watching this event. Now, even if you get mad. At that moment, the reporter suddenly turned his head and shouted, The rift is blue. The second guild to finish is Jayan. At the same time, Nam Tae-min and his teammates slowly walked outside. His eyes became extremely cold. Guild Master of the Jayan Guild, Mr. Nam Tae-min, may we have an interview? Seeing the group appear, he was a bit surprised. The Berserker Guild? The reporters were still relentlessly surrounding them. We're from MBS. Congratulations on being the second guild to finish. He was still feeling puzzled. Weren't we the first guild to succeed? Seeing Nam Tae-min's appearance, Belle Lucy annoyedly turned and walked away. The words just now stunned everyone. What? What did Leone just say? Did you record that? The scene shifted to the Jayan Guild's camp. Inside the room, Nam Tae-min was still sitting there eating noodles with Nam Cheol-min. Belle Lucy's image appeared on the video. It seems Jayan isn't the only skilled guild in Korea. These words startled him. Did she really say that? Nam Tae-min became even more furious. I told you. She looked at me with disdain and said that. She conquered it first and said that's all she had to say for the interview. They only finished a little bit before us. Nam Cheol-min sighed and said, Jayan isn't the only skilled guild in Korea. Hearing this, she angrily turned her head and shouted, I was just starting to get a good impression of Berserker, and then she spouts that nonsense. Is there any guild in Korea that can compare to damn Jayan? I can't even swallow my noodles anymore. The eyes of the man next to him immediately lit up. Why? Can I eat it then? You've already finished yours. At the same time, Nam Cheol-min also spoke up. I think she meant that they encountered a Korean player in that rift. This caught his attention. Iker, the guys from the Mythology Guild? The 41st ranked in the world. He immediately shook his head and voiced his thoughts. I don't think so. It's still in the rift. This made him extremely interested. See a rank? That's great, isn't it? Then who could it be? Nam Cheol-min's face immediately forced a smile. I'm not sure. A Korean player better than Jaein? There's only one person I can think of. The scene shifted to Lee Ho-yeol's familiar house. Inside the bathroom, he was still comfortably showering after a tiring battle. He felt his soul gradually being cleansed. A warm bath is the best. This is the true meaning of life. Lee Ho-yeol continued to dry his hair. How shameful. His face was now filled with happiness. I feel like I've been reborn after a shower. Now I'll sleep for a bit, and what's wrong? It's not what I think it is, right? Please say no. Of course. Granfel's persona immediately opened the door and prepared to act. I was only gone for a little while, and the house is so dusty. He thought in despair. Please rest, you psycho. Sometime later, the pile of dishes had been washed neatly. Lee Ho-yeol was extremely tired on the side. He even cooked a perfect meal. Amazing. He sipped the tea in his hand. Lee Ho-yeol continued to turn and look at the system's notification. Anyway, I don't feel sleepy anymore. A continuous stream of notifications arrived. Sharp sword, level 180. Is this all the loot? There's nothing really useful right now. And a level 86. It seems I've gained 19 levels. If I conquer the highest difficulty rift, it won't be just this much. In return, it's too dangerous. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes became thoughtful. Magic costs less mana than skills. And thanks to that, I can use more magic. And they're much better than the skills I have. While he was still pondering, Granfel's persona suddenly spoke from behind. But the mana recovery time is extremely slow. Hearing this information carefully, Lee Ho-yeol had to nod in agreement. Well, that can't be helped, because we don't have any accessories or items that increase mana recovery. And from the beginning, Demon Hunter was a class with very few benefits. There aren't any skills related to mana recovery. If it weren't for that group of people, things would have been worse. That aggressive girl. I should probably thank them if I knew who they were. While he was still thinking, his persona, Granfell, continued to speak. It's because we are lacking. Thinking about this, sweat poured down Lee Ho-yeol's face. His persona, Granfell, didn't know how to be humble. If someone underestimated him, he would find a way to prove himself. On the other hand, if someone overestimated him, he would meet their expectations and make it a reality. Why did I suddenly remember the traits I wrote about him? While he was still confused, his persona, Granfell, continued to speak. The next rift will be the Count's family territory. We have no time to relax. We can't just rely on magic. We need to do better in combat too. And I found a suitable trial for today. Hearing these words, Lee Ho-yeol was startled. Right. The players who fought with us, and that short-haired girl with a pair of daggers was the most noteworthy. If I can copy that player's movements, then his persona, Granfell, continued to tap the system screen. Lee Ho-yeol hurriedly reached out to stop him. I don't know what you're doing, but stop. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Body training. Today's goal, run 20 kilometers, 1,000 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, 300 burpees. His eyes immediately lit up. The basics are the most important. Lee Ho-yeol thought in despair. I have a bad feeling. Without wasting any time, his persona, Granfell, continued to get to work. Wash the dishes first. As soon as the dishes are done, we'll start training. Lee Ho-yeol, on the side, despaired. When will I get to sleep? The time before them had shifted to late at night. Granfell's persona, wearing a suit, ran quickly forward. His face became extremely serious. This is the Midnight Radio. Even though it's very late, we still have many listeners. Lee Ho-yeol was extremely tired. Please let me sleep. The news continued to be reported. How was everyone's day? Breaking news. Currently, 95% of the outer territory has been conquered. And soon, the Count's domain will be open for raiding. According to the information we just received, the destruction progress of the Count's domain suddenly jumped to 60%, even though it hasn't been opened yet. At this rate, the Count's domain might collapse, so experts are expressing deep concern about this issue. At the same time, Nam Tae-min and everyone in the guild were watching the new news. His face suddenly became annoyed. Absurd. It's only been one day, and the destruction progress is already at 60%? How is that possible? Nam Cheol-min, right beside him, quickly added, the shorter the time limit to conquer, the stronger the monsters inside will be. He felt confused. But why so suddenly fast? Does that mean the monsters inside have gotten stronger? He shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I need to look into it a bit more. The scene shifted to the camp of the Akana Daily. Everyone was still in great distress. The director angrily slammed his hand on the table. There must be a reason for this. The monsters can't just suddenly get stronger like that. The people inside the room sighed. Even if you say that, how would we know? Even the analysts of the top guilds are stumped. He quickly reminded everyone, somehow, we have to find the cause. This is no longer a matter of work or company. If the rift collapses, we're all done for. Once the monsters start pouring out of the rift, all the civilians and players in this area will be dead. On the other side, Li Hoyeol saw the new report. The Count's domain rift is showing signs of collapse. The cause has not yet been found. This made Li Hoyeol pensive. This is unprecedented. It's understandable that no one knows the cause, because this is information that can only be found in action. He gradually became worried. We have to hurry. Vampires are creatures that can share their power through their blood. Count Asura has shared his power with the monsters inside the outer territory. When they die, that power naturally returns to its original owner. That Count has distributed his power to the monsters inside the Count's domain. That's why the monsters are stronger now, and the destruction progress has increased accordingly. This is the reason. Thinking about this, Li Hoyeol became thoughtful. Wait then, if we raid the Count's domain? He was still thinking about this when his persona, Grandfell, realized something. Then there's a risk that the Count's castle rift will collapse immediately. Count Asura. He is not worthy of that title. A noble does not take back what he has given to others. I will be the one to execute him, the one who has defiled the honor of the nobility. These people made Li Hoyeol completely speechless. All right, so cool, persona, Grandfell. But what about sleep? Once you're dead, you can sleep all you want. At the same time, the scene had shifted to the dimensional rift at the Count's domain. Suitable level, 350 to 400. Meanwhile, in front of the rift at the Count's domain, Gugong coughed lightly a few times. He waved to everyone. Hello. Welcome back to my channel, Indomitable Determination. It's your old pal Gugong here. I'm currently in Russia. Continuous comments appeared. What kind of name is that? Look at the view count. He paid no attention to the comments and continued to announce. With the destruction level of the Count's domain reaching 70%, there are less than 5 hours until the rift explodes. It's now 3:48 in the morning. There are still many guilds in front of the rift, even though it's very late. But wait, there's some very interesting information. Next up is Gugong's news segment. Continuous comments appeared. So boring. It's not for nothing that an unknown streamer is unknown. He sounds like a not-so-famous streamer. Huh. Gugong paid no mind and continued to point at the entrance to the Count's domain. Unlike the outer territory, which had 200 rifts, the Count's domain has about 30 entrances, much fewer. And because there are fewer entrances, many guilds have entered the same dimensional rift. However, experience points and loot will be distributed according to contribution. This made the viewers even more bored. Stop lecturing, man. Did you draw that yourself? This guy is trying really hard. Gugong continued to remind everyone, so which guild enters which gate is very important. We might get to see the number 1 and number 2 rankers fight. Continuous comments appeared. As expected, why would the number 1 and number 2 ranks fight each other? Do you think they're stupid? Really? Behind you, isn't that Nam Cheol-min? That's Jaein. Gugong heard this and turned to look around. Where? He suddenly extended his hand forward. Hello, everyone. Everyone saw this and understood, bowing their heads. You're here. Nam Tae-min turned in surprise and asked, Hyung, have you scouted the area? How is it? At the same time, Gugong had also followed Nam Cheol-min. He paid no attention and quickly gave his analysis. Eva checked. Competition is inevitable because there are too few rifts. He heard this and nodded in understanding. As long as we don't fight Shining, we'll be fine. He continued to speak with dark circles under his eyes. Don't worry. Shining went north, so I think they'll meet the Unification Guild. This made him extremely surprised. They're rank 2. Continuous comments appeared. Rank 1 and rank 2 are really fighting. This is crazy. What is this guy talking about? There's another streamer streaming this. Nam Cheol-min continued to speak. I guess it's a chance for them to claim the top spot. The Berserker Guild is in the same place as the Second Sun Guild and the Bohemian Guild. Nam Tae-min was startled by this information. 2 guilds? It seems many guilds are wary of them after the first battle. Continuous comments erupted. The Berserker side looks pretty scared. Lot's expression right now is also funny. Looks like there's a lot of drama to watch. Seeing everyone leaving, Gugong was helpless. Wait, my viewers. Noticing a strange movement, everyone paid attention. Nam Tae-min's face became extremely angry. Look at these bastards. Inazuma, you guys are here too? These 8 people were the rank 4 guild. Inazuma. The leader gave a surprised smile. This man was his Seijai Kazuma, level 376, rank 6 player, magic mage, guild master of Inazuma. He quickly replied, what a coincidence. Jaein is right in front of the rift we were planning to enter. Seeing this situation, Gugong was extremely surprised. His Seijai, the Inazuma Guild. Comments erupted. Inazuma? Japan. What? Inazuma and Jaein are entering together? Japan versus Korea. Nam Tae-min's face became extremely angry. You guys are still determined not to build a branch in Korea. I guess the plane just landed, right? He gave a forced smile. Flying to Russia is much better than building a new branch in Korea. At this point, he was so angry he gritted his teeth. You want to go? Hisagi didn't back down and retorted, Jane is nothing. The two sides immediately confronted each other in front of everyone. This situation made Gugong, on the side, extremely happy. This is a big one. If I get the exclusive on this. Right after that, the reporters hurriedly ran forward. Jain and Inazuma are fighting. They're clearly rivals. Is the news reliable? Over there, the Shining Guild is fighting the Unification Guild. And here, Jain is fighting Inazuma. The battle at this rift is insane. CHD is broadcasting live. Please say something. Seeing the situation was not good, Nam Cheolmin hurriedly reached out to stop them. Taemin, I know how you feel, but right now the rift destruction level is a big problem, and for our two guilds, fighting will only bring losses to both sides. At that moment, a voice rang in his ear. Inazuma is the 4th-ranked guild, and Jain is right behind at 5th. In the competition between the two guild masters, Hisagi Kazuma at rank 6, and Nam Taemin with a considerable gap at rank 11. What a dramatic match between the Republic of Korea and Japan. Seeing this situation, the two brothers' moods completely exploded. Hyung, all right, we were here first, but giving this place to them would be a loss of face. Let's just beat them up. He immediately pointed forward. Nam Taemin didn't waste any time and immediately stepped forward to prepare for action. Charge! The 4th-ranked Jain and 5th-ranked Inazuma are heading towards the Eastern Rift. The reporters were still continuously reporting. Right now, the Jain Guild and Inazuma have entered the rift together. The two guilds are famous rivals. The number 5 position is Korea's Jain Guild, and the number 4 position is Japan's Inazuma Guild. Their rankings and nationalities are drawing attention. At the northernmost rift, the number 1 and number 2 ranked guilds, Shining and Unification, are gathered. At the southern rift, we have the Berserker Guild, ranked 30th, and the 7th-ranked Second Son, and the 3rd-ranked Bohemian Guild. On the other hand, the destruction level has reached 80%, causing people all over the world to worry and fear. Inside the vast landscape, Lee Ho-yeol sat there enjoying a cup of tea. He comfortably sipped a cup of tea. Lee Ho-yeol had entered the rift to the Count's domain. The scene before him made him ponder. What I realized after the last rift is that running out of mana is very dangerous. So I have to find a way to use mana efficiently throughout this battle. The answer is magic derived from alchemy. Therefore, I can turn everything into the shape I want. First step, I use some rolling stones on the ground to turn them into a teacup and a table. But the more complex and detailed the object, the more mana I have to use. So they're not that effective in battle. Basically, trying too hard is overdoing it. And there's one thing I realized while thinking about this. Dangerous monsters are still appearing here. Count Asura's soldiers, level 300. Lee Ho-yeol coldly extended his hand towards all of them. Is that all the Count's authority gives you? How pathetic. He immediately destroyed these monsters. The scene gradually changed, making them extremely scared. That is, Lee Ho-yeol's face became annoyed as he reminded them. Return to dust. After saying that, he decisively clenched his fist. When he returned to his original state, everything here seemed to shatter before his eyes. It cost almost no mana. Regression magic. That's what I'll call it. But in his heart, Lee Ho-yeol felt completely speechless. Do we really need to make the names so fancy? The scene shifted to another place. Meanwhile, Nam Taemin's figure was still continuously fighting here. He and his guild dealt with all the monsters here. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the Count's domain, something is very strange. Why are there so few of them? I've only killed 10 on my way here. It's unreasonably few. A subordinate on the side hurriedly reported, Guild Master, I've scouted the area, and the Inazuma side has also sent people to do the same. She slowly took off her hat. I don't think they've killed 10 since they entered. He was surprised. Is the situation the same on their side? At that moment, Hisagi's familiar voice rang out. We've been going in opposite directions since we started, but both teams have only killed that many. Does that make sense, Nam Taemin? He annoyedly turned his head to realize. Hisagi paid no attention to the expression on his face and continued to chat. It's so peaceful here, isn't it? Seeing this situation, the subordinate quickly disappeared. Are they following me? He asked annoyedly. Why do you keep acting like we're friends? He moved closer and smiled. Gosh, I don't understand why Taemin hates me so much. It makes me want to kill you. He was about to say something more. Oh really? Then, at that moment, a sound rang out. Taemin. He suddenly paid attention. Is that you, Hyung? Nam Cheolmin quickly announced. I'm almost done with the dungeon analysis. Where are you now? I can't send a video. He immediately turned around. Right now, I'm in some ruins. Looks like a square, I think. These words made him a bit worried. A square? A city square? Nam Taemin didn't hesitate to nod. So what? Nam Cheolmin's face couldn't hide his worry as he continuously urged. Get out of there now. Hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, a change occurred in this place. The scene before him made Nam Taemin freeze on the spot. A series of Count Asura's soldiers, level 350, had finally appeared here. Seeing them attack made everyone extremely panicked. They're not ordinary soldiers. They're level 350 knights? Damn! The monsters relentlessly rushed forward, making everyone extremely worried. Not only are they not soldiers, but they're also level 350 knights. We're screwed. Seeing the situation was not good, Nam Tae-min hurriedly shouted a warning. We're surrounded. The whole team, get into position and prepare for battle. Hisagi, on the side, burst out laughing. A cavalry unit. Seeing this situation, his face was a bit worried. Damn it, on a plane like this, the destructive power of a cavalry unit is multiplied several times. Even if the tankers stand at the front line, they'll still suffer fatal injuries. What should I do? At the same time, Hisagi approached him from behind. Tae-min, I don't like this idea either, but you watch my back, okay? After saying that, the monsters rushed forward, making everyone react. Guild Master, there are enemies behind us too. Seeing enemies surrounding them from all sides made everyone more desperate. There are enemies on every side. Nam Cheol-min's voice continued to warn. Tae-min, are you listening? The Unification Guild also suffered heavy casualties from a cavalry ambush. Don't try to confront them on the plane. Retreat and lure them into a narrow alley. These words caught his attention. Retreat? To where? At that moment, a cavalryman was right in front of him, attacking. Unable to move to another place, a circle suddenly appeared. Nam Tae-min was still confusedly attacking when he realized a change had occurred here. A continuous stream of monsters and cavalrymen were counterattacked and died strangely. Everything happened so fast that Nam Tae-min couldn't react in time. What the hell? A stone wall? No, it's a pillar. All of this stunned the group. His face gradually became confused. Who would? At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol's familiar footsteps appeared. Seeing this image through the camera, Nam Cheol-min was a bit startled. That person must be, but it can't be. Of course, Nam Tae-min and Hisagi still didn't understand who this person was. Lee Ho-yeol slowly stood there, coolly stroking his hair. His familiar face made Nam Cheol-min immediately recognize him. Lee Ho-yeol. Over here, Gugong was still happily live streaming. Yes, hello everyone. It's Gugong here. Because I had to go to the bathroom, I'm a little late. I'll continue to follow the Jane Guild. There's some footprints here. Are they from the Jane Guild? Although these were footprints from 5 minutes ago. Continuous comments erupted. Hey, your stream smells like crap. All the other streamers are already filming the fight. I'm only watching because I feel sorry for you. There are already a lot of streams filming Jan. Don't you think you should be a little more creative? Why not follow Hisagi's side? There are plenty of people watching multiple streams at once. These words made him dazed. What? Really? Is that so? You guys know streaming better than I do. Then next time, I'll follow Inazuma. Suddenly, the ground shook, leaving him utterly confused. Comments erupted. What the hell was that? Why don't you go check it out? If I watch any more, my ears will fall off. The other streams heard that sound too. Continuous comments flooded in. Run, Gugong. Go check it out. He hurriedly ran forward. All right, I'll go right away. Over here, Nam Tae-min and Hisagi were still in disbelief at the scene before them. Both of them stammered. Stone pillars are sprouting up all over the battlefield. Feeling curious, he turned his head to look at Lee Ho-yeol. Who is that guy? He did that without having to chant a single spell. How much mana does he have? And also, trousers and dress shoes? He didn't even bring any weapons. Who is he? While Hisagi was still thinking, a teammate suddenly shouted, Guild Master, the enemy is advancing between the pillars. Seeing this situation, he comforted himself. No, the stone pillars are holding back the horses. On the side, Nam Tae-min sighed and covered his face. I'll thank you later. At the same time, he had also used his special skill, Berserk. Rage increases the power of attacks and reduces damage. He continued to look at the cavalry monsters appearing here. With those stone pillars, we have a chance to win this battle. After saying that, Nam Tae-min didn't hesitate and directly rushed forward to attack. His fighting style was so powerful that these cavalrymen were all dealt with quickly. Hisagi didn't sit still either and immediately picked up his weapon. We have a chance. Kill them all. After saying that, the two sides rushed into battle with the giant monsters. Gugong, though a bit surprised, still managed to film the entire scene. He stammered in disbelief as he looked at Lee Ho-yeol. What just happened? That was an amazing assist. Is he a mage? When he appeared, the comments were flooded with who is that? He summoned all that without a spell? He looked so cool in that suit. At this point, Gugong noticed something else. In addition, at the same time, Lee Ho-yeol had also reached out and touched the cavalry monster, making everyone even more disbelieving. What? His face was still very calm. Magic. Regression. Seeing Lee Ho-yeol easily deal with the cavalry monster like that surprised Gugong. He's defeating that cavalry unit all by himself. Can everyone see this clearly? I don't even know if what's in front of me is real. but the comments continuously replied, "What the hell was that? Wasn't that the sound from before? So cool. Is that a real move? Does something like that exist? Does anyone know his level?" Lee Ho-yeol slowly walked towards the monsters. He summoned a small knife, startling everyone even more. A dagger? Isn't he a mage? What the hell is that? In his hand was a silver dagger with a durability of 100 out of 100. He thought dejectedly, "I don't want to lose its durability." This made everyone even more stunned. Look at him. He's enjoying it. He's playing with them. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol paid no attention to his surroundings. What if I interfere with the mana of this dagger to transform it, then regress it back to its original state? Wouldn't the durability also return to its original state? When I turned a stone into a teacup, it only had the durability of a teacup. If I use return to original state, it will become a stone again with no stats. If the return to original state spell really returns an object to its original state. The dagger in his hand immediately changed into a silver awl. Durability, 1 out of 1. Although its durability was weak, it had the ability to deal critical damage. The recent scene startled the livestream viewers. The dagger just transformed. Does it have a spirit or something? Seeing his plan succeed, Lee Ho-yeol was overjoyed. It's possible. A continuous stream of notifications congratulated him on leveling up. He continued to use his controlling power. Return to original state. At the same time, it had returned to a silver dagger. Lee Ho-yeol burst out laughing in excitement. The durability is the same as before. Now, I don't have to pay for repairs. The comments erupted. One-shot kill. What kind of dagger is that? Is that a real dagger? On the side, witnessing the recent scene, Nam Tae-min was utterly stunned. Around them, people were still happily chatting with each other. Good job. That was great. You guys fought well. Now feel free to loot. At the same time, Nam Cheo-min had also realized. Tae-min, that person is... He suddenly interrupted. I know. I heard you talking about him earlier. Meeting him in person, I want him to join even more. I definitely don't want him to join another guild. Especially since the Inazuma side saw everything too. Counting down from 10. Let's see what kind of offer we can make him. While Lee Ho-yeol was still sipping his tea, Gugong's voice rang out. Excuse me. Hello, I'm Gugong Test. Can I interview you for a moment? Looking at Lee Ho-yeol's cold face, the comments erupted. Him? Oh my god. He doesn't look like someone with strength or mana accessories. Rewatch the last part. It was amazing. If he's the one behind those sounds, he must be the one who killed all the cavalry. At that moment, the group saw Lee Ho-yeol and rejoiced. There he is. You were really amazing. Are you Korean or Japanese? Are you in any guild? If not, please join our Inazuma guild. Did you attack all by yourself? What's your name? Nam Tae-min quickly stepped forward. Move aside. Hello. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Nam Tae-min from the Jain Guild. I sent you a message, recruiting you to the Jain Guild before. Lee Ho-yeol coldly said, You have no respect at all. These words stunned everyone. They couldn't believe his attitude. Therefore, I will not answer any questions. Get out of my sight. Now, this scene was broadcast on phones, causing the comments to erupt. Look at him. So arrogant. Please tell us your class. Time passed. Lee Ho-yeol's image appeared on social media. Mysterious player refuses interview due to rudeness. Breaking news. Shining, the first guild to complete the count's domain. The second-ranked player has finally reached level 400. Experts believe Zixia participated in most of it. Mysterious player refuses interview due to rudeness. Nam Tae-min of the Jain Guild. The scene shifted to the Shining Guild's base. Everyone sighed, extremely tired. La was still re-watching the recent battle video. After a period of thought, he suddenly turned his head and asked, What is it? What do you all think? Camilla, on the side, smiled and chatted. Who knows? I'm just an archer. But in contrast, Demichi reacted very strongly. Even if you ask 100 times, you won't know the answer. A famous man, like you wouldn't understand my feelings. I worked so hard to get this date, and it was ruined by this hours-long meeting. Because of a guy like that, I had to cancel my golden date. The data screen displayed Lee Ho-yeol's image. Looking at his face, Camilla was very pleased. He's handsome, isn't he? Why hesitate? Just bring him here. Thinking about this, Demichi couldn't stop complaining. That's right. You're jealous of him, aren't you? He heard this and turned his head in surprise. Jealous, Demichi continued. You thought everyone would be buzzing about clearing the count's domain, but in the end, it was all just nonsense about that guy on the internet. Camilla, sitting on the side, quickly added, Is that so? But we got a lot of attention too. The leader is also very ambitious. He continuously said, It's completely normal for the media to make a fuss whenever a new person appears. The purpose is just to increase viewership. The girl next to him also nodded. Anyway, if there's nothing else to say, I'll be going first. Demichi dejectedly said, I've already rented the entire hotel lounge for our date. I can't wait any longer. I'm leaving. After stepping outside, everyone happily went their separate ways. Inside the room, Only Lot was left sitting there. Seeing him so deep in thought, Zixia slowly walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Looking at Li Hoyol's face, she was also startled. "It's amazing. It looks a bit like magic, but there's also something different, right?" She was Zixia, level 397, rank 4 player, high mage class of Shining. Hearing her comment, he felt a bit interested. "You know what's amazing too?" Her face became pensive, making Lot ponder. No one noticed that Zixia had an interested smile. "That's interesting. That person." The scene shifted to the Berserker Guild's headquarters. Seeing Li Hoyol appear, everyone was extremely surprised. Leonie's voice suddenly rang out. "What did I say? I said it wasn't normal." Everyone continuously discussed this issue. "But what did you say?" "Sis, calm down. Cross your legs. If you keep this up, you'll catch a cold. Don't you have eyes?" "I've been crossing them for a while now." Inside the Inazuma Guild's base, a voice rang out from inside the phone. "That silver-haired guy. We have to get him on our side." This Agi heard this and smiled, nodding. Order accepted. The reporter was still holding a folder in his hand. "Hello, viewers of Arcana today. We also have a lot of viewers watching the show. The Count's domain has been completed, followed by the Outer Territory. Currently, in the Count's domain, Shining and Unification had a dispute, but with superior strength, Shining won and maintained the top position. Now, we only have the Count's fortress left. The current destruction process is at 72%. Players from all over the world are flocking here. The rift is in danger, so the situation here is extremely tense. If the fortress rift collapses, we can say goodbye to Russia. Good luck to everyone." The players here were all sitting there waiting. Continuing with today's player information. Look at this. He's not carrying a weapon, just a coat and a suit. He's really not carrying any equipment or accessories. Maybe he has equipment that uses mana, but we don't know. That's why he looks so strange on camera. Or maybe clearing the rift didn't take any effort. His strength is probably so great that's why he's not wearing any equipment. Hearing this information, Li Hoyol was a bit speechless. "I just don't have enough to wear." The reporter was still continuing his report. "He defeated the enemy with just a snap of his fingers. Is that possible? We will ask an expert, Mr. Nambong." The man named Nambong smiled and shared his thoughts. The situation was very easy before he arrived. Everyone knew the problem came from the enemy's mobility, so he changed the situation. His quick decision saved Jayan and Inazuma. Li Hoyol thought, a bit speechless, "That's all I could do at the time." He continued to praise him. And then, when he just stood and watched, he was being too kind to Jayon and Inajima. It was like he was saying, "Now it's your time to shine." How can someone be so confident? He's amazing. He also didn't know what else to say to these people. "It's because I ran out of mana. Good thing they didn't call me an idiot." Anyway, the loot. A rare item. The first one after becoming a player. The system continued to display the analysis. Necklace soaked in cursed blood. Sealed effect. The effect has been sealed by Vampire's curse. For the effect to be activated, it needs to be purified first. After reading this information, Li Hoyol thought happily. A cursed item, also known as a demon's item. Once the curse is lifted, a random effect will be released. In short, this is a luck-based item. This is an item that most players would throw away. It's more beneficial to find another item than to lift the curse. But there's a more effective way to use cursed items. Li Hoyol silently remembered the exorcism ritual. Invite a demon into your mind. He used the exorcism ritual, one of the 2 exclusive skills of a demon hunter, using this item as a sacrifice. The effect of the exorcism ritual is to attack a demon without harming the host body. That was all just his thoughts. But by using a sacrifice, I can invite a demon to enter my mind. It's like the abnormal effect of demonic possession. Although there's a risk that the demon will control me, if I can fight it in my mind, I'll have a big advantage. At that moment, a phone call from Nam Chuo-min came in, surprising him. Li Hoyol suddenly felt confused. Why is he calling me? Could it be? He imagined him scolding him. How dare you insult the guild master of the Jain Guild like that? I'll sue you. This made Li Hoyol worried. If I answer the phone now, Granfell will say something rude. I need to hurry. Just text politely. Ask him not to sue. Politely. At the same time, Nam Chuo-min and Nam Tae-min were stunned when they saw the message. It was just 3 short words. What's the matter? This situation surprised the 2 of them. Just like last time, huh? Just like that. At the Jaeon headquarters, Nam Chuo-min dejectedly said, "Well, the rift isn't finished yet." At that moment, Nam Tae-min turned his head to look at Li Hoyol's news on TV. "I just want to apologize for being rude before and compensate him." The sounds on the screen were incessant. "Excuse me. Over here. Are you Korean or Japanese? Are you in a guild?" Looking at the crowd of reporters, the 2 of them were also surprised. So rude. Like a fish market. Look at his eyes. He must be really angry. But in reality, Li Hoyol was just tired from running out of mana. At this point, Nam Tae-min sadly looked at his phone screen. We can't say or to do anything if he doesn't answer the phone. The matter of Count Asura is more important right now. What's the destruction progress? 83%. Nam Cheolmin nodded and said yes. I think we can rest for 10 minutes and then go. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred, catching both of them off guard. He quickly turned his head and asked, "What was that?" An earthquake. Before Nam Cheolmin could understand what was happening, the warning sound rang out again. Breaking news. The Count's castle has suddenly collapsed. The rift's destruction rate was around 80%, but suddenly, Russia is quickly evacuating its citizens. Emergency situation. The Count's castle has collapsed and appeared in Russia. There are about 200 civilians around this area. The US and Europe are urging Russia to close its borders. The players are. Nam Taemin also realized the situation was not good. It's the Count's castle. A very blurry and terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The footsteps of a familiar person appeared, catching everyone's attention. Lee Ho-yeol raised his head to look forward and said, "So it collapsed." The people here quickly recognized him. That person isn't that the person from the stream? Is he going there? Alone? He's crazy. Lee Ho-yeol was now standing in front of the giant stone statue. His eyes gradually became annoyed as he cursed. This damn stone statue. And so, Lee Ho-yeol entered the Count's castle. Lee Ho-yeol couldn't keep his composure and coldly criticized, "This statue is truly hideous. A place like this is called a fortress? But for these damn vampires, living in a place like this is already a luxury." Although in his mind, he silently thought, "That's because the Claudy family mansion is 10 times bigger than this place. Though it's not really my house." The stone statue still stared at him with judging eyes. This situation made Lee Ho-yeol tremble with fear in his heart. Did it hear what I said? It finally appeared and took step after step towards him. The scene unfolding before them surprised the surrounding crowd. What's going on? The statue is moving. What? That giant thing looks like it's at least over 10 meters tall. Doesn't that mean that guy is in danger? Should we help him? Or should we just run for our lives? At the same time, when facing this giant monster, Lee Ho-yeol showed no fear at all. He coldly raised 2 fingers forward and brought them down. The monster's entire body shattered in an instant. Everything happened so fast that even the Shining Guild, who witnessed it, was startled. They hurriedly turned their heads to discuss with each other. What was that sound just now? It came from the direction of the castle. It sounded similar to the sound in the video we watched. Seeing Zixua's action of rushing forward, everyone was extremely surprised. "Zixia, where are you going? We're about to enter. Don't act on your own like that." Zixia. She still ignored everyone's calls and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, the crowd gathered in front of the Count's castle was still in disbelief. What? He just killed that monster in one blow. Over here, Lee Ho-yeol breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's just a slightly bigger rock. I have a lot of experience breaking rocks before, so this size isn't too difficult. Outwardly, he still acted cold. Truly a monument of pathetic quality. Pathetic from the structure, materials, to the work itself. They placed a piece of trash in this garden, as if it were something to be proud of, something to show off. He was also speechless with himself. That's too harsh. At that moment, a shout from behind caught Lee Ho-yeol's attention. The group of people, who seemed to have come from nowhere, immediately rushed forward. "The gatekeeper is dead. This is our chance. Charge!" Seeing the situation, Lee Ho silently thought. The gatekeeper's death was like a signal inciting everyone. Immediately, the system displayed a new notification. Class quest has been updated. Quest: the beginning of the counterattack. Hunt a vampire. Make the vampires feel the fear of being the hunted prey. Seeing this, he was surprised. A new quest? This is the condition to enter the castle. But what the hell is the fear of being hunted? How am I supposed to complete a requirement like this? Where are you going? His persona, Granfell, coldly said, "There's no time to hesitate." There was no other way. Lee Ho-yeol walked while thinking in despair. "Slow down. Let's think a bit. We can't just rush in and kill like this. And how are you going to make them scared? Count Asura is level 430. I'm only level 100. It seemed his persona, Granfell, didn't care. And I am a demon hunter. This stubbornness made Lee Ho-yeol despair. So what? The space before him surprised Lee Ho-yeol a bit. This place is a banquet hall. Feeling that something was wrong, his face immediately became serious. This whole place was extremely mysterious and creepy. He continued to approach the space and examine it more closely. Those portraits! The scene shifted to another place. A weapon slammed down on the ground. At this time, the Jain Guild had successfully entered the Count's fortress. The more Nam Taemin thought about it, the angrier he felt, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Nam Cheolmin worriedly asked, "Taemin, are you okay?" Although he was very annoyed, he still nodded in confirmation. "I'm fine, just a little out of breath. Ever since I entered this banquet hall full of hanging paintings, I've had the feeling that I'm being watched. It's like that abnormal statue from before was possessed by a demon." Realizing something was wrong, Nam Cheolmin hurriedly shouted a warning. "The portraits! They're the demon portraits! Burn them all!" The mages, seeing this, hurriedly burned the paintings. At the same time, Nam Tae-min also felt himself relax. I suddenly feel much better. Understanding the problem at hand, Nam Cheol-min sighed. No wonder. I was wondering why the players who entered here first retreated. It turns out everything in this castle is a trap. Every statue, portrait, and piece of furniture in it can cause abnormal statuses. No wonder the Shining Guild didn't enter through the main gate. This made Nam Tae-min annoyed. Damn it. It seems they're more experienced than I thought. But my class is Berserker, which has much better resistance to abnormal statuses. But just a few portraits at the entrance to the hall were this terrifying. I wonder what it'll be like deeper inside. On Lee Ho-yeol's side, he was still slowly staring at the scene before him. These portraits, they're so ugly. It's ridiculous. I don't understand how people can still sit and eat with these things hanging on the wall, and not even throw up. Their stomachs must be made of steel. Although in his heart, Lee Ho-yeol had become extremely desperate. Why are you so mean, man? He immediately glanced at everything around him. Those statues from before were already terrifying. Poor rocks, suffering pain and hardship only to be carved into something uglier than their original form. And why are they displaying so many ugly, useless things? Now I understand why they say narcissism is also a kind of disease. Even the layout of the castle is stupid. The paths are all over the place, more tangled than an anthill. And then there's a bunch of halls that lead to dead ends. I don't understand who designed a structure like this. That head is only for show. Lee Ho-yeol was also completely helpless with himself. Are you a real estate agent or something? Realizing something was wrong, Lee Ho-yeol quickly noticed. It seemed he had noticed something unusual about the stairs right in front of him. A very interested smile appeared on his face. So this is the place? It stinks so bad. Although in his heart, Lee Ho-yeol felt worried. Considering the structure, this must be the center of the castle, right? Granfel's senses are telling me so. Behind that door is Count Asura. It's too quiet. Maybe the other players haven't reached here yet. While Lee Ho-yeol was still feeling smug, Zixia quickly appeared in front of him. Found you. I see you. Your magic is so cool. The sudden appearance of a strange figure startled Lee Ho-yeol a bit. Seeing he didn't react, she continued to ask, "It's you, right?" In his heart, Lee Ho-yeol couldn't hide his surprise. She's flying? What the hell? I struggled so much just to accumulate mana, and her mana is as abundant as water. Zixia was still speaking cheerfully. I'm so curious. I can't wait any longer. What is that skill? I've watched that video dozens of times, but I still can't figure it out. I know all kinds of magic. Can we chat a bit about your cool magic? Lee Ho-yeol suddenly looked straight into her eyes. Manners. Before she could understand what was happening, he continued to extend his hand forward. His eyes gradually grew cold as he reminded her, mind your manners. When you want to ask something of others, the minimum courtesy is to respect them first. Got it. His words made Zixia freeze on the spot. The next second, her expression gradually changed. Lee Ho-yeol also sensed that something was wrong. A strange figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. It seemed that Count Asura had truly appeared behind them. The system suddenly displayed a new notification. Activating skill, Natural Enemy. Lee Ho-yeol slowly turned his head. Asura's disgusting face appeared before the two of them. I was wondering who dared to disturb my sleep. Turns out it's two humans. How foolish. You lowly humans. Seeing this situation, Zixia was a bit worried. That's Count Asura. His presence is overwhelming. She suddenly turned her head and asked, Mr. Cool Magic, are you okay? Lee Ho-yeol still paid no attention to her. Count. How ridiculous, Asura. He heard this and was a bit confused. Lee Ho-yeol didn't hesitate and took out an item from his person. You are just a vile and despicable vampire. The blood-cursed necklace has been chosen as the sacrifice. I will personally teach you a lesson. At the same time, he also activated the exorcism ritual skill for daring to impersonate noble blood. The system screen displayed the opening quest of the counterattack, Hunt a Vampire. Make the vampires feel the fear of being the hunted prey. Seeing his own actions, Lee Ho-yeol was also startled. Right? The exorcism ritual requires a sacrifice. I can do this to bring Asura into my subconscious to fight. He remembered the time before. At that time, Lee Ho-yeol continuously reminded, how can you make it feel scared? His persona, Granfell, slowly said, I am a demon hunter. This made him understand. So that's what he meant by that. But we'll be okay. Even so, Count Asura is level 430. If things go wrong, I might get possessed. His face showed a bit of contempt. What's with that dirty necklace? What a pathetic human. I like that arrogance of yours. However, you are still nothing more than the lowest of insects. Seeing this situation, Zixia hurriedly shouted, Count Asura is absorbing power from his subordinates. Lee Ho-yeol, on the side, thought in despair, I know. It seems the situation is not good. He was already 300 levels higher than me. But now, if he absorbs the power he has distributed to his subordinates, the gap will be even greater. Suddenly, Asura sensed that something was wrong. When he realized it, he had been transported to a very strange space. His face gradually became confused. Where's this place? Lee Ho-yeol calmly held the necklace in his hand. Realizing his intention, he turned his head and burst out laughing. There was a hint of contempt in his voice. This trick is quite unique, you lowly mortal. However, I can simply destroy this foolish trick if I destroy you along with it. Continuous explosions occurred here, making everything even more chaotic. Looking at everything being burned, Asura felt very satisfied. He was pleased with the result he had created. I was quite looking forward to you being able to provide some entertainment for me, but your body is already turned to dust. I knew you were just a lowly being. Lee, Ho-yeol suddenly spoke. So that's your image of me, Asura? It turned out that amidst the explosions, Lee Ho-yeol was completely unharmed. Seeing him still safe made Asura even more furious. How are you still alive? He didn't answer the question and instead retorted, look closely, Asura. See who's the one who has to die. Realizing the situation was not good, sweat poured down Asura's face. The image of himself being beaten by Lee Ho-yeol appeared before his eyes. Just looking at this scene made Asura unable to say another word. Unwilling to accept this truth, he screamed in despair. Even Zixia, next to him, didn't understand what was happening. Asura continued to scream. This is absurd. Impossible. This must be some kind of trick. A trick? Tricks like this can be easily broken by me. Zixia silently thought to herself. What's happening? The mage is still standing still, but Count Asura has fallen into a rage. Seeing his current state, Lee Ho-yeol was quite pleased. So you're scared, aren't you? He was still holding his head, trying to escape this reality. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately screamed, Shut up, you insect. Everything seemed to have returned to reality. Lee Ho-yeol had grasped this in his hands. Remembering everything, Lee Ho-yeol also felt tired. The entire attic of the castle is gone. I almost died, but Zixia, next to him, was extremely excited. You guessed that the last attack would miss, right? You look so relaxed. I had to create a shield out of habit. You're amazing. But in reality, Lee Ho-yeol was still worried. I didn't even have enough time to react. The move he used was the exorcism ritual skill. Asura suddenly felt desperate. What is this again? To explain a little, it's a skill that allows the user to attack a demon without harming the user's body. However, another effect can be achieved by using a tribute item. That effect is to have a demon enter the demon hunter's subconscious. Asura screamed in fear. Get away from me. Get away from me right now. Who has the upper hand in this situation depends on their mental strength. He was screaming like a madman. Don't come near me. But there was no way a demon hunter would be affected by something from a demon. Lee Ho-yeol thought happily. I didn't think it would be this effective. Zixia, next to him, was extremely excited. What an unbelievable scene. What did you do to him? He's screaming alone in the air, and he's trying to attack empty spots, running away in fear. Asura's current state was one of complete desperation. Absurd. This can't be real. How can a lowly mortal defeat a count like me? The notification he was waiting for had arrived. Count Asura has been afflicted with the fear effect. It seems the fear effect causes additional abnormal effects on demons. Finally, a notification appeared in his eyes, making a vampire see the fear of being the hunted. Mission complete. A smile of anticipation appeared on Lee Ho-yeol's face. He held the silver dagger and slowly approached. Let's get this over with quickly. Zixia, right beside him, was still happily chatting. Right? It's fear, right? You made him like that. How? Is it a new magic? If it's a new spell, can you teach me? Of course. I'll pay you properly. Lee Ho-yeol ignored her words and directly brought the dagger down. Suddenly, he stopped his hand as if he had realized something. Noticing that Asura still had a lot of blood, Lee Ho-yeol was surprised. It didn't do any damage. There was no other way. He turned his head to look at Zixia. Take care of him. His words made her extremely confused. Take care of him? But you've already done almost everything. You want to do it? But you can do it yourself. So why? Seeing her continuously asking questions, Lee Ho-yeol was extremely desperate. I want to, but my level is too low, so I can't. Since you can attack in this dungeon, you must be very strong. So please understand the situation yourself. Damn it. Just kill him quickly. At that moment, Zixia seemed to understand something and picked up her magic staff. I was the one who asked you to teach me, right? You mean if I kill him and become stronger, I can learn that spell myself, right? Lee Ho-yeol, seeing this, was startled. The sky is... Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Asura right in front of the two of them. Although they appeared calm on the outside, their hearts were filled with fear. He couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. What the hell? A continuous stream of different notifications arrived. Count Asura has been defeated. Calculating contribution level. Thanks to your high contribution score, rewards will be automatically distributed. Following, there was a series of level-up notifications. At the same time, Zixia stared blankly at Asura's body, which had been burned to ashes. This scene made Lee Ho-yeol also think with a start. Even if he was weakened, she could still kill Count Asura, a level 430 being, in one blow. This is the power of a high-level player. She was still excitedly looking at the pile of ashes in front of her. What could this be? Why is it still smoking? She even playfully smeared it on her face. Feeling it wasn't enough, Zixia opened her mouth as if to eat it. This scene left Lee Ho-yeol completely speechless. Is she crazy or something? Why is she suddenly eating that thing? A system notification appeared. Comparing class quest. Transformation. The prelude has ended, and the beacon has been lit. O remaining demon hunters, light up the world currently shrouded in evil. Class quest. The beginning of the counterattack. You have completed the quest. A new class quest is being assigned. The class quest chain transformation has been formed. The prelude has ended, and the beacon has been lit. O remaining demon hunters, light up the world currently shrouded in evil. This notification startled Lee Ho-yeol. At that moment, a sound from behind caught everyone's attention. Zixia, along with everyone else, hurriedly ran inside. All our abnormal effects suddenly disappeared. Was it because of you? Did you defeat Count Asura? These words made her hesitate a bit. About that, suddenly, Lot noticed Lee Ho-yeol's familiar figure. That person. Zixia also turned her head to look at him, catching his attention. Right after that, she suddenly spoke with great confusion. Forgive me. Although I'm not used to this, I will do my best. My name is Zixia. If it's not too rude, may I ask for your name? The recent scene stunned everyone in the guild. Lee Ho-yeol also didn't know what else to say in this situation. He unconsciously remembered the time before. She said she's not a very polite person, but she's willing to change and learn. I'll tell her my name as a favor to her. Lee Ho-yeol finally spoke slowly. I am Lee Ho-yeol. The scene shifted to the next morning at a series of high-rise buildings. A voice rang out from inside the house. A man quickly entered the main gate. The statue immediately moved and attacked the man. Nearby players had no time to react as the statue shattered into pieces. Eunhai was still on the phone. I'm Fine. Is A-Rang okay too? Just raising her is tiring enough. The news was still continuously reporting. A moment later, a reporter arrived at the scene of Count Asura's residence. However, he had already turned to dust. A-Rang hurriedly ran towards Eunhai. Mom! She saw this and smiled, asking, what's wrong? A sound came from inside the room. The player who completed this dungeon is Zixia, and A-Rang continuously tugged at Eunhai's shirt. Mom, over there. That's him. On the stream. Uncle Ho-yeol is on TV. These words made her curious. A-Rang, why is your uncle on TV? A familiar voice rang out. I am. This scene made Eunhai freeze on the spot. At the same time, Ho-yeol had also introduced his name to everyone. Lee Ho-yeol. This made both of them's eyes light up in disbelief. The scene shifted to Lee Ho-yeol's familiar small house. As usual, he seriously held the cleaning tools. On the phone was his second older sister calling. It's about time. After defeating Asura, my face has been plastered all over social media. Continuous news articles appeared. Mysterious player, Lee Ho-yeol. Who is he? He thought helplessly. It was only a matter of time before my family heard the news. Continuous calls came from sister number 1 and number 2. Following that, his older sister quickly called. Thinking about his family, Lee Ho-yeol felt extremely happy. I have 3 older sisters, and we've been quite close since we were young. Except for me. At that time, all 3 sisters continuously bullied him. What? Why are you following us? Ho-yeol, get lost. I knew it. He thought in complete despair. I don't want to pick up the phone at all. Who knows what kind of harsh words they'll throw at me. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. Hey, Lee Ho-yeol. These words startled him. Outside, the sound of knocking continued. I know you're home. Open the door. Why aren't you picking up when I call? Open the door while your sister is still being nice. Unconsciously, Lee Ho-yeol had to open the door. At the same time, the eldest sister, second sister, and third sister were still waiting. He stepped outside and reminded the 3 of them. You're disturbing the neighbors. So first, calm down, you guys. Eunhai saw this and smiled, picking up A-Rang. It's your uncle. But the other 2 sisters were extremely confused. Sometime later, new news was continuously updated. In the next report, it's about a player who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A new superstar player. I am Lee Ho-yeol. Recently, he defeated Count Asura along with Zixia. Ignoring all questions and interview requests, he only said one sentence. I am Lee Ho-yeol, and left. Not just Korea, but the whole world is paying attention to this mysterious man. The guild master of the Berserker Guild, Nam Tae-min, walked over with a cup of coffee. Here you go. It's hot cocoa. Nam Cheol-min dejectedly took the cup of coffee. Tae-min, everyone is talking about Mr. Ho-yeol. Realistically, will he come to our guild? After all, we promised him a 10-0 profit split. We probably don't even have a chance. He asked in surprise, why so pessimistic? It's highly likely he'll still come to us. We have his number and a reason to contact him. These words made him curious. What reason? Nam Tae-min smiled and quickly explained his plan. The items we got from the battle in the vampire's family territory, we got them thanks to Mr. Ho-Yeo. So shouldn't we politely share that part with him? Seeing this, he was startled and reacted. That's right. So how much should we give him? Nam Tae-min's face became thoughtful as he placed the cup on the table. That doesn't matter. I'm serious. Even if we fail to recruit him in Aegean, I still want to make sure to leave an impression on him. To do that, we need to give him all those items. Call him right now, Hyung. Nam Cheol-min was about to say something more. I told you not to break things. Sometime later, Nam Cheol-min continuously called Lee Ho-Yeo. A-Rang was still excitedly putting on a hair clip and praising. It suits Uncle Ho-Yeo so well. He was about to say something more. Sisters, how? Before he could finish, the third most powerful person in the family, the eldest sister, quickly spoke up. Your new hair color is so cool. Lee Ho-Yeo still didn't give up. Sisters, the fourth most powerful person in the family, the second sister, couldn't stop mocking. You look like a yokai. It's hilarious. And the last one, the fifth most powerful person in the family, the third sister, became extremely annoyed. What with that tone? Even A-Rang was ranked 6th, while Lee Ho-Yeo could only rank 7th. The wind is quite cold today. What kind of tea would you like? The little girl was still continuously praising. Your hair looks so pretty, uncle. Like a princess. These words made Ji-un burst out laughing. I don't think he's acting. He's really into it. Even Eun-Hai was surprised. Our Ho-Yeo has become so gentle, hasn't he? Seeing his change, A-Ri was extremely contemptuous. So, you're a player now? You merged with your character or something? He was about to speak when A-Rang interrupted. Uncle, show me Pororo. Lee Ho-Yeo was about to say something more. Wait a minute, niece. The little girl was still very stubborn. Pororo, hurry up. This scene surprised the two of them, and they discussed. This reminds me of the old days. That's right. About 10 years ago, right? The kid called himself Grandfell, or something, right? He even demanded to have his hair dyed silver. That's right. Lee Ho-Yeo cried in embarrassment. Stop it. Did you guys come here to make fun of me? Everyone was still discussing. And what else was there? Didn't he say he would greet his parents like a scholar? So proud. The more he listened, the more desperate Lee Ho-Yeo became. Stop it. You guys are she-devils. Ari, on the side, suddenly became silent. She turned to him and called out, Hey, Lee Ho-Yeo, you're not in any danger or anything, are you? Do you know how surprised we were? I heard that players get injured easily in those dungeons. You didn't even pick up our calls. Do you know how worried I was that something bad had happened to you? Anyway, we'll tell Mom and Dad about this. They haven't heard the news yet because they went to buy ingredients for dumplings early this morning, but they'll definitely be surprised. If it's too hard, just quit, you hear? Remember that we'll all help you. Lee Ho-Yeo smiled epily. Sorry for making you worry, but I'm fine. His persona, Grandfell, suddenly spoke up. The demon hunter, Grandfell Claudiarpid, is very suitable for this job. Don't worry too much, my sisters. These words left all three of them speechless. His voice is so cute. Lee Ho-Yeo asked himself, should I just kill myself? Time had gradually shifted to the evening. The 3 teacups had also been cleaned up. The 3 of them returned to their normal lives. Thanks for the tea, Ho-Yeo. Bye, uncle. We're leaving now. He nodded and continued to speak. Get home safe, sisters. Niece, I look forward to seeing you again soon. Everyone still felt uneasy and reminded him. Anyway, Ho-Yeo, call us more often. Just call us if anything happens. And don't do anything dangerous. He immediately nodded in understanding. Yes, sister. Airi suddenly remembered something and reminded him. You remember to save money, okay? And don't be a guarantor for anyone. This reminder made Lee Ho-Yeo confused. Save money? I don't have any money to save. All right, the reward for completing the challenge in the Rift. The main source of income for players comes from the developers of Arcana. The amount depends on the difficulty and contribution percentage. There are rumors that the company Cosmo is going downhill, and the CEO of the company, Damon Shin, is paying out of his own pocket. I wonder how much it will be. How much will it be? 10 million won? 20 million won? It's not. Could it be 100 million? Right? The scene shifted to the Shining Guild's Korea branch. Seeing Zisha still deep in thought, Camilla was dejected. Zisha, are you sure you don't know anything? You defeated Iskiro with someone named Lee Ho-Yeo, but you don't know anything about him? She repeated, I don't know. Seeing this, she dejectedly said, Don't be like that. Tell me, you keep watching weird videos on YouTube. At that moment, she suddenly called out, Camilla, can you not bother me right now? I'm trying to focus on this. Seeing no other way, Camilla sighed and stepped back. All right, I give up. I won't ask anymore. So don't be so cold. Then she turned and left. So boring. Why the hell is that kid watching videos about Korean etiquette and manners? At that moment, a notification sound rang out, catching Zushia's attention. It was a notification that the reward for completing the rift had been transferred. At the same time, over here, although he appeared calm, Li Hoyol was utterly stunned. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. How did it get to be this much? 110 billion won. The items obtained from Count Asura alone were enough. This person named Damon, how rich is he? But his persona, Grandfell, acted very contemptuously. You're excited about this small change? How pathetic. Li Hoyol angrily cursed. Shut up, you noble. The feeling after defeating Count Asura. The vampire count's magic sphere. Unique rank. Level limit, 400. Effect sealed. There is a demon's curse inside, but its effect have been sealed. To understand its true effect, it needs to be properly purified. It is a unique cursed item. If it were the me from 12 years ago. At that time, Li Hoyol smugly said, a cursed item. Even if its level is high, the probability of lifting the curse must be extremely low. Shouldn't I just throw this trash item away? Li Hoyol used to say that, but now it's different. But a demon hunter can use it as a sacrifice for the exorcism ritual. Since it's already called a trash class, using trash is fine. What bargain? When facing Count Asura, the chosen sacrifice was the blood curse necklace. I thought this item had disappeared, but it's still here. Information about the blood curse necklace appeared. Rare rank. Level limit, 300. Effect. When you are attacked, activate the instant protection skill with a low probability. A necklace for those who love to fight. It has a great effect because it contains great magical power with the hope that the wearer will be safe. Moreover, the curse has been completely lifted. The exorcism ritual skill must have purified it. Li Hoyol tremblingly counted the money in his account. The magic sphere and the necklace too. Plus 110 billion. 100 billion. Time shifted to the night. Li Hoyol couldn't sleep. He thought desperately in his mind, I can't sleep. 110 billion won. What to do with 110 billion won? Put it in a fixed-term savings account. Should I? I should buy some starting equipment, but what to buy? What if I get scammed? Should I give it to my family? His persona, Grandfell, suddenly spoke up. What a useless. Li Hoyol paid no attention and continued to look at the balance in his account. Right, I should buy more equipment to continue clearing rifts. But it's really hard to find equipment suitable for this guy's level. Right after defeating Count Asura, I gained 34 levels, and now I'm level 134. Even a few days ago, I was only level 55. With this leveling speed, it's not reasonable to buy billions of won worth of equipment according to level. Moreover, it doesn't sell items that restore magic power, and they're probably ridiculously expensive. His persona, Grandfell, quickly reminded him from the side, put down the phone and go to sleep. My eyesight is getting worse. Li Hoyol was still thinking angrily. I'm glad you're happy with the title of billionaire. He replied as if nothing had happened. Excuse me, I'm a multi-billionaire now. These words left Li Hoyol speechless. That's great, huh? Very quickly, the scene shifted to the Arcana Korea branch. Inside the meeting, everyone silently looked at the scene in front of them. The young man was still very seriously reporting to everyone. All right, everyone, please take a closer look at this scene. Looking at the effect, when the rubble turned into stone pillars, we immediately concluded that it was alchemy. These words surprised everyone. Alchemy? Nonsense. Alchemy can't create giant stone pillars like that. His magic power must be infinite, right? It must be the power of a true alchemist. I say the opposite. Hey, aren't you in the finance department? I'm in the special effects and magic department, and I know that's the effect of alchemy. Definitely. Nam Cheol-min saw this and sighed in complaint. So tiring. Where will this go? It's just Li Hoyol. The young man next to him smiled and chatted. Senior, what do you know? He quickly glanced at him. We're in the same boat. If you don't know, then I don't either. He sighed and complained. I've been dead for days. My friends and family only talk to me about him. There's no Li Hoyol in the Arcana database. And we don't even know if that's his real name or just an alt. So many problems. Nam Cheol-min continued to look at the computer screen. But today is Thursday. If there's a new update, the situation will probably be a little better than it is now. Just in time. But the next news made everyone freeze on the spot. Everyone's faces became bewildered. This is... More update notifications appeared. New area. Hello, this is Arcana. A new area is being updated for you. The new land, the Isle of Asura, has been added. A little explanation about the Isle of Asura. A mysterious area known as the Isle of Terror. It is a fantasy island that no one has ever explored. Everything born or created, there is an obsession that cannot be compared to anything else in this world. And now it has been upgraded to reality. The reporter was still continuously reporting on this news. Yes, that's the latest news from Arcana. Along with the update on the Isle of Terror, Asura, the news about the regular Grand Magic Tournament will also be summarized from the beginning of this week. The regular Grand Magic Tournament, where veteran mages gather and compete with each other. This is an opportunity for the mage class to enhance their learning abilities. Since the Arcana Grand Magic Tournament was held for the first time in the real world, it has received a lot of attention. One of the guest players, Zixia, rank 4, is preparing to enter the Mage Tower. Ms. Zashia, is the Mage Tower here because of the Isle of Yusra? Are they planning to clear it with Li Hoyil? Is she here to participate in the Grand Magic Tournament? No interviews. Seeing her familiar figure, Li Hoyil was startled. That person, she's ranked 4th in the world. You have to be polite to her, you hear? She's incredibly strong. His persona, Grandfell, asked while doing 500 push-ups, the Grand Magic Tournament? Li Hoyil suddenly shouted. That's what's important. He didn't hesitate to get on ground. Of course, to the Mage Tower to learn and cultivate magic knowledge. These words surprised Li Hoyil. That's the line from the Mage Tower's description, back when Arcana was still a game. His persona, Grandfell, suddenly reminded him, no matter how grand the Grand Magic Tournament is, this is an opportunity for me. Li Hoyil was about to say something more. Well then, his persona, Grandfell, had already put on his gloves. He continued to handle the remaining tasks. I'll go as soon as I finish washing these dishes. Li Hoyil, seeing this, thought, speechless, wouldn't a normal person go immediately? You don't have to be so careful. In the blink of an eye, the scene had shifted to the Mage Tower. Many people had gathered there. It seemed everyone was very excited as the Mage Tower was about to open. Among them, Cleodia was still sitting there waiting. She had an expectant smile as she silently thought, the tournament is finally happening. She was a member of the Mage Tower, Mage Cleodia. In her heart, she silently thought, I wonder what the result will be. I heard that the boss, Mr. Marcello, will also be giving a speech. At that moment, a young man hurriedly ran forward. Let's go, everyone. I'm going first. A teammate quickly warned, watch your back. That is. It seemed this young man was about to fall into Cleodia. She remained very calm, seemingly unconcerned about this. Less than a few seconds later, he immediately complained, ouch. What was that? His teammate burst out laughing with delight. Huh. Even if you want to get to Yusra first, don't just run into a wall. Cleodia sighed in disapproval. Simple-minded, but he was still amused and laughed at himself. So silly. Help me up. While she was still dejected, Zisha's familiar voice rang out. Don't say that to people, Cleodia. Is this wall an illusion magic from a professor at the Mage Tower for the tournament? A spell that those without an invitation cannot see. Realizing her appearance, Cleodia hurriedly stood up. Ms. Zashia. That's right. In fact, even the high-level mages of the Mage Tower have a hard time seeing it. I'm sorry. Zashia shook her head and explained, no need to apologize to me. The group behind was still confused. That's Zashia. She walked through the wall. Zashia didn't hesitate and walked forward. Cleodia, you're the guide for today. Here's my invitation. She hurriedly ran over and said, yes, I'm responsible for guiding the players who have received invitations to the Crystal Palace. Zishia is the last participant. All the guests are here, so I'll be leaving now. Looking at the number of people in front of her, Zishia was a bit surprised. This many people? By the way, can you wait a little longer? Cleodia suddenly felt confused. What? Zishia's face suddenly showed an expectant smile. I don't know why, but I think this tournament is still missing one person who hasn't arrived yet. Just as Zishia predicted, Li Hoyil had appeared here. Before him was a giant stone that made him marvel. The Mage Tower. Every time I come here, it's so crowded. It's ridiculously crowded. Li Hoyil tried to push his way through the crowd. Let me through. But just this was enough to make him extremely tired. It's usually crowded, but is it because everyone wants to go to Yusra that it's even more crowded today? At that moment, a man quickly recognized Li Hoyil's appearance. It's Li Hoyil. Everyone continuously recognized him. Li Hoyil. Where? I am Li Hoyil. That person. That's right. It's Li Hoyil. Seeing the situation was not good, he thought in confusion. Damn it. I forgot I was on the news. I'm too famous now. Everyone rushed towards him. Are you going to Yusra too? Take a picture with me. So cool. It's the real Li Hoyil. He was extremely desperate, not knowing what to do. Damn it. Mr. Hoyil, I've been a diehard fan of yours for 20 years. Just one picture. If you take a picture with me, I won't bother you anymore. Li Hoyil thought angrily, this bastard. Get your hands off my bag. Weren't you taught to chew your food and think before you speak? Li Hoyil coldly said. These words startled him in his heart. Gosh, no matter the situation, telling people to get lost is a bit too much, man. Rather, if they're disappointed with Grandfell's personality, I'll be less noticed in the future. The man slowly lowered his head, trembling. I can't believe it. I gotta hear those golden words. A mean and nasty Li Hoyil. So cute, so noble, so amazing. Please curse at me more. Me too. Li Hoyil suddenly felt that the whole world had gone mad. Nothing works. The crazy fans completely surrounded him. Li Hoyil, you're so cool. Li Hoyil didn't know what to do next. This can't go on. I have to go somewhere else. Realizing something was wrong, he paid attention. His face became surprised. That wall over there, there's something strange about it. It looks just like the other walls. Seeing him leave, everyone froze. Li Hoyil, He continued to run quickly forward. But somehow I feel it's subtly different. Everyone continuously reminded him. Mr. Hoyal, where are you going? That's just a wall. Suddenly seeing Lee Hoyal rush over, Cleodia's face flushed. He suddenly took a sharp breath. I knew it. It's an illusion spell. Sometime later, Lee Hoyal and Cleodia slowly entered. Noticing his calm face, she was a bit worried. Who is this person? So far, all the guests have arrived. No matter how many times I look at the attendance list, I don't see any new names added. Seeing her looking troubled, Lee Hoyal suddenly asked, is there a problem? Thinking about the blushing scene from before, she was extremely embarrassed. It's nothing. You said you wanted to participate in the tournament, right? He nodded firmly. Yes. This made her a bit suspicious. But you don't have an invitation. Lee Hoyal didn't hesitate to nod. Exactly. Hearing his confirmation, Cleodia was extremely bewildered. Nonsense. This illusion spell was cast by the professors of the Mage Tower. Without an invitation, even the head mage can't see through it that easily. So how'd he get in? Noticing her blushing face, Lee Hoyal was extremely confused. What's wrong with her? Is she sick? He continued to speak. If you're not invited, you can't participate. Hearing his words, Cleodia hurriedly shook her head and explained, that's not it. The rules say that if someone discovers the magic spell, they can still attend the tournament, even without an invitation. But this is the first time someone has actually seen through the Mage Tower's veil, so I'm a little unfamiliar with it. It's also amazing. I really want to know what class you are. Of course, I'm asking from an artistic perspective. That's right. Lee Hoyal calmly replied, yes. The person who cast this magic is truly praiseworthy. I was just lucky to get through. Although in his mind, he was silently thinking, to be able to walk through that wall, my magic power must be in the thousands, right? I have an idea of what needs to be done. Now, I just need my magic power to reach the required level. The door gradually opened. Cleodia hurriedly announced, we're here. A vast, lush green space appeared right before his eyes. Looking at his current state, Cleodia smiled and said, welcome to the gathering place of intellectual elites, the Crystal Palace. Her face had an innocent smile. The story is told that when Arcana merged with the real world, the residents of Arcana, also known as NPCs in the game, also became real people. But this is what had the biggest impact. The youngest head mage, rumored to be the successor of magic, Mr. Marcello, worthy of being a genius, always leading in tournaments, and establishing new and groundbreaking knowledge that shook the world. In order to understand how the current world operates and to be able to respond quickly to any changes, Zixia sat there dejectedly and said, boring. The hat on her head suddenly reminded her, apologize. Don't you see I was just explaining how great Mr. Marcello is? How can you say all that is boring? She immediately replied, how would I know? I'm bored and sleepy. And those words, how can I know they're true if I haven't seen them with my own eyes? Those words were more boring than a professor's lecture. Magic is just a skill to me. What's all this about exploration, interference, operation? I don't care. At the same time, over here, Marcello was still continuously lecturing. Even so, students, being able to participate in the tournament, where the intellectual elites and the best people gather, is the greatest honor for a mage. Zixia sighed and complained, if this wasn't a mandatory mission, I wouldn't have come. He was still lecturing. Therefore, are you bored? This startled her. He continued to speak. For some reason, the Mage Tower has summoned the best adventurers in the world here. In fact, it's not just the Mage Tower that feels the changes in this world. The intersection of worldviews, or in other words, what the adventurers call updates, is happening. The adventurers are not familiar with our Mage Tower's magic, just as we find it difficult to understand their science and technology. However, we should work together to find a reason and harmony to re-establish world peace. Therefore, this speech will be related to everyone's science. I have seen the potential for the development of magic in what is called science. Below, everyone was focused on discussing science, magic and science. Marcello suddenly extended his hand forward and created a flame. His face was unusually calm as he reminded them. Fusion. That is the name of this spell. An advanced fireball created by the combination of science and magic. However, one must be careful when approaching the intersection of two completely different concepts, magic and science. No one knows what variables they might bring. Zixia listened with interest. The head mage came up with this idea. It's quite interesting. Marcello's face became serious as he stared forward. Therefore, we need adventurers who have knowledge of both of these things to help us. The people below heard and continuously discussed. It's a quest. It's a quest, right? Quests like this are rare these days, and the rewards are too many. But why isn't the quest screen showing up? There must be some condition. He was still continuing to end his lecture. Well then, if anyone has any questions, right in front of everyone, Lee Hoyal directly raised his hand. He felt extremely confused. Mr. Head Mage, the exploration of the new concept you just mentioned seems a bit redundant. What do you think about this issue? This question made him freeze on the spot. Everyone around turned to him. What? He's questioning the Head Mage? Moreover, he understands the theory correctly. Xia saw him, and her eyes immediately lit up. It's the guy with the strange magic. He's here too. The people around were dejected. Strange. Mr. Marcello, the venomous serpent of the Mage Tower. If you haven't provoked him, you're in for it. With his personality, if he's not pleased with someone, they'll know it. By the way, who is that person? I've never seen you before. Remembering the question Li Hoyil had just asked, Marcello suddenly spoke. Redundant. Can you tell me why you think so? The people around were once again surprised. How will he answer? He was convinced by those questions. Li Hoyil continued to voice his thoughts. It's simple. I feel they are not equivalent or harmonious. Magic and science are two completely different concepts. In the process of fusing them, there must be disagreements. This can lead to overload or rejection. Before, I also saw the disagreement between skills and magic. These words from Li Hoyil made Marcello freeze on the spot. His face was filled with disbelief as he thought, impossible. He can easily cast a spell that took me months to learn. Moreover, he also feels the disagreement between the two methods like I do. The people around were surprised by Li Hoyil's recent action. It's exactly the same as Mr. Marcello's spell just now, right? Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't that Li Hoyil? He continued to remind them, people usually use the internal power in their bodies for the convergence process. It's not perfect, but the result is not bad at all. He silently thought to himself, I was a bit hesitant about whether to just use Marcello's fireball, because it consumes a lot of magic power. But he uses internal power, so it's much more efficient. Everyone paid even more attention to him. That's Li Hoyil. It's really him. After remembering his name, Marcello suddenly spoke. Li Hoyil. The adventurer, Li Hoyil. His reaction made him extremely confused. Before the eyes of everyone, he suddenly placed his hand on his chest. Can you join me in researching this field? Finally, the quest Marcello's Fusion Magic Research Project appeared. The head mage of the Mage Tower wants to work with you to advance to the next stage of magic. Decline or accept. This surprised Li Hoyil as he reached for the system screen. What? I got a quest for showing off that new spell, so I decided to come here. His extremely happy smile caught everyone's attention. Look at the way he's smiling. It must be because this whole thing is so absurd. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a beach. The cool waves slowly washed onto the golden sand. The pink-haired girl had been waiting for this for a long time and jumped for joy. This is the Isle of Asura. It's amazing. Leonie, don't you think it's just like in the game? I'm so looking forward to the upcoming adventures. I wish I had brought a bikini to wear. Belle Lucy, seeing this, turned her head annoyedly and reminded her, bikinis are the worst. Are you here to play? There are too many people. Looking at the people still gathered here made her dejected. The pink-haired girl approached and kissed her on the cheek. Why are you upset again, sweetie? You're so cute. She angrily gave her a push. Are you crazy? This scene left the blonde-haired man completely speechless. She just kissed the guildmaster. So bold. The two of them seemed to have predicted this. I knew the YouTubers and broadcasters would be here, but I didn't know the residents of Arcana would come too. This made the blonde-haired man extremely surprised and asked, Residents of Arcana? You mean the NPCs? Where? He pointed forward. Over there, the Lionheart Knights. At the same time, the group of knights slowly approached. What a disaster. The different classes of the people around them made them discuss. Look at that huge, muscular person. It seems the Dark Mercenaries are also here, and the Explorers Alliance too. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl hugged Leonie tightly and smiled. That's right. The Isle of Terror is quite famous in Arcana. She also had to nod in confirmation. Even if they don't know about the challenge and the rift, they probably want to taste the feeling of terror here. What a headache. Now we have to fight NPCs too. Seeing this, she chatted happily. Hey sis. But the members of the Mage Tower aren't here. Think positive. The alarm rang, catching the pink-haired girl's attention. Who is it? Belle Lucy looked at the incoming call and said, It's the enthusiastic girl from our team. Let's see what she has to say. On the other end of the line, a hurried voice rang out. The tournament is over. It was amazing, sis. This caught her attention. What about Li Hoyil? She continued to recount everything she had witnessed. The tournament became a disaster when he declared that the head mage's magic was redundant. Belle Lucy couldn't hide her joy and burst out laughing. What? He even challenged the head mage of the Mage Tower? He's crazy. That's what he gets for being rude to me. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl smiled with amusement. As expected, you still hate him. So cute. The two people behind them silently thought, that girl is so perverted. Belle Lucy was still continuously asking, and then what? Did he get a beating from the head mage of the Mage Tower? The next words from the Mage Tower girl made her freeze on the spot. The head mage admitted that it was true, even bowed and agreed to give him a quest. Everyone went crazy over Lee Ho-yeol's new quest. Her eyes gradually widened in shock. What? How is that possible? Over here, Lee Ho-yeol calmly read the information on the paper. Marcelo spoke to him with a serious expression. If there's anything you want to use for your research, please write it down here. I will do my best to help. These words made Lee Ho-yeol bewildered. Are you serious? He held the pen in his hand. Well then, a happy smile appeared on his face. If it's anything I want these necessary items immediately. The scene shifted to the large mage tower inside the city. This was the highest level of the mage tower. Marcelo hurriedly bowed with a respectful expression. You summoned me, master of the mage tower, noblest of mages. The mysterious person sitting high above coldly said, Marcelo, the young star of the mage tower. I heard that you propose to conduct research with an adventurer. The mage tower does not interfere in the affairs of adventurers. Head mage Marcelo. You're clearly breaking the rules of this place. Why would an excellent mage like you do that? This time, Marcelo didn't hesitate to raise his head and explain. The adventurer Lee Ho-yeol has a relative grasp of the concept of magic. It seems he also possesses a superior amount of magic power. His magical talent will be very helpful in the current chaotic state of the world. We can't be bound by old rules and just stand by and watch. The mysterious person suddenly called out, Head mage Marcelo. We mages always research on our own, taking responsibility for our own actions. You are also a mage, so you should know that. I respect your decision, but remember that you must also be responsible for what he will do. If there's nothing else, we will discuss it later. You may leave. After stepping outside, Marcelo thought dejectedly, damn old man. What responsibility? Do those who are blindly foolish to their ideals and arrogant deserve to mention the word responsibility? How much longer will the mage tower remain silent? At that moment, Cleodia, carrying a pile of things, smiled and called out, Mr. Marcelo. Seeing her appear, he was a bit surprised. Cleodia, what are you doing here? She smiled and explained, I have prepared the items that Lee Ho-yeol requested and am bringing them to him. Hearing this, he reached out to her. Is that so? Then give them to me. I'll go myself. These words made her a bit worried. What? I can do it. Mr. Marcelo, you must be very busy, so let me go. But it seemed Marcelo was still very determined. Just in time, we're about to leave. There are a few things I want to review again. This information made her extremely curious. Review? Well then, here. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a large room. Lee Ho-yeol was still sitting in the library, focused on reading the necessary information. Marcelo appeared and placed the items on the table. Here are the items you requested, Lee Ho-yeol. These are tools that can restore magic power. The Ring of Knowledge, unique rank, level limit 550, restores 50% of magic power, consumed when using ice attribute magic. The Essence of the Sun, unique rank, level limit 600, restores 20% of magic power when using fire attribute magic. Forbidden Knowledge, epic rank, level limit 590, has a certain chance to restore 50% of magic power when using magic. After reading the information on these items, Lee Ho-yeol was also impressed. Marcelo continued to speak, and also a few books on magic. What do you think, adventurer Lee Ho-yeol? Are you satisfied? These words made him very determined as he looked up at him. A series of items on the table made Lee Ho-yeol extremely covetous. Am I satisfied? Then he slowly spoke. Mr. Head Mage, the things you brought here really suit my level. He even picked up a necklace, the Sun God's Tier, unique rank, level 620. Seeing this, Marcelo was a bit startled and confused. He sighed wearily. As expected, I'm sorry, I underestimated you. His action made Lee Ho-yeol furious. That's a bit too much, old man. Give me something I can use. Marcelo continued to speak. When you requested an item that could restore magic power, I didn't expect to find an item suitable for you. But it seems you already knew about this. Right after that, he placed an item on the table called the Six Kingdoms Insignia. Unique rank. Level limit 100. Restores 10% of magic power consumed when using magic. This item made Lee Ho-yeol freeze on the spot. He didn't hesitate to think. First of all, I've cleared the level limit. It can restore 10% of the magic power consumed without limit. If I had something this small, I would have snatched it up immediately. He continued to hand an item to him. You take this. The moment you noticed the discrepancy in my incantation, I thought you were an extraordinary person. However, I didn't expect that you also knew about the existence of this item. Marcelo is once again very grateful to be able to walk alongside you. Looking at the item in his hand, Lee Ho-yeol was also startled. It looks simple, but this item is so powerful. He continued to speak. However, I can't proceed with the research right now. As you pointed out, there's an inconsistency in my research process. At the same time, the system screen had also changed. In progress. The research project on fusing the Mage Tower with Marcelo's science is temporarily suspended. Please wait for Marcelo's summons when needed. This made Lee Ho-yeol a bit disappointed. I have to wait until the next quest. But he still slowly spoke. I will wait until you have fixed it. Finally, a sad smile appeared on Marcelo's face. Thank you for your patience. He silently thought to himself. The adventurer Lee Ho-yeol is an outstanding talent. If we work together, we might be able to change the current mage tower. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol was still thinking smugly. Free stuff? Why not take it? Mr. Marcelo is the best. The scene shifted to the resort island. Gugong was still sitting there comfortably enjoying a glass of orange juice. Continuous comments appeared. Where is Lee Ho-yeol? Where's my Mr. Ho-yeol? Is this the first time Mr. Ho-yeol has been filmed? Seeing this, he smiled and chatted. Hello, I'm waiting for Mr. Ho-yeol right in front of the gate to the Isle of Asura. There are many players entering the gate. I think Mr. Ho-yeol will be here soon. Various comments were sent. Watching a stream of just a gate is so boring. Lee Ho-yeol arrived first. Let's watch the others too. Gugong, I'm busy sleeping. After reading these comments, he was extremely bewildered. Don't you know that the main character usually arrives at the last minute? I will wait for Mr. Ho-yeol until the end and always be loyal to him. But the comments erupted again. But Gugong, I'm sleeping. Wait, hearing this name, Gil was surprised and approached, asking, Lee Ho-yeol? Looking at his face, everyone was extremely annoyed. Is that Hiner? The super rookie Hiner. How dare you enter Mr. Ho-yeol's fan room? Get lost. Hiner is trash. I'm watching Gil stream. Mr. Hiner is the best. He's just a bastard who doesn't know any manners. Reading these comments made him furious. Lee Ho-yeol, that damn bastard. Is he causing trouble everywhere without getting tired? Gugong on the side silently thought super rookie. After Arcana became a reality, these individuals emerged as new prominent phenomena. There are those who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, especially Hiner. It is rumored that this guy is particularly savage. At the same time, new news was continuously broadcast. Suspicious disappearance in a rift between a group of adventurers and a super rookie. A series of players missing. Insufficient evidence. This made Gugong feel extremely scared. They say that the number of players who enter rifts and go missing or get killed is quite significant. But why is this guy interested in Lee Ho-yeol? Seeing him still lost in thought, a sudden voice called out, Hey! This startled him. Yes. His face gradually became extremely angry. Tell Lee Ho-yeol that being too famous is not a good thing. I'll be watching the stream from now on. I'm leaving. The comments immediately erupted. How dare he say that on stream? Gugong, bite him. But can Lee Ho-yeol really clear the Isle of Asura alone? No way, right? Can Hiner do that too? I wonder what will happen if Lee Ho-yeol comes here and the super rookies gather to attack him. Maybe that's why he's not coming to the Isle of Asura. This comment made Gugong completely dazed. What nonsense are you talking about? Various other comments were also sent. What are you talking about? Make a clip about this. What if your friend is right? He sighed and raised his hand toward the live stream screen. Are you saying Ho-yeol isn't coming here because he's scared? Unbelievable. It's all lies. Continuous comments were sent. Yesterday, Mr. Ho-yeol appeared in my dream and said he would beat Hiner up. Super rookie? That's a dying star, right? Our Mr. Ho-yeol is a big bang. And so, Gugong immediately stood up and shouted, Mr. Ho-yeol doesn't care about these things. Don't you know that's why he doesn't advertise or stream? The comments immediately praised him. As expected, truly worthy. Ho-yeol for 5 years. He was still continuously shouting. When the time comes, I hope he will come too. I believe in Mr. Ho-yeol. That's right. Sometime later, Lee Ho-yeol calmly held a teacup in his hand. Is there any reason to go there? Lee Ho-yeol comfortably lay on the floor and shook his head. Not at all. He felt very comfortable with his current life. The Isle of Asura. The Isle of Terror. It sounds appealing, but I can't enter the rift because the minimum level requirement is 350, and I'm only level 134. More importantly, the only thing I can defeat is a noble, but there are no demons there. Just different kinds of monsters like the golden armored scorpion, level 390, the golden sand poisonous scorpion, level 400, the giant gem collecting bat, level 400, and the flying tiger, level 420. This made him a bit speechless. Look at their levels. They look so. If I go there, I'll die as soon as I set foot on it. If there's at least one demon, maybe I can try. At that moment, a system notification suddenly arrived. Class Quest, Genesis. Unveil the curtain and let the beacon shine. Last Demon Hunter. Light up the world shrouded in evil. Train your weakened body. Repeat. Investigate the great sin on the Isle of Asura. In progress. This series of quests made Lee Ho-yeol freeze. What? The great sins? The 7 deadly sins? The 7 greatest sins of man. Pride, sloth, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, greed. Lee Ho-yeol remembered these things and thought in surprise. The things that represent the 7 greatest sins, also known as the great sins. I learned that when I went to Action. Isn't that strange? There's a great sin on the Isle of Asura. Investigate one of the 7 greatest sins of man. I defeated Asura almost by luck. We'll be okay this time? I don't care if it's a class quest or what. It's best to think before acting. At that moment, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly spoke. Before, there was no reason to go. Now, there's no reason to hesitate. If there's a great sin there, it needs to be destroyed. That's all. Lee Ho-yeol, seeing this, thought in despair, this is Grandfell. Before he could react, his persona, Grandfell, had stood up. We need to go there immediately. Lee Ho-yeol tried to stop him in despair. The Isle of Asura is a tropical island. You're wearing winter clothes, you know. The beach here was a very beautiful place. Seeing the space also made Gugong feel extremely excited. As expected, he came right away. What a man of his word. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol had entered the Isle of Asura, although in his heart, he was extremely desperate. Why is it so hot? Realizing something was wrong, he suddenly became serious. Lee Ho-yeol stood there, realizing there was a strange presence lurking on the island. It seemed this was something very dangerous. The system continued to issue a warning. Natural enemy skill activated. He felt confused and thought, what is this monstrous power? It's clearly on a completely different level compared to ordinary demons. I can feel a huge dark aura right under my feet. Maybe this island itself is a demon. If so, the natural enemy skill will always be activated, right? His persona, Grandfell, gave a scary smile. Hiding under my feet is foolish of you, demon. Seeing this, he thought smugly, all right, I'm drooling already. Sometime later, Gugong continuously followed a live stream about Lee Ho-yeol. Do you see, everyone? Our Mr. Ho-yeol has started to enter the forest of the Isle of Asura. Continuous comments appeared. Is he wearing a suit today too? Whether it's hot or cold, he only wears one outfit. It's not a concept. I heard that his hair isn't dyed, it's his real hair. In Gugong's eyes, Lee Ho-yeol was like a god. He's moving very cautiously. Is there a hidden dungeon or strategy to deal with the monsters on the Isle of Asura? Lee Ho-yeol's appearance was extremely domineering and cold, but in reality, he was thinking anxiously in his mind. I was very excited at first, but then I got a little scared. So I'm looking for an easy monster to kill. It seems the level 390 Golden Armored Scorpion is a reasonable choice. Just thinking about this made Lee Ho-yeol despair. I was deceived by the appearance of this island, which looks like a resort, and forgot about the high-level monsters. His persona, Grandfell, became extremely cold. It's just a stronger opponent. Looking at his every action, Gugong felt extremely excited. Right, let me say this first. I'll only film Mr. Ho-yeol if it doesn't affect him in any way. If he feels uncomfortable, I'll stop immediately. Everyone saw this and nodded in agreement. That's right, don't get caught. If Ho-yeol suddenly gets angry, you know what will happen. But he still continuously comforted everyone. Don't worry, I'm invisible. Sometimes I activate traps in dungeons, and they don't even work. Realizing something was wrong, Lee Ho-yeol turned his head in surprise. Strange sounds rang out, making him wonder what the hell was happening. Gugong on the side became dazed. What's that sound? A player fell backwards. His body was covered in wounds as he spoke. It's the leader. That damn monster has gone quite far. Archer, what are you doing? Why aren't you shooting it? The archer on the side immediately shouted. It's too bright, so I can't aim, because I'm getting glare in my eyes. The player was helpless. Damn it, we can't do anything. At the same time, the monster, a flying tiger, level 420, also appeared here. The recent scene made the comments immediately erupt. What is that? A flying tiger? A level 420 monster suddenly appeared. That roar, just watching it through the screen, is still too crazy. The player hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. So, I told you we can't play in a group. At that moment, he noticed Lee Ho-yeol's current state. The faces of these two people gradually changed. What? Lee Ho-yeol? What? No way. That's Lee Ho-yeol. Why is he here? Over here, Lee Ho-yeol thought in despair. I'd like to know that too. I thought I was just going to hunt a scorpion, but it suddenly threw a flying tiger at me, the highest level monster on this entire island. It's only 10 levels below Count Asura. I can't run away anymore. Damn it. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly spoke. The situation is not good. The bright sunlight and its shiny body are disrupting our vision. However, his face gradually became serious as he extended his hand forward. A stone wall continuously appeared from the ground, knocking the flying tiger back. He continued to give orders to the two players. If you can lock it in place and prevent it from moving, that trick will be useless. These words made both players immediately dazed. What? What kind of magic is that? Lee Ho-yeol summoned a flame in his hand and slowly brought it forward. I should try this move. After a period of concentration, he suddenly spoke. Fireball. A large flame immediately exploded in the middle of this space. Gugong, who was live streaming, was also affected by this flame. Seeing everything gradually become chaotic, everyone was extremely bewildered. What's going on? Continuous comments appeared. What is that? Fire? Why does it look so strange? And they said he's an alchemist, as expected of a noble. At the same time, Ho Yeol received a system notification. You have participated in successfully defeating the Flying Tiger. You have leveled up. This information made Lee Ho Yeol smile to himself. A hunt at this thing? Marcelo's fireball spell is really amazing. And that insignia that restores 10% of magic power is also powerful. The recent scene made the two players extremely disbelieving. What? Unbelievable. He defeated a level 420 Flying Tiger with just one blow. The scene shifted to another place. Inside the primeval forest, this man was the guild master of the Second Sun Guild, rank 3 on the player's social board, Dr. Craig. He fell in pain, hitting the trees in this place. Damn it. We've been here for hours. If we leave now, what's the point? The members of the Second Sun Guild immediately stood still. A man hurriedly stepped forward and voiced his thoughts. Guildmaster, I think we should gather all the small groups that have split up. Expert, there's currently news that the Shining Guild is about to reach the center of the island with only one group, while our small groups keep encountering strong monsters, so we can't do anything. Thinking about this made Craig extremely tired. I know. He looked at the vast space before him and silently thought, was splitting up the groups a mistake? To prevent the Berserker Guild from getting the achievement of being the first to clear the rift on this island, I'm planning to take all the achievements and loot as much as possible. Did I underestimate the monsters on the Isle of Asura? He shouted angrily. Damn it. I hate to admit this, but we should probably regroup. At that moment, someone in the guild hurriedly stepped forward to report. Guild Master, I received a call from the group heading west. Perhaps you should listen. The orange-haired player hurriedly called out Craig. Seeing this, he sighed and held his head, explaining, I was going to call you, but I couldn't. The whole guild will regroup. I'll be there. He suddenly spoke up. Leave us on this side. We've already cleared this route. This news made him extremely disbelieving. What? What do you mean? Be more specific. He hurriedly picked up the phone and recounted everything. It's Lee Ho Yeol. Over here, Lee Ho Yeol. He's here. The forest in front of us is engulfed in a sea of fire. This news made Craig feel extremely confused. Lee Ho Yeol? What about him? A subordinate continued to run over to report. Sir Craig, there has been a report from the members who attended the Grand Magic Tournament. Lee Ho Yeol has received a quest from the head mage Marcelo, and he is the first player to have his own laboratory at the top of the Mage Tower. All the recent reports made him freeze on the spot for a moment. An NPC is allied with a player? I thought it was just the media exaggerating, but maybe... Craig hurriedly gave an order. Contact the analysis department. Tell them to investigate Lee Ho Yeol in detail and report back to me. Maybe he's more dangerous than I thought. At the same time, over here, Lee Ho Yeol was still holding the impure crystal. Unique grade. The highest quality crafting material. Its effectiveness can be confirmed during the crafting process. This made Lee Ho Yeol extremely happy. Wow. A unique material item. Unbelievable. This is great. His persona, Grandfell, coldly walked to another side. Keep it down. Lee Ho Yeol paid no attention and continuously burst out laughing. A unique material. Usually, only a few craftsmen can handle it. But if I tell the Mage Tower that this is part of the research project, then, at that moment, he realized something was wrong. His face gradually became serious. The atmosphere has changed. Seeing the situation, Lee Ho Yeol was a bit worried. What is this? It's Grandfell's intuition. Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? A system notification appeared. Class Quest. Genesis. Investigate the 7 deadly sins on the Isle of Asura in progress. Suddenly, he felt confused. The Class Quest window? Why did it suddenly appear like that? An earthquake suddenly occurred here, leaving him utterly confused. In the sky, the birds continuously flew away as if trying to escape. A continuous stream of system notifications arrived. The Isle of Asura has been tainted by greed. Collapse in progress. Everything happened so fast that Lee Ho Yeol couldn't react in time. Even the players were startled. The island's collapse is progressing. What's going on? The Isle of Asura is actually a rift. It's just a new area. This phenomenon is different from when a rift is created. So what is this collapse progress window? What's happening? Even Lee Ho Yeol had noticed something unusual. He quickly reached out to confirm on the system screen and realized, greed, have the small desires of humans awakened you? Although in his heart, Lee Ho Yeol felt extremely scared. I have no need to meet the boss. I was happily looking for gems. A system notification was sent to everyone. The Isle of Asura has been tainted by greed. Collapse in progress. The great sin of the Isle of Asura. Lee Ho Yeol was still worried. I hope it hasn't awakened yet. The story was gradually told. Based on the information on the quest window, its identity is probably the demon of greed. A comment asked, what is the collapse progress? Gugong quickly announced, everyone, wait a minute. I'm looking up the results on Google. Various other comments were also sent. I heard the Shining Guild has already conquered the island. They've already conquered it. Any demon hunter in action would have noticed this. Various comments erupted. What treasure did the Shining Guild get, guys? You think Shining will reveal it? By the way, Asura has 10 islands. If Shining has only completed one island, then is the collapse progress in a specific area? If it really collapses, what will happen? It'll probably become a deserted island. If the collapse progress is completed, I will fully awaken. A system notification appeared, catching Lee Ho-yeol's attention again. On it was the class quest. Genesis. Unveil the curtain and let the beacon shine. Last Demon Hunter. Light up the world shrouded in evil. Train your weakened body. Repeat. Investigate the great sin on the Isle of Asura. Completed. Prevent the resurrection of the great sin of greed. In progress. Protect the island's treasure from being tainted by greed. In progress. After reading these notifications, he paid attention. As expected, at least I have to stop that monster. Not necessarily destroy it, but a sound from behind rang out. Hurry up. The Shining Guild has completed the challenge of one island and taken a treasure. It's real treasure. There are only 9 islands left. If we hesitate, there will be nothing left to get. We need to get the treasure before this area collapses. Lee Ho-yeol, seeing this, silently thought, that's right. That's the normal reaction of greed. In this moment, all the players in Asura were probably having the same thought, the same greed. To prevent the treasures from being tainted by greed, I have to convince them to give up their desire for them. Convincing all of them is impossible. The sound of arguments was incessant. Get lost. Our guild was here first. Stop talking nonsense. If you're so good, show it. Lee Ho-yeol stood there, continuously hesitating. What should I do? At that moment, his persona, Grandfell, suddenly spoke. In the end, there's only one way. I will go and take all the treasure here. Even his face became extremely determined. The words just now made Lee Ho-yeol freeze on the spot. Seriously? You? The scene shifted to the second island of the Isle of Asura, a place gradually filled with demonic energy. This space was the base of the Shining Guild. Everyone was still gathered there. At that moment, Demiki suddenly asked, the island's collapse progress. Camilla, what do you think? She burst out laughing and replied, isn't it obvious? The Isle of Asura has a total of 10 islands, and this progress is for all 10 islands. It's already filled one bar. That bar filled up as soon as we got the treasure here, so it seems like a countdown tool. Don't you think so, Lot? He heard this and nodded in agreement. But more importantly, have you heard Zishia's report on the Grand Magic Tournament and the adventure? He was surprised and turned his head. A report? About Lee Ho-yeol receiving a quest from the Mage Tower and being allowed to go to the top of the Mage Tower? This made Camilla a bit surprised. My dear Zishia, she was sparkling when she talked about that Lee Ho-yeol guy. There's definitely something between those two. After that, everyone continuously discussed this issue. Hey, Camilla, be more serious. Look at the situation now. I'm not sure if I should listen to the guy who rented the entire hotel and got rejected. What? But Lot was extremely interested. Speaking of Lee Ho-yeol, it seems he's becoming a threat to us. What do you all think? If we face Lee Ho-yeol, can we win against him? These words made everyone surprised, and they turned their heads to discuss. I also want to confirm that. You're kidding, right? Just keeping my position in the ranks is enough to give me a headache. More importantly, Zishia won't let it go. Are you trying to make me look even more pathetic in Zishia's eyes? Demichi hurriedly shook his head and announced, he hasn't touched our guild's interests yet. Hearing this, he became extremely interested. Is that so? You guys just wait and see. All right, I said that because I'm jealous of his achievement at the Mage Tower. We don't need to be hostile to him right now. At that moment, another bar filled up, catching everyone's attention. The collapse progress has increased again. Lot, seeing this, asked curiously, damn it, where? Demichi quickly reported, the ruler of the world. He has obtained the treasure. Camilla spoke with great anticipation. It seems he has also officially made his move. Hearing this, he got into a defensive stance. At this rate, all the treasure will be taken. All right, let's hurry up and move on to the next island. The scene shifted to another dark island. Lee Ho-yeol's face was now filled with panic. Lee Ho-yeol felt that things were getting more and more awkward. This is Grandfell. Wait, what do you mean by taking all the treasure? He continued to walk forward. Literally, I'll take it all. This made Lee Ho-yeol extremely desperate. But we've already seen it, haven't we? When the collapse progress is complete, the great sin of greed will awaken. Don't tell me you're thinking of awakening it by collecting treasure. These words made him silent. This time, he unconsciously noticed a group of people right in front of him. Lee Ho-yeol quickly recognized this group. The Lion Flag and Armor. It's the Lionheart Knights. I didn't think I'd meet the strongest knight order of the Empire from the game Arcana here. Even that face is the captain's. At that moment, his persona, Grandfell, suddenly spoke. Captain of the Lionheart Knights, Hakon Kinsgates. Hearing his name called, he suddenly became silent. At the same time, the people behind him also immediately rushed forward. You insolent brat, behave yourself. He hurriedly reached out to stop them. Adventurer, may I ask for your name? Lee Ho-yeol smiled smugly and placed his hand on his chest. I am Lee Ho-yeol. I never thought I would meet the Lionheart Knights in a place like this. It's an honor to meet you. But in his heart, he was extremely contemptuous. The way these people talk is driving me crazy. Are you guys filming a drama? At this point, Hakon felt very interested. Somehow, you give me a completely different feeling from the other adventurers. His eyes suddenly widened as if he had realized something. The insignia pinned on his shirt caught his attention. His face became dazed. That insignia? Something suddenly shot from behind. Fortunately, Lee Ho-yeol was quick enough to dodge it. Seeing this, everyone was bewildered and hurriedly asked, "A meteor? Commander, are you okay?" This is... Everyone's eyes widened as much as possible. A giant monster appeared before everyone's eyes. The guardian monster of the island. It was the golden-fanged giant tortoise, level 450. Seeing the situation was not good, Hakon hurriedly shouted an order. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The subordinate next to him added, "Damn it, this monster has the highest level in the Isle of Asura region. Be careful, it's about to launch a meteor. Everyone, return to your positions." Seeing the monster's attack power was so strong, everyone was extremely annoyed. This power is destructive. "Commander, we can't secure a line of sight because of the meteors. We can't approach the monster." At that moment, Hakon realized something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted loudly to warn, "Enoch, get out of the way." He hurriedly rushed forward as if to protect him quickly. It was all too late. This giant dragon used its large feet to stomp hard on the ground. It seemed the worst had really happened. Hakon couldn't believe the truth before his eyes and panted continuously. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lee Ho-yeol had timely used his earth molding skill to block the monster. His action surprised everyone. What? That adventurer. He erected an ice wall in an instant without chanting a spell. Even Hakon felt confused and hurriedly ran over to support Enoch. "What are you?" Lee Ho-yeol seriously explained. "We are not in a situation where we can chat comfortably, sir." Hearing his reminder, he was startled and realized something was wrong. Lee Ho-yeol's recent action had made the monster furious, and it roared. This situation made everyone even more worried. More meteors are coming. Form a defensive formation. Shield bearers, protect from above. Lee Ho-yeol's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. My mana. To increase the wall's strength to the maximum, I had to consume a huge amount of mana. If it weren't for the insignia, I would have died from exhaustion. Now, I have to save as much magic power as possible. I have to find a way to ally with the Lionheart Knights to attack this monster. At that moment, Hakon slowly approached him from behind. "Adventurer with the Mage Tower's insignia, I offer my sincerest thanks for helping me and my knights. If you support us in this battle, the Lionheart Knights swear that our hearts will never forget this favor." This made Lee Ho-yeol's eyes immediately light up. "If you want to catch a bus, we'll give you a ride." His eyes became extremely joyful. "That's great." His persona, Grand Fell, quickly replied, "Evil must be punished. If you need my help, I am more than willing to accept." This superior answer made him speechless. This damn attitude. Gugong was frozen on the spot by the scene before him. He was still live streaming the entire recent scene. "This is amazing. Look, everyone. They're swearing by the Heart's Oath. Can everyone see clearly?" Continuous comments appeared. The Lionheart Knights suddenly appeared. "Gugong, your nostril is so big. Get it out of the shot." "What's that? They just made the Heart's Oath?" "It's just a greeting used in the royal family." "What are they doing in front of Lee Ho-yeol?" "Get closer. See what they're saying." Gugong was a bit worried and told everyone, "It's hard to get close because of that island guardian monster. If it's just observing the battle, there's no problem. So please understand." Without wasting any time, Hakon suddenly shouted loudly, "O soldiers with the hearts of lions, charge." At the same time, everyone rushed towards the giant dragon. Lee Ho-yeol silently observed this situation. Its weak points are its head and neck. Find a way to expose the top of its head. Aim for its legs. The continuous shouts made Enoch a bit startled as he glanced at Lee Ho-yeol. "This adventurer, I'm very grateful that he helped us avoid unnecessary injuries from the monster. But I still don't understand why the commander had to use the Heart's Oath. The Heart's Oath is an oath from the heart of the royal family. It's absurd to make an oath to just a normal adventurer. Why did the commander do that?" At the same time, over here, the battle between the giant monster and everyone was still ongoing. Everyone put all their effort into attacking it. In the name of the Lionheart Knights, aim for its legs. Take it down. Lee Ho-yeol, seeing this scene, was a bit startled and surprised. This is the strength of the Night Order. His eyes widened in disbelief. They are far weaker than I imagined. It seemed this was of no use against the giant turtle monster. What kind of foam is this? The group was still continuously trying to slash at its legs. Come on, guys. The more he witnessed this scene, the more speechless Lee Ho-yeol became. It's not that they're weak, but they're no match for that monster. This Knight Order has now directly engaged in battle with the monster. But with their strength, if I don't join in the attack, even if their attacks have some effect, how long will it take to defeat the monster at this rate? Suddenly, a system notification rang out, catching Lee Ho-yeol's attention. The Isle of Asura has been tainted by greed. Collapse progress has reached 5 bars. This startled Lee Ho-yeol. It's already halfway there. The other guilds are finding treasure faster than I thought. At this rate, everyone will soon come to this island. I have to find a way to create an opening for the Knight Order to have time to attack. At that moment, the turtle monsters seemed to have gone crazy and roared incessantly. This made Hakon have some difficulty fighting. Be careful. There's an earthquake. There's lava erupting from the ground. The sound of screams was incessant everywhere. If you fall, you're done for. Everyone be careful, but there's no place to move. At that moment, Lee Ho-yeol also sensed that something was wrong. He unconsciously remembered the scene when he met Cleodia. Move. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. At the critical moment, he suddenly said loudly, "Mr. Hakon." He was startled to hear his name. Continue to attack. These words made everyone extremely confused. Lee Ho-yeol continued to extend his hand forward. I will open the way. This time, everyone seemed to have gained more strength to fight the giant monster before them. Enoch was still dazed in disbelief. What is this? Gugong on the side held up his phone to live stream, his mouth agape in disbelief. The comments appeared. That's the noble's magic. What? Even he couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. This is the stairs of magic. Lee Ho-yeol had opened the way for everyone. This time, everyone was startled and reacted. I've seen it in magic before. Absurd. How can a normal adventurer from this world cast magic from the Mage Tower? Who is this person? Although he acted fine, Lee Ho-yeol was about to collapse from exhaustion. My mana. Hakon Kinskates, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up. You're just standing or looking. Without wasting any time, Hakon immediately set foot on these stairs. He rushed forward while shouting to everyone. He has opened the way for us. Don't miss this opportunity. He was gradually getting closer to the monster. Everyone had surrounded the turtle monster. Finish it quickly for me. Hakon's sword was raised high. He didn't hesitate to bring the sword down on the monster. At the same time, a notification also appeared. Lee Ho-yeol was about to collapse from exhaustion. Reading the lines of the system's notification, Lee Ho-yeol's face immediately became serious. On it was written, Knight Captain Hakon Kinskates rewards you for your contribution in defeating the golden-fanged giant tortoise. He was still confused. This is... A new notification appeared. Knight Enoch Laugen has gifted you for your contribution in defeating the golden-fanged giant tortoise. Knight Jessica Bray has rewarded you for your contribution in defeating the golden-fanged giant tortoise. Receive reward for defeating the golden-fanged giant tortoise. Automatically obtained 9 items for great contribution in the defeat process. Following that was a continuous stream of notifications congratulating Lee Ho-yeol on leveling up, which startled him. What is this? While he was still confused, Hakon approached and chatted. Your insignia is one of the gifts that the Emperor bestowed upon the Mage Tower a long time ago. We owe you our lives. Before Lee Ho-yeol could react, everyone had knelt on the ground. Hakon spoke with an extremely serious face. The Lionheart Knights will continue to support Lee Ho-yeol, the owner of the insignia. A system notification was sent. You have defeated the golden-fanged giant tortoise with the greatest contribution. A blue aura slowly materialized in the air. Before anyone could understand what was happening, this gift appeared right before Lee Ho-yeol's eyes. Only then did he react with surprise. Could this be the island's treasure? What should I do? Should I take it? But if I take the treasure, the demon will awaken. But if I don't take it, someone else will snatch it by any means necessary. But if that happens, the 7 great sins... While he was still hesitating, unsure of what to do, the system's warning continued to appear. The Usra archipelago has been tainted by greed. The collapse progress has increased by 1 bar. Seeing this, Lee Ho-yeol was startled with fear. This is Grandfell. Let's think about taking the treasure for a moment. Just as Grandfell's persona reached out for the gift, this action made Ho-yeol freeze on the spot. He clutched his head in despair, not knowing what to do. Hey, you madman. Buddy, please think. My head is killing me. Snap out of it, you idiot. Greed will get us killed. But it seemed Grandfell's personality couldn't care less about these things. To Grandfell Claudi Arpid, a true nobleman, wealth was ephemeral. For him, a character born to inherit the immense fortune of a great family, he had already tasted all the sweetness that money and riches could offer. Meanwhile, on Dugang's livestream screen, comments poured in. What kind of magic is that? Isn't that the magic of a Grandmaster Mage? He got the treasure. The feeling of greed did not exist in a nobleman like him. He suddenly smiled and spoke. There's a simple way to prevent these treasures from being tainted by greed. Just get rid of that emotion. The system continued to announce, you have obtained the island's treasure. The harsh reality made Ho-yeol freeze on the spot. It worked. The scene shifts to another location. Inside the forest, Weaver observes from a distance with binoculars. Before him was the image of Lee Ho-yeol. Weaver chuckled with amusement. Lee Ho-yeol. I told them to go snatch all the remaining treasures. Behind him were many injured people. Realizing his actions, the player became furious. Weaver, you coward. Kunsel and Edgar IG won't stand by and do nothing. Before he could finish his sentence, Weaver coldly finished him off. He showed no emotion after committing such a cruel act. Chickens. A new warning appeared from the system. You have killed another player. You have increased your karma level. But he didn't care. This is much easier. A notification appeared. You have received 32 impure crystal shards as loot. Witnessing the scene before him, Du Gang became extremely emotional. He quickly started a live stream on his phone. Everyone, do you see this? Mr. Lee Ho-yeol is taking the treasure. Even when he took the treasure, the collapse progress didn't increase one bit. Everyone was surprised and commented, why isn't the collapse progress increasing? Who said my hero would be tainted by greed? This is absurd. He continued to guide the viewers. You are witnessing a comeback without a hint of guilt. He is truly not greedy at all. This made everyone agree. Of course, he is like the light of the party. His character can't be bad. But inside, Lee Ho-yeol was feeling extremely uncomfortable. He looked at the item in his hand in confusion. This thing is really the island's treasure? The system continued to display Crown of Ruin. Epic rank. An old crown. This information disappointed him. The item description is this short? What a joke. My greed has also vanished. Don't tell me all the other treasures are like this. While he was still pondering, a new notification appeared. The Lionheart Knights have joined your party. Party members. A series of different names appeared, leaving him a bit bewildered. Lee Ho-yeol asked himself, what is this? Suddenly forming a party? Hakon smiled and asked, didn't I tell you, Mr. Lee Ho-yeol? We will follow you. We, the Lionheart Knights, will continue to support Lee Ho-yeol, the owner of the emblem. Hearing all this information, Lee Ho-yeol found it hard to believe. Is that so? I thought he meant he wouldn't attack me if we ran into each other in the future. He smiled and continued. You are our benefactor. You even showed us your character by taking the treasure without being consumed by greed. Whatever your purpose may be, we have decided to become your sword and shield, at least here in the Asura archipelago. The series of vows just now left Lee Ho-yeol utterly astonished. No way. Anywhere in the Asura region, the Empire's finest knights will follow me? Moreover, the level difference is too great. Now for the monsters. He immediately targeted the remaining monsters like the golden sand viper and the giant gem-collecting bat. Collecting impure gems has become easy. Without waiting any longer, Lee Ho-yeol quickly suggested, then we should hurry to the next island. The scene shifts to another island. The atmosphere here was mysteriously breathtaking. Someone was already waiting there in secret. Seeing the group appear, a teammate's call suddenly rang out. Hey Weaver, I heard that Lee Ho-yeol guy got the treasure. Why is the collapse progress still the same? How strange. He got the treasure, right? Also, I heard he's with Hakon's group. Can you handle the Lionheart Knights? But he didn't seem afraid of any of this. Scared, are you? His teammate quickly explained, what? Scared? I'm just being cautious. They're not as stupid as Kunsel's group. Weaver coldly ordered, shut up. If you're scared, get lost. I've left a gift for them on the boat. The moment they step on the boat to go to the next island, all I have to do is snap my fingers, and the hydra poison will spread throughout the ship. Whether it's Hakon or Lee Ho-yeol, if they get poisoned, they're done for. And if I kill that guy and search him, I'll know right away if he got the treasure or not. While Weaver was still gloating, something flew past his head at high speed. Feeling a sense of fear, Weaver quickly raised his hand to his neck. It felt like my neck was just severed. An attack? Impossible. Did he notice that moment? Moreover, this terrifying, oppressive aura. Overcome with fear, Weaver instantly transformed into a small, obedient squirrel. This greatly amused Lee Ho-yeol internally. So strong. It looks like a squirrel. While he was still thinking with amusement, Hakon, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up. You've noticed it too, haven't you, Mr. Lee Ho-yeol? That little mouse in the tree. What do you think of it? The system continuously displayed notifications. Hakon Kinskates is observing you. Your mental strength is very low. You have entered an abnormal state of terror. Looking towards Weaver, Lee Ho-yeol's face suddenly became strangely calm. In his eyes, it was just an incredibly cute little squirrel. This made Lee Ho-yeol glance fearfully at Hakon. What's wrong? Does he hate squirrels? His expression is so scary. At the same time, Granfell's persona slowly began to speak. That thing. Just then, a system notification appeared, catching his attention. On our warning messages. The Asura archipelago is being tainted by greed. Collapse progress. 8 bars. He couldn't believe his eyes. It's already at 8 out of 10. Forget about that crappy crown from before. There's only one treasure left. Forget the squirrel. We need to hurry. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly asked, why are you so bothered by a few little mice? The good thing is we've prevented the great sin from awakening. The collapse progress can increase. Let's go quickly. Seeing Lee Ho-yeol's unconcerned face pleased Haekon even more. As you wish. The scene shifts to another location. A teammate's call rang out. Weaver, do you hear me? His whole body was trembling with fear. Seeing that he still wasn't reacting, his teammate continued to call out. Weaver, why are you suddenly so quiet? He had no mind for anything else, and kept thinking, I'm still alive. He spared my life. That Lee Ho-yeol, why? Did he feel pity for me? Or is it because I'm just an insignificant runt not worth his time? Whatever the reason, thank you for letting me live. At that moment, Weaver's tears fell. I'm leaving this place. His teammates were bewildered. What? What are you mumbling about? Speak clearly. He no longer cared about his teammates. If you want to live, don't mess with Lee Ho-yeol. His teammates kept calling out, Weaver, damn it, what the hell? Seeing him so angry left his teammates confused. What's wrong, Park Hyun-woo? He angrily cursed. That bastard dared to hang up on me. Damn it, how much did I invest in this? Weaver, that bastard, said the only way was to use hydra poison. I even had to take out a private loan to buy that poison. A teammate beside him quickly tried to calm him down. Park Hyun-woo, calm down. The recent events had driven him mad. Calm down my ass. That bastard. It's easy for you to say. You didn't have to spend any money. Damn it. Unable to take it anymore, another teammate stepped forward to intervene. Hey, Park Hyun-woo, stop it. Why are you so hot-headed? You're not usually like this. The more he interacted with these people, the crazier Hyun-woo became. Hot-headed? Stop talking nonsense. Why are you idiots so calm? Wait, they've teamed up with that guy, haven't they? How much did they get from him? His teammate was startled. What's gotten into you? What are you talking about, you crazy bastard? Calm down and let's talk. He had completely lost his mind. What are they planning to do with my money? The scene shifts to another side. Lee Ho-yeol noticed something unusual. Hakan, seeing this, asked with concern, Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, is something wrong? His eyes gradually became suspicious. It's nothing, but he thought to himself, what is that? It's the notification for the Nemesis skill. It's no different from the one I received when I first set foot on the island. Warnings continuously rang out. The presence of a great sin is spreading across the island. The Nemesis skill has been activated. Lee Ho-yeol couldn't hide his surprise. But for some reason, it feels a little different this time. It's as if a demon hunter's instinct is warning me. It's nearby. Lee Ho-yeol's gaze immediately became serious. Meanwhile, on another side, Hyun-woo had already lunged at his teammate. Seeing him do this, the teammate was so desperate he stammered. Park Hyun-woo, you bastard. I know you're greedy for money, but to this extent, his eyes no longer cared about his surroundings. What are you talking about? A system notification appeared. You have killed another player. You're the ones who conspired with Weaver against me, aren't you? All of his teammates have been taken down. Received 62 pieces of the golden fruit as loot. Even after seeing his teammates die, Hyun-woo still wouldn't let it go. It's your fault. Do-gang, who was unintentionally broadcasting from the side, caused the comments to explode. Holy crap, they're killing each other. A supernova has appeared. Can you even broadcast this? Do-gang, you're going to die. Hearing strange sounds, he slowly glanced behind him. I'm just taking back what you stole from me. It seemed he had completely turned into a demon. Seeing that the situation was not good, Do-gang tried to run forward as fast as he could. His face had turned pale with fear. This is a massacre. That supernova guy is insane. So the rumors about them killing people in rifts were true. He hasn't seen me yet, right? The comments kept popping up. I'm getting dizzy. You're sick. Is that important right now? I just went to the bathroom for a second. What's the atmosphere like here? Park Hyun-woo just killed someone. Do-gang had no time to pay attention to this, and kept thinking, if I get caught, I'll definitely be killed. I have to get out of here as fast as possible. Unfortunately, his foot tripped on a tree root, sending him flying forward. His face gradually became worried. I'm done for. Just then, a man caught him in time. Are you alright? Are you being chased by monsters? Dugang startet. The Exploration Alliance. The comments kept popping up. Those explorers, they're NPCs. Good, let's follow them. But they don't have any combat abilities, right? True, but their influence is pretty huge. The young man with a radiant smile immediately suggested, you seem exhausted. Why don't you sit and rest for a bit? Do-gang was still thinking to himself. Even if he has to kill his comrades for money, he can't treat the entire alliance as an enemy. Not if he wants to continue being a player in Arcana. Do-gang tried to calm himself down. Yes, thank you very much. He comforted himself. It's going to be okay. I am alive, Kropka. The scene shifts to another location. Drones were continuously observing. Over here, a reporter was still broadcasting. This is today Arcana News. This is the final island of the Asura Archipelago region. The Asura Archipelago is divided into 10 islands, and each island has a hidden treasure. There are many ways to obtain the treasure, hunting the guardian monsters known as the island's lords, solving puzzles hidden around the island, and more. For example, The Shining Guild obtained a treasure, and the Exploration Association also obtained a treasure. Guilds and alliances have acquired treasures through various means. So, this is the island with the final treasure. Many players and guilds have gathered here. Just as I finished speaking, the Shining Guild has arrived. Camilla smiled and said, "Our guild master is really greedy." Lot calmly explained, "It's for the sake of the guild." The reporter was still broadcasting. "They've already secured 2 treasures in the West, haven't they? I can feel the prestige of the #1 guild from here. But the pride of Korea is also here, isn't it? They say the Jain Guild has already snatched the treasure on the eastern island." Nam Cheol-min asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Taemin? Don't go too far, and just get the good stuff." He chuckled in reply, "Don't worry, brother. It seems this place is gradually gathering more people." Next to them is the Inazuma Guild. I heard they went to the same island as the Jain Guild, but Jain was the one who got the treasure. Hiseiji's face was extremely displeased. Look at his satisfied face. A teammate quickly comforted him. "We'll have our chance, Mr. Hiseiji." Perhaps that's why the expression of the Inazuma Guild Master, Hiseiji Kazuma, is not very good. The Mythology, Berserker, and Sikasun guilds have also appeared. Leonie shouted angrily, "Put me down now. I'm going to kill them." The pink-haired girl hurriedly stopped her. "No, we'll just let them go this time, okay? Now put down your swords." Ijigad, Igi Sigid contemptuously, still as grumpy as ever. This made the reporter very interested. Who will win the island's treasure? Please stay tuned to Today Arcana. That is. Suddenly, his eyes stopped. Not only him, but everyone else was also bewildered. Them. There's no way. Over there. I see them. The footsteps of the Lionheart Knights slowly appeared in this place. Seeing the group approaching made the reporter incredulous. It's the Lionheart Knights. My God, this is the turning point. The strongest knights of the Empire have appeared. Even Edgar IG found it hard to believe. Unbelievable. The reporter quickly showered them with endless praise. I heard that the level of the Knight Commander, Hakon Kinsgates, is terrifyingly high, 600. At the same time, Taemin also realized something was wrong. Brother, I'm not seeing things, am I? Even Leonie was clutching her head in confusion. Are you crazy? Damn it, that's cheating, isn't it? The reporter continued to report, and the one leading the knights is... The familiar figure of Lee Ho-yeol appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone, it's Lee Ho-yeol. As soon as the name was spoken, everyone turned to look at him. He was the center of attention, but he seemed very determined. You can see in his eyes the confidence that he will definitely obtain the island's treasure. In reality, Lee Ho-yeol was still feeling dejected inside. "I'm so tired. I thought I'd be less noticeable, but I didn't expect them to glare at me so intensely." The reporters relentlessly praised him. Ho-yeol has appeared with the level 600 Knight Commander, Hakon. He's standing on equal footing with the major guilds. He suddenly felt tired. That's a fact. At the same time, a member of the Inazuma Guild asked in surprise, "Hiseiji, that Korean guy, is he the one we met in the Count's territory? What the hell is that monster doing here?" Though annoyed, he still reminded them, "Be careful. We shouldn't show hostility towards him right now." Camilla, witnessing the scene from the side, also felt very interested. "Let me be clear. No matter what happens, I'm not fighting Lee Ho-yeol. I only have one life." Before the gazes of everyone, he was extremely scared. "Stop drawing attention. These big shots must have run out of things to do. Stop looking at me." Realizing something was wrong, Hakon immediately turned his head and shouted, "Mr. Lee Ho-yeol." He also realized something was amiss. Cracks immediately appeared on the ground, followed by an unceasing surge of lava. Everything happened so fast that Taemin couldn't react. What is this? Lava is erupting from the ground. Be careful. Everyone fall back. Switch to fire-resistant gear. Enhance your fire resistance. If you want to live, run. Witnessing the entire scene from the side, Edgar IG was furious but could do nothing. Finally, the level 420 Great Lava Carp slammed down right in front of everyone. It's the island's lord. The surging lava made Leonie struggle to defend herself. "Damn it, it's hot as hell." The black-haired young man anxiously reminded her. "It's hard to approach it because it's surrounded by lava." Edgar IG sighed and said, "For now, we can only observe the situation." The scene here had become extremely chaotic. Report damages. Those without proper fire-resistant gear, fall back. Tankers and melee fighters, switch all your equipment to ranged weapons. This lava wall is blocking all ranged attacks. Damn it, how are we supposed to kill it if no one can get close? Nam Cheol-min from the side anxiously reminded him, "Taemin, don't push yourself too hard." The reporter, looking at the current situation, also exclaimed in shock, "A carp. A great lava carp has suddenly appeared. I can feel the terrifying heat through the drone's video feed. Blocked by a lake of lava, no one can easily approach the monster." Hakon stepped forward with concern and asked, "Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, are you all right?" He nodded in understanding. "No problem. but his current expression was still very serious. That's a relief, but I don't know what to say. I confidently said I would become your sword, but I can't even get close to it. Hearing these words, he suddenly let out a strange smile. Before he could understand what was happening, he spoke up. There's no need to worry, Sir Hakon. I didn't bring it all this way just for show. Seeing Lee Ho-yeol's action, Lot was a little startled and paid attention. He wondered in confusion if he was seeing things. That guy, he just smirked in this dire situation? Why? His eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world do you have, Lee Ho-yeol? Over here, Lee Ho-yeol was still observing. The casting of magic can be divided into 3 stages: exploration, interference, and manifestation. His face remained very calm as he slowly extended his hand forward. The lava flow around the carp is not a skill. It's just a part of its natural habitat. In other words, for Mr. Grandfell, that natural lava, Lee Ho-yeol's actions drew everyone's attention. Over there, it's Lee Ho-yeol. No way. It was all neutralized for Lee Ho-yeol, no different from pebbles on a roadside. The scene here gradually became chaotic. The lava is flying into the air. The reporter covering this was also agape with shock. Nam Cheol-min couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. Everything was happening so magically that Lot was also stunned. My God, what kind of monster is this guy? Though he appeared confident on the outside, Lee Ho-yeol was desperate on the inside. Hakon, what are you standing there looking at? Attack quickly, ! The drone captured the scene of lava shooting into the air. What is happening? It's lava erupting. An unbelievable sight. The path to the island has been opened. Looking at this situation, Hakon was extremely pleased and laughed out loud. He didn't hesitate to grab his sword and charge forward. There's no other way. I must respond to the magic you've created. Lot, seeing the situation, was also startled. Damn it. That moment, I was like a lost soul. He turned his head and ordered, attack. The path is clear. Shining Guild, attack. Nam Cheol-min's voice rang out with a reminder. Taemin, even with fighter jet support and Hakon, the chances of defeating that carp are slim. No matter what, we have to hit them in the first attack. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. Got it. In the next second, his eyes changed. In front of him, the fish gradually flew into the air, stunning everyone. What the? It jumped. Of course, people still didn't understand what was happening. Just like that, the fish fell heavily to the ground below. A thick cloud of dust and smoke billowed into the air. Leone then hurriedly shouted a warning to everyone. This great lava carp is terrifying. Be careful. It's jumping to attack again. The reporter's voice rang out. The monster is attacking frantically. This time, approaching it won't be easy. This is truly a long and arduous battle. Just then, arrows shot forward, causing Lot to freeze for a moment. Thousands of decisive attacks slashed straight into the monster's body. This scene made him laugh in surprise. What is that now? The lava turned to stone. Seeing this situation, Edgar I.G. quickly turned his head and said, a change in nature. Leone still didn't understand the situation. What? He suddenly turned to look at Lee Ho-yeol and spoke his thoughts. Just like water freezes into ice, the lava quickly cooled and turned to stone. But to create petrified lava like this is an unimaginable feat. Due to the limitations of the 3 forces and the level of magic, a large-scale transformation like this at the crater's mouth is impossible. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly called out, Hakon. Hearing his command, he quickly charged forward. A decisive slash came down hard on the body of this giant monster. A notification was sent. A great lava carp has been defeated. Everyone received the notification. Seeing the situation, Lot laughed, stood up, and thought, Aster's the #1 ranked Shining Guild, but with a contribution of 0. How crazy. Let's go back. Asterisk at the same time, the reporters who caught this news were extremely excited. Wait, we have defeated the great lava carp, the lord of the island, the biggest contributor, Lee Ho-yeol and the Lionheart Knights. Unbelievable. That person with the humorous expression. How could he handle the alpha great lava carp here so easily? Lee Ho-yeol's whole body was trembling, but he tried to appear calm before recovering his mana. Just then, a gift appeared before his eyes. You have received a reward for your great contribution. The reporter was still filming the entire process. That's the treasure of the island. According to reports, player Lee Ho-yeol had previously obtained another island's treasure. His eyes immediately became thoughtful. The island's treasure. This must be the last time, right? The reporters were still anxiously watching Lee Ho-yeol's every move. Everyone around immediately moved closer to see. What's wrong? Why is there no reaction? Isn't that the island's treasure? A strange light appeared, stunning everyone. Following, that was a system warning. The Asura archipelago is being tainted by human greed. Self-destruction, process, progress. This scene made everyone turn to look at each other in surprise. What? Something's wrong. Wasn't there 1 bar of progress left? The number of missing treasures didn't match from the beginning. Could there be another treasure hidden somewhere else? Even Li Ho-yeol couldn't have expected this to happen. What is this? There's no way Granfell would feel greedy for this treasure. The treasure I obtained before didn't affect the destruction process either. But why is there such a strong demonic energy erupting across the island now? It's different. There's another island treasure that's been tainted by greed. Meanwhile, over here, Gang and all the NPCs had become terrified. Hyunwoo had completely lost his mind over money. A system warning appeared. A player has been killed. In addition to the island's treasure, 14 pieces of loot have been obtained. This infuriated the NPCs. That bastard killed Julia. A teammate hurriedly tried to stop him. Be careful. Hyunwoo's eyes gradually turned red, no longer caring about anything around him. His body suddenly underwent a strange transformation. He can no longer see the space in front of him clearly. Damn it. What's happening? My head feels like it's going to explode. I didn't expect this. A demon suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hyunwoo, what did you say? The system issued a warning. You're being controlled. The demon gradually tightened its grip on his body. You want me to let go? Let me grant your wish. Mental strength has dropped too low. For you incompetent fools, I will help you get what you want. Witnessing this scene from the side terrified everyone. The demon opened its mouth wide, preparing to absorb Hyunwoo. Now it's your turn to help me. Just then, a swift footstep dashed forward. Stop right there. The beautiful woman swung her sword straight at the demon before her. This scene made Gang freeze on the spot. She turned to look at him. Hey, are you okay? Seeing the familiar uniform, he realized the Lionheart Knights. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. If so, could it be? The familiar footsteps of Li Ho-yeol appeared. The suffocating atmosphere here made him even more uncomfortable. My mind is being swayed by the demon. Seeing his idol right before his eyes, Gang couldn't believe it. Sir Li Ho-yeol, not wanting to appear weak, he quickly wiped away his tears. With his phone already in hand, he prepared a live stream. You've all been waiting a long time, haven't you? My live broadcast will now begin. Just then, Li Ho-yeol realized something was wrong. The blurry figure in front of her left the black-haired beauty bewildered. You're still alive, you bastard. A system notification appeared. Quest updated. Li Ho-yeol was startled. Wait, that is... The demon's form completely erupted in this place. The fiend of the Asura archipelago. Li Ho-yeol was confused. Fiend? What's that? Why so suddenly? Hakon seemed to have figured something out. That is, the island's treasure. The demon's posture was as if it were guarding this item. Suddenly, the treasure shattered in an instant. The system warned. The island's treasure has begun to be tainted by greed. Realizing the situation was becoming more serious, Li Ho-yeol despaired. No, the screen displayed. Quest updated. Preventing the revival of the 7 great sins. Greed in progress. Preventing the island's treasure from being tainted by greed paused. At the same time, the scene here was flooded with a bright red color. Beginning self-destruction process. The system continued to display a warning. Beginning self-destruction process. Everyone present froze on the spot. The pink-haired girl anxiously pulled Leonie. Sister, that is a hand. A terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. This sight terrified everyone present. The hand continuously ravaged and swept away everything in this place. The area gradually became more catastrophic with brutal destruction. The poor people still didn't know what was happening. What is it? What's this tremor? Even the announcer observing from above was startled. Why? Why is this happening? The islands are merging into one. Isn't this a transformation? At the same time, new lands are gradually connecting. Furthermore, in the middle of the newly merged island, there's something. Hakon was still stunned, unable to believe the truth. How can this be? That is, a giant castle appeared before everyone's eyes. Of course, no one could hide their surprise. The Golden Castle. A castle made of gold has appeared in the center of the newly merged island. Is that really gold? The whole thing. A castle made of gold. Is it the island's treasure? Seeing this, Li Ho-yeol thought to himself, *the Golden Castle. It's the castle of greed. A castle where the demon of greed resides. It exuded a disgusting feeling that made one not want to get close. The Mage Tower class quest has been paused. The information was clearly displayed on the screen. Mage Tower class quest. The curtain of night rises and the flames have begun to burn. The last demon hunter. Bring evil out of the shadows. Investigate the evils of the Asura archipelago. Success. Preventing the revival of the 7 great sins. In progress. Preventing the island's treasure from being tainted by greed paused. Li Ho-yeol still didn't understand this information. The quest failed? Suddenly, Hakon rushed forward, warning everyone. Something is approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle. The black-haired beauty quickly shouted a signal. Watch your feet. It's zombies. At the same time, monsters were gradually rising from the ground. The reporters covering the news were excited. From the Golden Castle, now zombies are rising. What will happen next? Please follow Baotang TV for more details. Upon receiving a notification on his phone, the announcer was a bit startled. Damn it. The atmosphere now is not funny at all. He was still confused. What? He suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. His voice gradually became anxious. We have to stop. Stop that crime, senior. Meanwhile, the top announcer was still listening to his phone. This is Junsu. Yes, I just checked the update on the island. Unable to bear it any longer, he suddenly shouted, if this continues, everyone will die. Stop the invasion. The entire island must be sealed off. Look at the enemy's level. New updates appeared continuously. Hello, this is Arcana. A new rift has formed. The Golden Castle has appeared in the Asura archipelago. Suitable level, 600 to 650. New boss monster, 7 Sins, Embodiment of Greed, level 650. New monster, Sinful Soldier, level 500. Realizing the system's notification, Lee Ho-yeol was utterly desperate. Heavens! People were fighting the zombies while screaming incessantly. This is crazy. What's their level? Is our guild just going to be wiped out like this? New quests were sent to everyone. Preventing the island's treasure from being tainted by greed, in progress. Suppress the soldiers and destroy the embodiment of greed, in progress. Lee Ho-yeol was desperate, not knowing what to do. I must be going crazy. What should I do? This place was gradually becoming chaotic. Evacuate those who can't fight first. Exploration Federation, this way. Run. Retreat. He continued to walk forward. They have to give us a quest that's actually possible to complete. Level 500 is too much, and the boss is level 650. It's too hard. Hakon was still shouting warnings to everyone. Knights, hold your ranks and slowly retreat. Lee Ho-yeol slowly approached. In this situation, he suddenly called out Hakon. He turned his head in surprise to look at him. Lee Ho-yeol, you've seen the increased monster levels. It's better to be careful. But the next scene made him freeze on the spot. Lee Ho-yeol's face was now filled with determination. The knight's oath to become my sword, is it still valid? In his heart, he had secretly made a resolution. Somehow, I have to keep Hakon here. His words made him very suspicious. That look, are you planning to face the boss? He nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. He quickly spoke up. The opponent is a high-level giant. You could die. But now, Lee Ho-yeol knew he had no way out. There's no other choice. I have to charge forward. A nobleman cannot cowardly retreat in the face of difficulty. These words struck deep into Hakon's heart. Very quickly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In your eyes, there's truly no fear at all, is there? Beside me is Lee Ho-yeol, a true nobleman. Why should I be afraid? Although he was sweating profusely, he's going to help. While everyone was still fighting, Hakon's voice rang out. Lion Knights, let us fulfill our oath of honor. Help Lee Ho-yeol defeat the demons. In the name of the Lion Knights, for our honor. This scene left Du Gang, who was live streaming, in disbelief. They're going to charge. The comments quickly exploded. This is crazy. This is a bit worrying. I'm so anxious. They can do it. At the same time, the zombies appeared in ever denser numbers. Du Gang was extremely worried. That castle. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol pointed forward and commanded, charge. The scene shifts to this side. The announcer was constantly scolding. Senior, look at this video. It seems someone is trying to break into that castle, right? Susie was surprised and turned her head. What? Are they crazy? Didn't they see the monster level update history? Another announcer was still broadcasting to everyone. Player Lee Ho-yeol and the Lionheart Knights. They're charging towards the zombies to advance to the Golden Castle. Will they be able to enter that castle? We will invite experts to hear their opinions. Even the high school students were very interested in this story. Open Baotang TV. Part Du Gang's broadcast has a clear view. Everyone in the city below was watching the situation. Lee Ho-yeol's figure was projected on the screen. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association declared that the entire island should be quarantined and sealed off. Seeing the two sides still fighting relentlessly, Lee Ho-yeol thought to himself, Asterisk, the Lionheart Knights are fighting very well. As expected of the continent's best knights, they always know what to do in any situation. Asterisk. My mana recovery is also going smoothly. At this rate of recovery, joining the fight for a bit should be fine. On another side, a subordinate suddenly asked, if we want to attack, shouldn't we go now? To contribute a little. Edgar IG appeared very calm. If we go there now, we'll just die. They're too reckless. No guild would dare to participate in such a suicide mission. They will probably fail soon and retreat in disgrace. Seeing the zombies slowly rising as if nothing had happened startled Lee Ho-yeol. Resurrection? Damn it, my mana hasn't fully recovered yet. While he was still unsure of what to do, an arrow flew from a distance. The yellow light shot forward at high speed, leaving Edgar IG still confused. Only then did he slowly turn his head in surprise. Lee Ho-yeol's expression was one of stunned disbelief. Everything happened too fast. from this yellow light, fighting the zombies from one side to the other. Noticing the strange movement, Taemin also turned his head in surprise. Leonie couldn't hide her surprise and curiosity. At the same time, a group of people quickly rushed forward. Jaein and Berserker, the two guilds. Their unexpected participation. Jaein and Berserker are entering the Golden Castle to support Lee Ho-yeol. Seeing this situation, the two sides immediately started arguing. What? She refused to back down and retorted, "What are you looking at?" The pink-haired girl quickly comforted her. "Sister, could you speak a little more softly?" This situation left Edgar IG on the side, speechless. The reporter was still continuously reporting. An unexpected synergy. Jaein and Berserker are entering the Golden Castle to help player Lee Ho-yeol. The two of them looked at each other with annoyance. What? What a coincidence. Both guilds have attacked the rift, along with player Lee Ho-yeol. This made Lee Ho-yeol very happy. They came to help. But on the outside, he appeared cold. "Lend me your aid, O valiant warriors." This over-the-top line made him speechless with himself. Asterisk what? This crazy guy. You should be begging them. How can you say something like that? You're really insane. Asterisk. Time seemed to stand still in this place. Lee Ho-yeol was still staring at the two guilds. Leonie tried to suppress her anger. "I owed you one from last time, so I came to help this time. But it's a bit unlucky to have to face a zombie legion." Huh? The pink-haired girl beside her quickly interjected. "Sister, use some nice words and wish for good luck." Nam Cheol-min on this side also quickly gave instructions. "Taemin, this is a great opportunity. This time, make sure to leave a good impression on Mr. Lee Ho-yeol." Hearing his brother's advice, Taemin nodded with certainty. The two of them stared at Lee Ho-yeol with judgmental eyes, making him despair. Asterisk looks like they're mad. But it seems Granfell's persona doesn't care much. Asterisk. The zombies rose once again, startling everyone a little. Enoch hurriedly shouted a warning to everyone. "Those crazy things are reviving." The two guilds charged into battle. "These zombies are really annoying. Priests, please grant us your blessings and protection to completely destroy these zombies. We need the Lord's protection and blessings." The fierce battle before him made Lee Ho-yeol a bit annoyed. Asterisk, damn it, they're stealing my contributions. It would be great if I could get some buffs and beneficial effects for the Lionheart Knights. Asterisk. He suddenly stepped forward and said to Leonie, "The Lionheart Knights also need blessings and protection." She involuntarily recalled his superior attitude from before. "I have nothing to offer you, but please bless those valiant warriors." Lee Ho-yeol was now swallowing his tears internally. "I am Sodakropka." The Lionheart team suddenly received help, surprising everyone. Finally, a guardian deity appeared before them. "Our Jaein priest group will support you. Don't worry and continue to fight bravely, Lee Ho-yeol." Notifications were sent. "The Lord blesses you. Combat power against zombies has soared." Seeing this situation, Leonie was bewildered. "What the hell? We were going to do that too." Nam Cheol-min, on the other hand, was extremely proud of his younger brother's action. "Good job. You scored a point, Taemin." After regaining their courage, the members of the Lionheart Guild continued to charge forward. "All right, this feels completely different now. Let's just charge ahead and destroy them all." Lee Ho-yeol, standing to the side, said, "I will not forget this favor." Taemin smiled happily and replied, "It's nothing, Mr. Lee Ho-yeol. Is there anything else you need help with? Do you need the Lord protection or the Lord's shield? Just say the word. Our priests will join you." Lee Ho-yeol suddenly refused. "That's enough for now. Those brave warriors will be able to fight with superior strength now." His refusal made Taemin freeze on the spot. As for Lee Ho-yeol, he just wanted to jump out and slap Granfell a few times. "Why didn't you ask him for more support?" On one side, looking at Lee Ho-yeol's leisurely appearance, Haekon was quite surprised. Sweat dripped incessantly from his face. Suddenly, a sound rang out. "Haekon." He quickly put his hands on his head. The sound just now clearly made Haekon feel very confused. Before his eyes now was the silhouette of a very strange light. "What is it this time? I don't believe in gods." But as he looked closer, Haekon began to tremble. "What? Your Majesty?" Inside the Golden Castle, dark things continuously appeared, enveloping him. Realizing the situation was becoming dangerous, people hurriedly shouted, "The castle gate!" Suddenly, "Dongeypalencia! Everyone fall back! Get away!" The dark things were gradually invading Haekon's body. The sound around them rang out. "Is that Haekon? Commander?" He thought silently. "I promised His Majesty." The time flashes back to the past, at a vast castle. Haekon knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, there's a report that the leader of the demon army has appeared in the Northwest Gorge." On the throne, a voice slowly spoke. "So, Haekon, what are you waiting for? Just give the order, Your Majesty. I will carry out the mission immediately." Hearing this, His Majesty fell silent. After a short while, he suddenly asked, "Commander, will thousands of soldiers fall again because of those demons?" Haekon was about to speak, Your Majesty. He took step after step forward, speaking in a sad voice. Demons appear, and adventurers disappear. Even a mage tower, which is investigating this phenomenon, has not responded. Why is that? That is the Empire's territory. Even commoners cannot escape this calamity. Every night, I pray and ask God for an answer. Is this world truly ending? Is this really your will? But not once has God given me an answer. God has forgotten us too. What do you think, Hakon? Have we truly been abandoned by God? After listening to these pessimistic words, Hakon suddenly called out, Your Majesty, the culprits are the demons. God has not abandoned us, but the demons are blocking our path to God. Hakon, I will return after defeating the leader of that demon army. I will surely open the path for your Majesty to reach God. His decisive words made his Majesty suddenly fall silent. Only after a moment did he slowly speak. It's all right, Hakon. I don't really believe in God much either, but I believe that you will return to me. These words made Hakon feel incredibly warm. After that, the battle between the two sides was still extremely fierce. Even though he was seriously injured, Hakon didn't care and shouted, Charge! His Majesty is waiting for us. Don't give up. Don't be defeated. Seeing a strange person standing to the side caught Hakon's attention. That person is the leader of this demon army. A terrifying demon appeared right before his eyes. Without wasting any time, he charged forward to attack. Killing that one is enough. I will kill you. But contrary to Hakon's attitude, the demon appeared extremely cold. A wicked smile appeared on its face. You've lost. Only then did he realize that something was wrong with the situation. A blue light continuously enveloped his body. The knights who were fighting were also startled and froze. That is, Hakon became scared and didn't dare to face it. No, but everything was in vain. Back in the real world, people were still continuously filming with their phones. At that time, Hakon and his cavalry legion were pushed into another world. The space here made him extremely surprised. Where is this? No, the people of the modern era were still confused. What? Who are these people? What is this? In Hakon's mind, there was only one thought. I must return to his Majesty. Remembering the unfortunate events made him even more worried. Your Majesty. Back in the present, a pure white figure appeared right before Hakon's eyes. Even if he were to die, he could never forget this familiar figure. His hands gradually began to tremble. Hakon tried to calm himself and asked, To return to your Majesty, I have wandered everywhere. Now that you have come, please forgive my disloyalty for coming to you so late, your Majesty. These words made everyone freeze. Now, a demon stood behind him, silently manipulating him. Hakon will become your Majesty's sword and destroy all enemies. Lee Ho-yeol was startled and realized with worry. Hakon! He was completely hypnotized by the demon and turned to face everyone. Lee Ho-yeol was also speechless at this turn of events. Oh my god, how did it turn out like this? Hakon was now completely brainwashed. Seeing this situation, everyone was bewildered. Commander, are you alright? What? Why is he suddenly doing that? He's gone crazy. As soon as she finished speaking, the pink-haired girl quickly reminded her, Sister, don't talk nonsense. Though he appeared calm, Lee Ho-yeol was extremely worried inside. Asterisk, damn it. Of all the people to possess, it had to be Hakon. Asterisk. Something must be wrong. Depending on the situation, mind control can sometimes be more complicated than a curse. While he was still thinking, Hakon had already disappeared into thin air. A second later, he had raised his sword, preparing to attack Lee Ho-yeol. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Taemin managed to stop him in time. He didn't forget to smile and ask, Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, are you all right? His eyes became terrifyingly sharp as he stared at him. This made the smile on his face gradually fade. Nam Cheol-min hurriedly scolded, Taemin, don't cross the line. He helplessly explained, I was just worried about Mr. Lee Ho-yeol's safety. This made his brother even more helpless. Even so, who are you to interfere with Mr. Lee Ho-yeol's actions? Look, he's angry. What should we do now? He became thoughtful. Seriously, he feels insulted. What should I do now? Lee Ho-yeol, however, was still thinking about the magical ray from before. Realizing something was wrong, he snapped back to his senses. That ray almost. If it weren't for Nam Taemin, I would have been dead. Where's Hakon? Over here. Enoch was still fighting with him. Seeing his reaction, he was extremely helpless. Commander, please come to your senses. It's us. We have to return to his Majesty together, don't we? Hearing this, Hakon became even more annoyed. Shut your mouth. How dare you filthy demons mention his Majesty? This left him completely speechless. Commander, you think we're demons? At the same time, the girl behind him also spoke up. It's us, Yahello and Enoch. He clearly didn't care about what the two of them had just said. Now you dare to insult my knightly honor as well. I don't have the patience to listen anymore. Looking at Hakon's attacks, Lee Ho-yeol was startled. That light. He seemed to have lost his mind, continuously attacking everyone. Be careful. He's charging. Suddenly, a powerful blow from the air shattered the ground. Taemin couldn't contain his worry and shouted, "Be careful! Attack!" Now, everyone had to face Hakon himself. He charged with incredible speed, his eyes having completely lost their reason. A large crater had formed on the ground from the force of their battle. A strong wind blew, making everyone struggle to stand their ground. It seemed Hakon intended to deal with everyone here. It seemed everyone was having a hard time fighting him continuously. The sword in his hand was still gripped so tightly. Hakon was completely brainwashed. The ground continuously cracked, creating a terrifying scene. The area had become extremely chaotic due to the successive battles. After a short time, the ground had become a complete mess. The pink-haired girl ran over worriedly and asked, "Are you okay?" Leonie calmly shook her head. "I'm fine, just a little fall." Cries for help echoed continuously. "Help! Please, someone help me. I'm trapped under a rock. Is there a healer here? Help me." The knights hurriedly ran to Jessica. She shook her head and explained, "I'm fine. Go take care of the others." The situation was becoming more and more complicated, leaving Taemin utterly helpless. Hakon, that crazy monster. He's more like a disaster than a man now. Nam Cheo-min kept asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" He quickly shook his head. "I'm fine." Just then, he noticed something. Sweat dripped incessantly from Taemin's face, as if he had realized something was wrong. Even the members of the other guilds were stunned by the scene before them. Enoch couldn't believe what was happening. On one side, broadcasting the live stream, Dugang was trembling with confusion. Lee Ho-yeol's hand slowly reached forward. Without anyone knowing when, he had appeared right in front of Hakon, startling everyone. Unbelievable! Everyone's face was bewildered. He stopped the rampaging commander with just a wave of his hand. What kind of power is that? The comments exploded. Look, he didn't even blink. He knows he's strong. So cool. This is insane. Please sell Lee Ho-yeol merchandise. But in reality, his action was one of surrender. Don't hit me. For some reason, Hakon stood still, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. After a short while, he suddenly asked, "What's wrong with you?" His expression remained unchanged, without any reaction. The more he observed Lee Ho-yeol, the more Hakon froze. "Why, amidst this herd of filthy monsters, are you completely pure?" His words also confused him. Asterisk, how would I know? How would I know what you're seeing? Wait, is it because I'm a demon hunter? Could it be the effect of the exorcism ritual? Asterisk, Hakon continued to command, "State your identity, or I will cut you down." His threat made Lee Ho-yeol panic. Asterisk, if I don't open my mouth, I'm dead. I have to say something. Asterisk, the word "damn it" escaped his lips. Only then did he realize what he had said. Sweat dripped incessantly from his face. "I am screwed. I was so shocked just now that I couldn't speak properly." Asterisk, seeing him remain silent, Hakon grew more annoyed. "You won't answer?" He didn't know how to handle this situation. He questioned, "Or can you not answer?" He wanted to nod 1,000 times. That's right. His eyes immediately flared with anger. "In any case, it doesn't matter. Killing you will solve everything." These words made Lee Ho-yeol utterly desperate. "Wait." He suddenly held out his hands. Time seemed to stand still. He didn't understand why he was extending his hands towards Hakon. His eyes gradually changed. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to seduce me?" Lee Ho-yeol's entire body was bathed in a pure white light. He couldn't even see his face clearly at that moment. A gentle breeze blew past. Hakon seemed to have realized something. He noticed a brooch on his chest. That brooch. That's the brooch bestowed by His Majesty upon the Mage Tower. You have saved countless lives. We, the Lionheart Knights, swear to stand by the side of the owner of that brooch, Lee Ho-yeol. We will be your right-hand man. At the same time, Hakon had regained his will. Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, seeing his current expression, he was a little surprised. Asterisk, he's come to his senses. Just as I thought. Sincerity worked. I'm not holding a weapon. I'm your friend. Asterisk. We are true nobles after all. A system notification continuously appeared. Your etiquette skill has increased. Involuntarily, Lee Ho-yeol reached for the screen. Etiquette was activated. It showed that the etiquette skill had increased to level 2. New effects will be added. He suddenly felt curious. Where are the new effects? Just then, Hakon turned his head to look behind him as if he had noticed something. He hurriedly shouted a warning. "Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, be careful." Dark things shot straight towards Lee Ho-yeol, as if wanting to possess his body. Lee Ho-yeol seemed to be standing in a completely different space. The man before him made him feel curious. This is his imaginary world? That man is. Who is he? The man slowly explained, "I only wanted to protect my kingdom. My precious Yusra kingdom. A kingdom with abundant sea and land resources. A kingdom with many sparkling gem resources. The people live together in peace and love. But one day, a stranger washed ashore. The people of the kingdom, and even I, were very concerned about that person. After treating that person with the utmost courtesy, the price we received in return was their invasion. My people had never known conflict or war, so they could not fight back. Everything in the kingdom was trampled. This made the king utterly desperate. Why is this happening? If you want jewels, we can give them to you. But the leader became extremely contemptuous. Give? Why should we? We can just take them from you. Why wait for you to bestow them when we can take everything ourselves? Overcome with sorrow, the king clutched his head and screamed. Finally, he gradually became corrupted. His eyes filled with hatred as he roared. What is mine will belong to no one else. It belongs only to me. These words made Lee Ho-yeol immediately fall silent. The king continued to roar. This island, this sea, this sky, this is the Asura archipelago, the legendary Treasure Island. It is rumored that precious treasures are scattered throughout the island. It is not yours. It is all mine. Unable to bear it any longer, Lee Ho-yeol immediately switched to his noble mode, looking down on wealth. Silence. Your words are unpleasant and insolent. This statement made the king freeze. What did you say? He gently placed a hand on his chest and continued. All wealth is fleeting. I shall teach you that the moment you leave this world, the only thing you can take with you is the pride in your heart. Hearing this, his face gradually twisted in anger. What did you say? Lee Ho-yeol felt a change coming from his body. Finally, he returned to reality as if nothing had happened. Hakon hurriedly ran over. Lee Ho-yeol, what happened? Is the demon playing tricks on you? He calmly pointed his hand towards the golden castle before him. The foundation of the castle, that is, the way the castle was built, just a little, if I interfere with it just a little. Just then, the place immediately began to shake. The castle gradually started to crack. Everyone stood there, unable to hide their surprise. Oh my God! The announcer was also startled and froze. Hey, a castle wall. An unbelievable thing has happened. That castle wall is... Looking at the live broadcast, he also had a laugh in surprise. A monster. The entire thing collapsed. Before everyone's eyes, only a mess remained. Lee Ho-yeol, seeing the scene, thought in despair, *mana. Luckily, I didn't get exhausted from that action. I should rest a bit and then figure things out. But Granfel's persona suddenly shouted, Get up! That guy! Seeing this, he froze. What? Granfel's persona was still shouting relentlessly. Look, so much wealth. The soldiers who sacrificed themselves to protect you and the treasure are lying there, dead so tragically. And you call yourself an enlightened ruler loved by the gods? These scolding words caused the king of this place to immediately appear. How dare you? How dare you destroy my castle walls? My property? Can you not touch the sin of greed, one of the 7 great sins? You foolish human. This scream immediately affected everyone around. People gradually became frightened by this situation. The king continued to scream, I will devour you all. Taemin and Leone, seeing the situation was a bit dangerous, thought, damn it, this is getting tense. Endure it for a bit. Quickly, apply the dark magic resistance buff, *. Just then, the king's scream shifted. Even you and your soldiers. She felt the pressure. I'm going crazy. It's hard to breathe. It's so uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. Greed, the 7 great sins. I will turn you all into zombies and protect my treasure forever. This situation made Taemin tremble. No, if that happens, it will be better to commit suicide than to suffer. At the same time, the judgment skill was blurred by irresistible greed. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly shouted, That's enough. All the oppressive effects were instantly dispelled in a flash. Everyone turned in surprise to look at Lee Ho-yeol's angry face. The king's recent actions had made him extremely annoyed. Seeing that he could dispel everything made it extremely bewildered. How can you interfere with my mind? I am the representative of greed, one of the 7 great sins. Only then did he calmly speak. You are not inherently evil, nor are you greedy. These words startled the king. What? System notifications continuously arrived. The Vampire Count's orb has been selected as a sacrifice. The Exorcism ritual skill has been activated. Exorcism level 2 can prevent allies' abnormalities within a certain range, forcing demons into the exorcism ritual. Lee Ho-yeol didn't hesitate to hold the orb forward. Come to your senses, the last king of the Asura kingdom. Lee Ho-yeol's words were like a purification, causing the king to freeze. His eyes were extremely resolute as he reminded him, It is time to right your wrongs. The orb gradually developed cracks, accompanied by a golden light. The king still refused to admit his mistakes and retorted, Don't try to be funny. Your tricks won't work on me. Just then, the king's form finally appeared. It's holy power. Stop it. My castle has already collapsed. Hakuna. Under Lee Ho-yeol's purification, the demon that had been stubbornly clinging to this place also gradually dissipated. This left Du Gang, who was live streaming on the side, unable to hide his surprise. The announcers also couldn't believe this had happened. Perhaps the most surprised of all was Edgar IG. At the same time, Looking at Lee Ho-yeol's back as he stood there, the announcer slowly spoke. What is that? That is, he succeeded. Someone is emerging from the ruins of the entire castle. The king slowly walked up to Lee Ho-yeol. Lee Ho-yeol's amazing achievements were continuously updated. He knelt at Lee Ho-yeol's feet. Seeing his current self, he was extremely confused. This is, clearly, just a moment ago, I ended my own life along with the demon. Only then did he speak up to explain. No, you fought against it. The system notifications that appeared left him speechless. Asterisk, everything is too chaotic. What is everyone talking about? Time will answer everything. What about the loot? Why is there no loot? Asterisk, the king continued to speak. I don't know how I'm still alive after that. At the same time, the system revealed a hidden quest. Only 9 seconds remaining. Reading this notification made Lee Ho-yeol freeze. The time limit is too short. At this moment, Lee Ho-yeol felt extremely bewildered. Asterisk, what is this? Hidden quest. That's good, but asterisk on it was the hidden quest, the Asura kingdom. The king who intended to commit suicide with the great sin seems to no longer need to live. Make him remember that he is the king of the Asura kingdom. Time remaining, 8 seconds. In progress. Give the crown to the king of the Asura kingdom. Reading these notifications left Lee Ho-yeol speechless. What crown? Where do I get a crown? Time remaining, 7 seconds. Think. Suddenly, at that moment, a familiar item caught Lee Ho-yeol's attention. It turned out to be the gift he had obtained. The island's treasure. The Crown of Ruin. Quest item. Epic grade. A dazzling blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at this crown, Lee Ho-yeol was startled into realization. That's right. Over here. The announcer was still laughing heartily. Who is the man who appeared from the ruins of the great sin? Is he the embodiment of the great sin or another great sin? As he spoke, player Lee Ho-yeol took something out of his inventory. Edgar IG, seeing this, was surprised. That is a crown. Lee Ho-yeol gave it to the king. Seeing his current self, he was extremely surprised. My body. Finally, there was a result. Quest complete. Lee Ho-yeol breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk, I got this from hunting that turtle, didn't I? I thought it was just some high-grade miscellaneous item. Turns out it was for this quest. What a relief. Asterisk. Various notifications were sent. You have met the conditions. The secret of the Asura archipelago has been revealed. The dazzling golden light caught Lee Ho-yeol's attention. Someone has discovered the secrets of the Asura archipelago. This surprised everyone. What is this? Who is someone? Does that mean the rift has been cleared? Which guild did it? It wasn't a guild. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Guild Master. This notification window. Lot chuckled, finding it amusing. It says someone. Comments continuously appeared. What is this notification? I thought it was a disaster warning. Who is it? Who do you think? It's Ho-yeol, of course. Whose room is this? Sun hat for sunny days, umbrella for rainy days, tiffy for colds. The continuous notifications made Dugeng unable to react in time. Even the announcers were clutching their heads in confusion. This is a worldwide message. Similar messages are being sent to all players around the world at the same time. The continuous sounds of discussion made Lee Ho-yeol feel confused. What are they talking about? So bright. Someone has discovered the secrets. Are they talking about me? It seemed that the players around this area had all received a notification. Blue lights continuously shone through the space here. Everyone was still confused about what the hell was happening. This place had gradually begun to change. Everyone became bewildered. The ancient kingdom of Asura has appeared. What is this? Ruins from underground? Unbelievable. This is the ancient kingdom of Asura. At the same time, a new notification appeared. New area discovered. Asura kingdom. Looking at the space here made everyone extremely excited. Hey, what's that? Noticing that the king of Asura was still standing in front of Lee Ho-yeol, everyone paid attention. That guy. Stop taking pictures of the scenery. Film this. Hurry up. But the zoom won't let me. Then grab the camera and run over here. And hurry up. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yes. Meanwhile, on another side, Lee Ho-yeol was silently observing the situation before him. The figure of the king of Asura appeared right before his eyes. What is this? So suddenly, he suddenly knelt on one knee and spoke. I am Hakuna, the last king of the Asura kingdom. Notifications arrived. You have become a benefactor of the Asura kingdom. Your relationship with the Asura kingdom has reached its maximum. Your influence over the Asura kingdom has reached its maximum. The authority in the Asura kingdom trait has been activated. He bowed his head to Lee Ho-yeol. My deepest thanks to the benefactor of me and this kingdom. The people around finally reacted. The king of Asura is here. He's so handsome. Maybe I should go seduce him. Shut up. What are you talking about? At the same time, comments on Dugang's screen continuously appeared. The king. That king is kneeling before him. Breaking news. Even Lee Ho-yeol couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. While he was still unsure how to handle it, Hakuna placed a hand on his chest. Respected benefactor, may I ask for your name? Hearing this, he reminded himself, asterisk, I need to relax. Even if it's a fallen kingdom, a king is still a king, asterisk. I must act appropriately. Thinking this, he slowly introduced himself. Li Hoyeol. This action from Li Hoyeol made both himself and everyone else bewildered. He's speaking so informally, but Hakuna was still very grateful and smiled. It is a great honor to meet you. I will remember this name forever and pass it down for generations to come. These words stunned everyone even more. This guy is speaking so formally and politely. Leone, on the side, spoke in confusion. He's usually completely different. Why is he so indifferent today? What a strange guy. Li Hoyeol also nodded in agreement. Taemin, beside him, turned to look at him. Mr. Hoyeol, I'm sure he's not interested in royal power. Remembering something, Hakuna smiled and chatted. When I was possessed by the great sin, the benefactor said, it is time to right your wrongs. Those words, Li Hoyeol felt extremely embarrassed. Don't bring that up again. He suddenly turned his face away. After hearing those words, I decided to die along with the great sin. But the benefactor forgave me and gave me the crown. These words startled Hakon, who was listening on the side. His eyes held an indescribable sadness. Why? This weak and indecisive monarch has lost all his subjects due to his own mistakes. So what more do you want me to do? The time had gradually shifted to late afternoon here. The people in the guild hurriedly chased after Edgar IG. Guild master, why are we running? He continuously urged them on. Stop complaining and run faster. This is the latest and greatest update from Arcana. There's a whole new nation. Yusra is a gold mine. Although in his mind, he thought, asterisk, how valuable is that nation in the game? Many cities, villages, and it's so rare. Hidden treasures. There are even resources growing from the ground. Asterisk. That's Yusra, right? Once that kingdom is re-established, I'll leech off of it all. I have to seize the opportunity quickly. A subordinate from behind quickly spoke up. Wait, you said you didn't want to go earlier. He tried to run away as fast as he could. When did I say that? I was just saying that earlier. Over here, Li Hoyeol was still listening to what Akuna had just said. His face became thoughtful. After a period of silence, he suddenly spoke. I think we need to re-establish the Yusra kingdom. These words startled everyone. They discussed in surprise. Re-establish? Is that possible? But if we want to rebuild it? Hakuna's eyes lit up with hope, but then returned to their previous state. But who would believe in a king who once turned his sword on his own subjects? He still didn't give up and continued to comfort him. Then from now on, strive to protect what you have, O monarch of Yusra, in order to right your wrongs and restore your honor. I will help you. These words made him immediately find it hard to believe, but very quickly, a joyful smile appeared on his face. It seems the benefactor has read my thoughts. At the same time, a new system notification appeared. Hidden quest, the Yusra Kingdom. The awakened king wishes to rebuild the Yusra Kingdom to right his wrongs and regain his pride. Quest completion conditions hidden. Seeing this, Li Hoyeol forced a smile. That's what the quest window says. Hakuna didn't hesitate to smile and bow his head. Then, at the benefactor's will, the Yusra Kingdom will. Just then, Edgar IG hurriedly ran over and said loudly, here it is. A beautiful kingdom like Yusra is well worth re-establishing. We, Sika-sun, volunteer to help. This action made everyone discuss in surprise. What is this? That's Edgar IG. Helping each other? Huh? He's trying to take advantage of the opportunity. So shameless. Seeing Li Hoyeol standing there quietly made him immediately take notice. In order to curry favor, he put on a cheerful smile and chatted. You must be Hoyeol. I've heard a lot about you. In his mind, he thought, asterisk looking at this situation, it seems this Li Hoyeol is the leader. I need to build a good relationship with him. Asterisk, it's a pleasure to meet you. Our Sika-sun Guild are all big fans of yours, Mr. Hoyeol. I am Edgar IG. It's an honor. This scene left everyone speechless. Seeing that Li Hoyeol had no reaction, he noticed with surprise. The smile on his face gradually became forced. He looks a bit, crap, did I do something wrong? Time seemed to stand still in this place. Edgar IG fell silent for a moment. Hakon from behind suddenly shouted, you're being too rude. The people below gradually became smug. This guy is definitely going to get the cold shoulder. What did he eat to have such guts? Seeing that the situation was not good, he continued to speak. I was too impolite. Suddenly running up and grabbing your hand like that. Li Hoyeol's expression became extremely annoyed. So sleepy. Edgar IG still hadn't given up. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Edgar IG, currently ranked 7th on the individual rankings and also the guild master of the Sika-sun Guild. He couldn't hear these words at all. Asterisk, my vision is getting blurry. It's because I used too much magic. It makes sense. I destroyed an entire castle, performed a purification ritual, and even created a bunch of drama. I suddenly feel so tired. If this keeps up, I'll pass out right here. Asterisk. I need to end this quickly and go to bed. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly turned his head and called out, Mr. Hakuna, king of the Asura kingdom. Hearing this, he turned his attention to him in surprise. Lee Ho-yeol spoke with an extremely serious face. I would like to propose something to you. This made the live stream viewers freeze. What did he say? Such a cute expression. Edgar IG's eyes became filled with anticipation. On the side, the announcers were eating popcorn while watching the drama. The scene quickly shifted to the next day at the Berserker Guild headquarters. New news was constantly being updated. Asura Kingdom reconstruction quest with Jain and Berserker guilds. Hey Khan, I will stay in the Asura Kingdom. Arcana residents are flocking to Asura. Edgar IG, like an invisible man. This series of news made the pink-haired girl laugh so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Even Leonie felt extremely amused by this news. The two of them quickly walked inside. I'm back with ice cream. What's going on? Why are those two laughing like crazy? The blonde on the side calmly explained, they probably read the news about Edgar IG being ignored the other day. This surprised him. What? At that time, Edgar IG had to awkwardly clarify, I just asked him for a small favor. It's not related to the quest. Comments exploded. It's obvious he wanted to get the quest. That's right. And he acted so rudely. If he didn't learn civic education because the teacher was absent, he deserves it. This made everyone even more smug, and they burst out laughing. The scene shifts to the Jain Guild headquarters. The headline on the newspaper was the disgrace of Edgar IG, the top trending topic on Bao Tang's story recently. At the end of the day, he smoked a cigarette. All my knowledge of you is almost like cigarette smoke. My life will also fade like a cigarette. A cigarette is my life. Should I live like a cigarette all day? Nam Cheol-min and Tae-min were so moved they hugged each other and cried. We did it. Nam Cheol-min patted his younger brother's head and praised him. You did well. You're truly my pride. I can't believe you got the Asura Kingdom reconstruction quest. He laughed and explained, I just did what you told me to. He still felt very happy. I'm so happy. I don't know what to say. Let me give you a kiss. He hurriedly stopped him. Don't. This situation made everyone in the guild feel weary. Why are the analyst and the guild master so happy? Is that quest that good? The young man next to him smiled and explained, it's not just good. It's the first kingdom to appear after Arcana merged with the real world. It will definitely bring enormous benefits that you can't even imagine. Besides, many people are trying to build relationships with the king of Asura these days, right? Edgar IG even humiliated himself for it. Didn't you see the news? The young man nodded in understanding. That's right. New news was constantly being broadcast on television. It brings enormous value to all guilds because this is the first national level update. Moreover, the Asura Kingdom is famous for its endless resources. Its development potential is undeniable. The monsters there also help you level up faster. People even believe that if they have a good relationship or influence with the Asura Kingdom, they might receive a title upon completing the reconstruction of the kingdom. A group of people scrambled to run forward. Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, please let me participate in the reconstruction quest for the Asura Kingdom too. We're from the Gamba Guild. We're great at digging. Mr. Ho-yeol, where are you? Show yourself. I'm sure he was here. A crack gradually appeared in the stone wall before them. Lee Ho-yeol let go, and the wall immediately shattered. Though he appeared calm, he was extremely dejected inside. I'm so tired. I can't leave the house with those guys haunting me wherever I go. It's best to go to the lab at the Mage Tower. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him, catching his attention. It turned out to be none other than Zet. She smiled and greeted him. Mr. Ho-yeol, I've been waiting for you. He felt extremely scared. You scared me. I thought you were a ghost. Everyone, let's learn with Zet how to greet elegantly like a nobleman. 1. Do not wear a hat in front of your elders. In her current state, she looked like a little squirrel. 2. Cup your hands together. 3. Bow at a 90-degree angle, keeping your back and neck straight. 4. Say hello. Zet tried to follow this greeting. How are you? Her actions made Lee Ho-yeol even more annoyed. After a period of silence, he spoke coldly, very polite. Although he silently thought, I'm dead tired. I don't have any tea to offer you, but please have a seat. The trouble has been resolved, so you don't need to be in a hurry. What is it? Her face suddenly lit up. Are you okay? What if you're tired after fighting in the archipelago? Do you think you're still okay? Seeing this, Lee Ho-yeol thought in despair. I'm so sleepy. He suddenly asked, what do you want? Zet quickly spoke her mind. I have a few questions about magic. I've watched many of your videos, Mr. Ho-yeol, and it seems you have completely mastered the processes of exploration, interference, and manifestation. He still didn't pay much attention to her words. I am exhausted. Today has been too long. Asterisk, she continued relentlessly. You can even reason with new knowledge alongside the magic leader, Marcelo. Lee Ho-yeol just wanted to sleep. I still have a lot to think about. Zet smiled and chatted. My master, Marcelo, even said you're beyond a genius. He also had to silently admit it, especially regarding the great sin of greed. Even though it called itself a great sin, it didn't know about the purification ritual. How could such a huge demon not recognize its natural enemy, a demon hunter? Don't tell me. At this point, Zed immediately winked at him. The power that Mr. Hoyeol used was advanced magic, right? Seeing that he still had no reaction made her bewildered. She suddenly called out, "Mr. Hoyeol?" But he had already fallen asleep. His face became incredibly handsome and gentle in his sleep. This sight made Zet fall silent for a moment. Lee Hoyeol was still deep in sleep, unaware of anything. Out of curiosity, she slowly extended a finger forward. Then she gently stroked his hair. Zet's movements were extremely careful, as if she was afraid of waking Lee Hoyeol. Sensing something was wrong, he startled awake. But when he looked around, she had already left. There was a piece of paper on the table. The space here made Lee Hoyeol feel bewildered. A dream? When did I fall asleep? The note clearly read, "I'll come again next time. Zet, P.S. Your hair is too long. It's covering your eyes." These words surprised Lee Hoyeol. "It's because I'm too tired. I fell asleep right in front of guests." He looked thoughtfully at the paper in his hand. "I was rude to her." Just then, another system notification appeared. Reading the notification carefully surprised him. It clearly stated, "Quest, Marcelo's research project. Magic leader Marcelo wants to meet you to discuss the next level of advanced magic that you are jointly researching. Verifying ability in progress. Persuade the majority of high-ranking mages, 0 out of 20. After reading this quest, he thought, "That's right. I was wondering why it was so quiet. The mages of the Mage Tower wouldn't easily accept a traveler like me participating in this. Moreover, I was personally brought to the discussion by Marcelo. They must be expecting a lot. But why today? I am sleepy." Thinking this, he immediately rubbed his eyes to calm himself down. A knock came from outside the door. Lee Hoyeol immediately said, "Come in." Marcelo slowly entered. "It's Marcelo. I have something to discuss with you, so..." Lee Hoyeol, right in front of him, calmly replied, "I know why you're here, Magic Leader Marcelo. It seems they need proof of the usefulness of the high-level magic we are researching together." Seeing Lee Hoyeol looking strange, he was surprised. "What's with his hair?" He continued to speak. "I'm so sorry. It's because of my incompetence that the mages at the Mage Tower are now doubting your abilities, Mr. Hoyeol." He didn't seem to care much about this reason. "That's not it. You don't need to blame yourself." He thought to himself, so sleepy. These words made him freeze. "What did you say?" Lee Hoyeol said with a very serious tone. "Please lead the way. If they don't believe in me, then I just need to make them believe." A system notification appeared. Persuade the majority of high-ranking mages. The convocation of Belizo. The high-ranking mages want to greet their research colleague. Please join the conference. Inside the meeting, everyone was already waiting. And this woman is the high-ranking mage of the Elemental Academy, Belizo. Her eyes were somewhat judgmental, silently calculating. Asterisco traveler, Lee Hoyeol. Unfortunately, you couldn't prove your expertise from the very first step. Asterisk. A 3-layered seal created by 3 high-ranking mages will prevent you from entering here. But it seems I had too high expectations for you. Not to mention being able to enter here. Right now, you can't even see the hidden door over there. So what can you do? Lee Hoyeol was still waiting outside the door. Belizo, seeing this, thought to herself, asterisk adventure Lee Hoyeol. From the very beginning, you couldn't prove your strength. Asterisk. A 3-layered seal created by 3 high-ranking mages will prevent you from entering here. Don't even dream of setting foot in this place. You can't even find the hidden door over there. Just then, Lee Hoyeol unexpectedly opened the door, stunning Belizo and everyone else. She still couldn't believe the truth. Impossible. How could he destroy the entire 3-layered seal so easily? How'd he do it? Even Marcelo, the founder of the magical theories, couldn't do this. Lee Hoyeol suddenly spoke up. That door. Belizo, hearing this, was startled and bewildered. His eyes gradually filled with anger. It seems someone is playing a prank on me. These words made everyone present freeze. What is this threatening feeling? He continued to walk forward, unfazed. I came here because it seems you all wanted to greet me. Belizo thought in surprise. How could an adventurer like him get in here? Lee Hoyeol still paid no mind to everyone's stares. If you waste my time with jokes like this, then each of you will have to take responsibility. Do you have enough confidence to bear all the responsibility? He made the 2 of them immediately touch. Belizo was a bit stunned by this scene. His eyes had now become incredibly frightening because he was very sleepy at this moment. In his heart, Lee Hoyeol thought in despair. Asterisk, I can even sleep while standing. This won't do. I have to go home and sleep. This Lee Hoyeol guy. Asterisk. Thinking this, he immediately turned to leave. I will let slide this time. Please don't be so rude to me again. These remarks left Belizo stunned. A forced smile suddenly appeared on her face. A joke? It was just a joke? To destroy a magical seal that even I'm not sure I could break. Just then, a man suddenly spoke up. I remember now. That silver-haired guy. I heard that. An image of Lee Ho-yeol appeared with Cleodia. He's the adventurer who participated in the magic discussion at the Mage Tower without being invited. My God, this is true. If it's true, then with that power, it's completely reasonable for Marcelo to encourage him to join the research. Hearing this information left Belizo utterly stunned. So that kid, that brat, is he the adventurer who saw through the Tower Master's illusion magic? The time gradually shifted to late night at the Mage Tower. Lee Ho-yeol had become extremely tired after a long day of work. A system notification appeared, catching his attention. Has the number of mages who acknowledge my strength increased because of what happened? The system screen displayed the quest, Marcelo's research. Mage Tower leader Marcelo wants to meet you to discuss the next level of advanced magic that you are jointly researching. Proving your ability in progress. Persuade the majority of high-ranking mages, 3 out of 20. Reading this information, Lee Ho-yeol yawned tiredly. Only 3 people. That's so few. I didn't think it would be that few. However, they're all high-ranking mages, scholars who have reached the pinnacle of their respective schools. This is a good start. I wasn't originally a mage, but a demon hunter, so there's no need to rush this. I'll just take a nap for now. After that, I'll have the loot from the Asura archipelago appraised. If I start learning magic from the beginner level, suddenly, a voice calling his name caught his attention. Lee Ho-yeol. Over here, Lee Ho-yeol. Seeing a piece of paper that could speak human language made him freeze. He still didn't understand what the hell was happening. What is this? The paper continued to speak. It's me, Marcelo. This is called magical parchment. We mages use them as messengers. If you want to reply to me, just bring the paper close to your mouth and speak. This scene made Lee Ho-yeol freeze on the spot. Marcelo's face was even happily printed on the paper. This scene made Lee Ho-yeol silently ponder for a long time. He suddenly moved closer. What? He chuckled and explained, you don't have to be that close. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and he threw the paper into the trash can. So annoying. Just then, Marcelo suddenly approached. Actually, I came here to apologize, Ho-yeol. I heard about what happened. It seems they just wanted to joke around. On behalf of the high-ranking mages, I apologize for their rudeness. A high-ranking mage is a mage who has reached the pinnacle of magic, regardless of their school. High-ranking mages, to occupy the leading position in their field, must constantly prove their qualities. Hearing this, Lee Ho-yeol understood something. In short, they're the most skilled mages compared to their peers. So tiring. Marcelo, he was still relentlessly speaking. It's always like this. Because of their shortcomings, they've troubled you. It makes me feel so ashamed. Lee Ho-yeol silently thought to himself. From the perspective of a predecessor, having someone appear and declare themselves the best, pushing their position down to second, is something they naturally wouldn't want. But he still continued to speak. No one is at fault in this. Even nobles don't have to constantly prove themselves, so I'm quite used to this. Marcelo's eyes became sad. But because of my shortcomings, even Ho-yeol is being underestimated. These words made him freeze on the spot. His eyes gradually filled with disbelief. Lee Ho-yeol looked at Marcelo's current state in bewilderment. No, this is impossible. As time passed, it seemed Lee Ho-yeol would have to accept the truth. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. If you say underestimated in front of Grand Fell. His action startled Marcelo a little. He continued to speak. Then you get a reply something like this. Then prove it. Let's see what you're made of. In his heart, Lee Ho-yeol felt extremely embarrassed. I'm so used to that line. Granfell's persona was still relentlessly speaking. To me, to have one's strength recognized, one must prove it. That's right. Just prove to those who doubt your strength the power they want to see, and they will submit. People with talent and strength, like you never need to worry about that. After a period of silence, Marcelo continued to speak. I was also rude. Instead of just talking to you on paper like this, I should have met you in person and talked to you. Lee Ho-yeol immediately shook his head. It's all right. The snail on the table is a naturally occurring phenomenon. It's Granfell's puzzle. You're showing your pride again. He was still continuously blaming himself. I was so short-sighted. I should have anticipated those things. Lee Ho-yeol hurriedly shook his head and explained, you don't need to worry about that. But he was still very stubborn. I'll come to your place right now. This made him panic. You don't have to. I'm really fine. Finally, the conversation ended. Wait 10 minutes. I'll be right there. And so, Lee Ho-yeol was still desperately crying. I said, I'm fine. He dejectedly slumped his head onto the table. I just want to sleep for a bit. If this continues, I'm really going to die. Too many things are happening. Persuading the high-ranking mages. And I'm a beginner mage. I'm not even a proper mage yet. Isn't that quest too difficult for me? Besides, my level is only 226. All the high-ranking mages are at least level 600 or higher. I'm still like a snot-nosed kid to them. But it can't be like this. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly raised his head. The search, to be highly regarded, I must prove it. Make the impossible a reality. Erase their doubts. Interfere. And his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly sat there and made a decision. Manifest. Lee Ho-yeol's face had now become extremely thoughtful. It seemed this was also an important issue for him. For the pride of Lee Ho-yeol, the proud memory of Grand Fell. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. While he was still feeling happy, his body suddenly gave out. What is this? Could it be that I've run out of mana just from using light magic for a while? But light magic is an extremely basic skill for beginner mages. A voice called from outside the door. Ho-yeol, are you there? It's Marcelo. I'm coming in. He inadvertently noticed Lee Ho-yeol's gloomy appearance, but he quickly controlled his facial expression. And this proud skill. Komain. The scene shifts to a construction site, still under development. Various notice boards appeared. In the end, Lee Ho-yeol was the winner at the archipelago, right? The one who revealed the secrets of Asura. The secrets about the king have not yet been revealed. Lee Ho-yeol is just a pawn. Honestly, the Lionheart Knights are terrible. Lee Ho-yeol caught a big one, and that's the real proof. Lee Ho-yeol has been recognized by the Mage Tower. Taemin discussed with Nam Cheol-min in surprise. Did you see that? Everyone's gone crazy. Why is Lee Ho-yeol's strength suddenly being questioned? Outside the room, Marcelo's voice rang out. Ho-yeol, are you there? It's Marcelo. I'm coming in. Looking at his current face, he was a little startled. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol's appearance returned to normal. Please come in. Seeing that something was wrong, he was startled and bewildered. Thoughts continuously appeared in his head. Asterisk what? Why does he look like that? Hey, Grand Fell, are you sure you can control your facial expressions properly? Asterisk he continued to ask. What's wrong, Sir Marcelo? Looking around the room, he suddenly realized. Could it be you just used magic right here? Lee Ho-yeol immediately sniffed the air. The room still has a faint smell of magic. It smells a bit burnt, doesn't it? He quickly said, I was just practicing some basic magic skills, don't worry. I have no intention of monitoring this lab. These words startled him. I didn't mean that, although he silently thought, but really, he was only practicing basic magic? Why did it leave such a terrifying magical trace? A magical trace. Every spell, after being cast, leaves a mark. To cast magic, what process is needed? What kind of ability is required? If that process is more complicated, Cleodia suddenly appeared here. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Marcelo was confused. Cleodia? Since when? She was still relentlessly praising. This magical trace is so beautiful. Was this created by your magic leader Marcelo? Are you planning to summon a dragon in this lab? He hurriedly shook his head and explained, no, this is the magical trace of the adventurer Lee Ho-yeol. He said it was beginner-level magic. This news startled Cleodia. What did you say? Impossible. How can beginner magic leave such a terrifying magical trace? At the same time, others had also appeared here. Oh my god, what a beautiful magical trace. I couldn't resist, so I barged in here to admire it. Marcelo, is this your magic? What level of magic did you use to create such a wonderful magical trace? Everything happened so fast, leaving Lee Ho-yeol utterly bewildered. What is this? What are these people doing here? More and more people appeared here. This way, that magical aura is coming from this lab. This magical trace could even win the 823rd Magical Beauty Contest. I was the winner of the last Magical Beauty Contest, but I don't think I stand a chance this time. Sir Marcelo, what kind of magic did you use this time? Seeing this situation, Marcelo hurriedly pointed behind him. I didn't do this. It was the adventurer Lee Ho-yeol over there. But as soon as he turned around, he had disappeared. Since when? This made him a little incredulous. Where did he go? Lee Ho-yeol just wanted to get out of this place as quickly as possible. His eyes became more desperate. What the hell is a magical trace? What a bunch of crazy magic fanatics. I have to find a way to slip away. If I stay here, I'll never be able to rest. Seeing Lee Ho-yeol's familiar figure, the students were very excited. It's the adventurer Lee Ho-yeol. Oh my god, we finally found you. We've been looking for you. You did great at the Crystal Palace. But do you have what it takes to solve this puzzle? At the same time, a notification appeared before his eyes. The Sage's Entertainment. A puzzle known as one of the 3 most difficult to exist in the Mage Tower. To date, the highest record for solving this puzzle is 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds. The group continued to speak. The more you abuse your mana, the harder the puzzle will become. Even Sir Marcelo took more than 10 days to solve it. Lee Ho-yeol snapped his fingers. Reverse magic. And so, a new record. Lee Ho-yeol, 1 second. Congratulations. This scene made the group fall to their knees and cry. Oh my god. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. Persuaded the majority of high-ranking mages, 7 out of 20. This number made Lee Ho-yeol very pleased. 7 people already. At this rate, it'll be over soon. After stepping outside, he was startled by a crowd of reporters surrounding him. He's out. It's Lee Ho-yeol. May we ask, is it true that you single-handedly defeated the fiend at the archipelago? There are rumors that you just took credit for someone else's work. There's a lot of controversy about this right now. Can you give the public an explanation? Lee Hoyol was extremely confused. What? What controversy? He spoke with annoyance. You people are so rude. I have no obligation to answer people who don't know how to behave like you. At the same time, the group of magic students from behind had also caught up. He's here. Hey, adventurer friend, we have a question about your magical trace. Is it true that what you created was from the light of beginner magic? Just by casting a magic skill in the lab? We've studied magic our whole lives, but we've never been able to do what you did. This made Lee Hoyol despair. Oh my god, what is this? Meanwhile, on another side, the reporters were still relentlessly surrounding him. There are suspicions that Hacken was the one who delivered the decisive blow. Furthermore, is it true that Edgar IG was there? He didn't know what to do next. I'm going to die. He was continuously surrounded by this crowd. Adventurer! Hey friend! Lee Hoyol! In his heart, Lee Hoyol screamed, "This is bad. I'm like a fish caught in a net now. What should I do? Is there any way to escape this encirclement?" Realizing something was wrong, Lee Hoyol paid attention. A pink spatial door slammed right in front of Lee Hoyol. What? The flow of magic on that wall suddenly changed. The reporters were approaching him and suggesting, "Hey, Mr. Hoyol, just one word." Not wanting to face the crowd, he immediately backed away. I don't know. Seeing his action, everyone was extremely surprised. What? Adventurer friend, my mage tower. Mr. Hoyol, where did he go? He disappeared. At the same time, Lee Hoyol had also been transported into Belizo's room. His face became bewildered, not expecting this to happen to him. When she saw his appearance, she was startled and confused. How surprising. The moment I opened the door, you saw through me and stepped in. As expected, you are the one who saw through the Tower Master's illusion magic. Realizing her presence, Lee Hoyol was surprised. That person, she's the one I met at the Crystal Palace this morning. Opening the door means she helped me. He immediately replied. At that time, I just felt the magic of the wall being interfered with. The same thing happened when I felt the Tower Master's illusion magic. Feeling the magic of the wall fluctuating in space. At that time, I just tried to find the wall's altered magical power and return it to its original state before the interference. This magic is too simple. This series of remarks made Belizo tremble with laughter. Her actions made Lee Hoyol blush with extreme embarrassment. Asterisk what? What's with that tone? Why is she laughing like that? Does she want me to thank her for helping me? Asterisk. At the same time, she continued to comment. Indeed, if you know you're underestimated, but want to be highly regarded, then prove your ability. That's what it means. These words made Lee Hoyol clutch his head and scream in despair. How does she know that line? She suddenly stood up and looked at him. Adventurer Lee Hoyol, perhaps you're the only mage who would call the Tower Master's illusion magic simple. It's a bit late for me to greet you now, isn't it? I am Belizo, a high-ranking mage from the School of Healing. By the decision of Magic Leader Marcelo, I hereby recognize the qualification of Adventurer Lee Hoyol for joint research on new magic. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification, persuaded the majority of high-ranking mages, 8 out of 20. This made him incredibly surprised and disbelieving. Sometime later, the scene shifts to Lee Hoyol's familiar house. News headlines continuously appeared on the notice board. In the end, it wasn't really Hoyol who caught the great fiend of the archipelago. The one who revealed the secrets of Asura was Edgar IG. I don't want to talk about player Hoyol. Hoyol is just a pawn. Honestly, the Lionheart Knights are terrible. Hoyol caught a big one, and that's the real proof recognized by magic. This series of news surprised Lee Hoyol. What is this? What are these people asking me to explain? Please don't tease me like this. I think Jan and Berserker are explaining this matter. At the same time, replies appeared. It's true that Hoyol caught that monster. I saw it. If you weren't there, don't say anything. Just shut up. Honestly, if I watch this video now, I'll believe everything. Of course, the Lionheart Knights also helped. It's true that Hoyol caught it. No rebuttals received. This left Lee Hoyol speechless. What are you people doing? But his eyes gradually glanced in another direction. He once again realized his own actions. Why am I still not? On it was the quest. Train your weak body. 500 pull-ups. This tired body continuously training so much made Lee Hoyol despair. I can't even go to sleep yet. Does Grandfell have no concept of work-life balance? However, by continuously repeating the daily quests, the strength and agility stats I received as a reward are 33.35 each. Compared to other players of the same level, I'm 10 to 20 points ahead of them. I just repeat the daily quests, but the gap is that big. It's truly amazing. Of course, for a demon hunter, strength and agility stats are not very useful. I don't even have any melee skills, no area of effect combat skills. Anyway, is the only redeeming quality that I'm good at completing quests? Lee Hoyol comforted himself. At least I should get some magic points. Just like Granfel's talent allows him to learn magic quickly, even though it has nothing to do with the Demon Hunter class, it would be great if he could show some talent in melee combat. For example, the sword technique that Hakon used at that time. The feeling, something is different. Something is too much. This feeling is like floating. Just then, Lee Ho-yeol realized something was unusual. Even Granfel's persona's eyes widened. Towards the front, suddenly, a peerless blade appeared right before the two of them. Along with it, 100 senses and a heavenly wind caused everything to gradually shatter. Lee Ho-yeol turned his head to look with disbelief. What? One slash. He continued to look at Granfel's current persona. Slicing carrots. And I learned a new sword technique. Seeing water spraying from the apartment made the surrounding residents incredulous. What? Water is spraying out over there. What a beautiful rainbow. The scene shifts to the Asura archipelago, the Berserker reconstruction headquarters. Leonie was still looking at her phone screen with boredom and annoyance. The two of them, along with the blonde, saw this and disgust and surprise. Why is ours over there again? And what is she watching on YouTube? I have no idea. At the same time, she was paying attention to a reporter filming a video. So, the words that Edgar IG said that he handled the boss with a night order. Please understand that we can't answer all the controversies. Of course, our Mr. Lee Ho-yeol single-handedly defeated all the monsters. I was there to witness it. A big incident almost happened, because as soon as I appeared, everyone froze in fear. Oh yeah, so I think the #1 player, Edgar, handled it. Faced with that mysterious phenomenon, everyone was almost frozen solid. How can you believe that a player of unknown origin, like Lee Ho-yeol, defeated a great sin by himself? It was only because of Edgar that the great sin was defeated. After reading this news, Leonie angrily threw her phone to the ground. Damn it, those people who don't know a damn thing talk so much. This action surprised everyone around. Her true personality. What does she use that foul mouth? That phone is so cold. Why did she smash it? She uses it when fighting with other guilds, of course. The pink-haired girl ran over cheerfully. Oh my dear sister, why are you angry again? The two of them on one side came up with an idea. It's true when fighting with other guilds, being hot-headed like that is fine. She turned her face away in annoyance. I don't know, those scumbags keep bringing up the great sin and talking nonsense. It's true that Ho-yeol caught them all by himself. What do you mean he just leeched off them? And then, thanks to the night order? They don't know a damn thing. This surprised the pink-haired girl a little. Oh my, so now you're standing up for Mr. Ho-yeol? These words made Leonie extremely embarrassed. What? No way. Why would I do that? Am I crazy? Because he helped complete the first quest. This time he also helped with the quest. That's right, it's because he helped. The pink-haired girl continued to tease. But you're also angry because Ho-yeol is being insulted. She blushed and shook her head. I told you it's not like that. The blonde and the other one on the side burst out laughing. The guild master is about to fall in love. You're really something. What crime did Mr. Ho-yeol commit to deserve such a punishment? Sometime later, the pink-haired girl continued to comfort her. Sister, calm down. Those scumbags who aren't worth your time will quiet down soon. Don't be like that. Let's go talk about something interesting. Do you remember back when we played Arcana, when a national influence increased and strengthened, you were granted a title? After rebuilding that ruined kingdom, you'll also receive influence points, and your relationship with the Usura kingdom will increase as a reward, right? And the sign appeared. Usura kingdom, friendly relationship, high influence, granted title, and also granted a fiefdom. The pink-haired girl continued her story. Even Shining and Sika Sun in the kingdom will have to bow to you. She immediately thought about that issue. Leonie's face became thoughtful as she pondered this matter. Finally, a smile appeared on her face. The pink-haired girl saw this and teased. Are you smiling now? She blushed, shook her head, and said, No, I'm not. She was still continuously laughing. Our dear sister looks much cuter when she smiles. The two of them continued to chat with each other, ignoring the two who were still burying their heads in the sand behind them. Remembering something, Leonie's face became thoughtful. The Usura Kingdom reconstruction quest is definitely a good opportunity. A natural treasure island where you can get Arcana's resources without entering a dimensional rift. Not to mention the title, even just getting the mining rights is already of immense value. But anyone would become greedy for this opportunity. So why did he give it to us? Thinking about this made her sigh tiredly. So I'm indebted to him once again. I wonder when I'll be able to have tea with him. The pink-haired girl on the side was confused. She quickly shook her head. It's nothing. At the same time, below, Lee Ho-yeol had also approached with a cold demeanor. A message was sent from the landlord. Young man, I rented the house to you because you live honestly, quietly, and cleanly. What am I supposed to do with a house being damaged like this? He quickly sent a new message. It was my fault for carelessly using an uncontrollable power. Just bill me for the repair costs. The other sent a message. What are you talking about? After hanging up, Lee Ho-yeol sighed and looked at his current state. Damn it. Rukili, I awaken suotoha. But a big incident almost happened because I couldn't control the power at all. How do I reduce the magnitude of this sword aura? The result for Lee Ho-yeol was that he fainted for 6 days due to exhaustion from the sword aura. His physical strength decreased in real time. Even if I search for sword aura online, it's all just about novels. First of all, I was surprised to be on the island. But I wonder if Hakon will teach me sword aura. Just then, a young man suddenly stopped him. Wait, please stop. From this point on, by order of the Asura Kingdom, it is currently under restoration. You're not allowed. No entry. May I ask if you have a Asura resident ID or a certified entry permit? Lee Ho-yeol coldly replied, I do not. Although he was a little surprised. They've already set up a pretty good system. The guard continued to remind him, in that case, you cannot enter. I'm sorry. Please leave. These words made him surprised, and he thought, Asterisk Arcana, people have migrated to the Asura Kingdom. Their faces are so bright and cute. Asterisk. After a period of silence, he suddenly spoke. I came to see Hakon. Is there no way? Hearing this, he paid attention. Hakon? Are you talking about Sir Hakon Kinskates? His eyes immediately widened as he stared at him. Soon after, this guard let out a mocking smile. Because he's a person of high status. These words left Lee Ho-yeol speechless. I'm getting a little annoyed. In that case, can you pass a message to Hakon or Hakuna? The guard immediately shook his head. I can't. This person is truly a ridiculous person. Where did you come from, daring to casually call out the noble names of Sir Kinskates and His Majesty? Do you think pretending to be close will get you out of this? Do you think I've only met 1 or 2 adventurers like you? What? You're a benefactor of His Majesty. You're Lee Ho-yeol? All eyes. Just then, the familiar figure of Hakuna walked over. Oh, yeol. He looked extremely happy and waved. He stood still while the guard beside him was agape. Lee Ho-yeol maintained a calm demeanor and immediately said, Hakuna. System notifications appear continuously. Name revealed. The Asura Kingdom's authority skill has been activated. Current relationship with the Asura Kingdom has reached maximum. Due to his current influence with the Asura Kingdom reaching maximum, Lee Ho-yeol is surprised and thinks, so knowing the name triggers this effect. At the same time, Hakuna tightly grasps his hand. My benefactor, did you come to Asura to find me for a personal matter? He suddenly speaks up to explain, I came because I have something to say to Hakon Kinskates, but it seems I need a permit. These words leave him utterly surprised. A permit? What are you talking about? My benefactor, you hold authority equal to mine in the Asura Kingdom. Have you ever seen a king who needs a permit to visit his own kingdom? Despite knowing this, Lee Ho-yeol remains perfectly calm. Is that so? He silently thinks, I just received it. Moreover, the authority is greater than I thought. Hakuna continues to smile and chat. But you came to see Lord Hakon for a personal matter? This makes him feel a bit awkward. That matter. The scene shifts to another location near the coast. The soldiers are still continuously training. Jessica quickly shouts a reminder to everyone. Your posture is too messy. Stand up straight. Hold your swords higher. How can you drive the demons out of our homeland like this? Shout louder. Louder. Inside the tent, Hakon Kinskates asks in surprise. You want to learn to be a swordsman? After today, Lord Lee Ho-yeol. Meanwhile, outside, she continues to criticize. Row 16. Row 16. That one. Raise your sword higher. Lee Ho-yeol calmly sips his tea and explains the meaning behind his words. I want to know how to control the aura on your sword. These words leave him completely stunned. So you've seen that light? Even after training for over 10 years, one cannot even feel it without innate talent. You always surprise me. Lee Ho-yeol lets out a sigh. It's nothing surprising, although in his heart, he desperately thinks, I don't know anything about being humble. This guy, thinking this, Hakon Kinskates immediately refuses. But it's not possible. Even for a seasoned swordsman, sword chi isn't something you can learn just because you want to. Besides, aren't you a mage? Even if you can see sword chi, you must practice the sword for at least 10 years to awaken it. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly interrupts. I have already awakened it. This news leaves him stunned with disbelief. Lee Ho-yeol, what are you saying right now? He continues to repeat. I said I've already awakened it. What I want to know is how to control sword chi, Lord Hakon Kinskates. Listening to those words leaves him utterly surprised. At that moment, he suddenly shouts, Jessica! Seeing this, she turns her head in surprise. Yes, Commander. His face becomes extremely serious. Bring the sword and the lion's oath here. Though a bit surprised, she still nods and obeys. Yes, I understand. Sometime later, Lee Ho-yeol stands before a giant lion-headed stone tablet. This thing is so massive it makes him think in surprise. What is this? Is this an iron plate? Enoch, standing to the side, feels confused. The lion's oath? What? Jessica, on the other side, shakes her head. I don't know. How could I know what the commander is thinking? At this moment, Hakon Kinskates' face breaks into an excited smile. That iron wall is called the Lion's Oath. It is a relic passed down through generations of the Lionheart Knights. It is made of a metal nicknamed non-existent iron in this world. Its hardness is strong enough to match an absolute, unbreakable oath. One of the two sword marks on the lion's face belongs to the first knight commander. The other mark is the sword mark I made. How about it, Lord Li Ho-yeol? Hakon Kinsgates slowly extends the sword forward. His face becomes full of anticipation. If you have truly awakened genuine sword chi, then try to become the master of the third sword mark. Looking at the sword right in front of him, Li Ho-yeol hesitates, not knowing what to do. Enoch, seeing the situation isn't right, hurriedly stands up to stop them. Commander, how can you let an outsider? Jessica, on the side, reminds him stay still. There's no reason an adventurer wouldn't have the ability. He must have already thought it through. But the commander's sword. Li Ho-yeol's face breaks into a smug smile. The next second, he suddenly refuses. I cannot hold that sword. This leaves everyone confused. What exactly is he planning to do? Li Ho-yeol turns away. Instead, lend me this sword. This thing is a long sword specifically used for training by the Lionheart Knights. Rare grade. Level 200 limit. This scene makes Hakon Kinsgates unable to hide his surprise. Choosing a training longsword, the blade won't even be able to hold up when you strike. Watching Li Ho-yeol's actions, everyone waits in great anticipation. Hakon Kinsgates also opens his eyes wide to see what happens. The knights there gradually drop their jaws in disbelief. A terrifying scene occurs. Li Ho-yeol decisively takes the sword and slashes toward the lion stone statue. His eyes have now become extremely determined. Seeing the situation before him, Enoch hurriedly reacts. This is absurd. Such powerful sword chi. How can a mage? Li Ho-yeol suddenly asks. Is this enough? Even though he is almost out of health at this point, help me. Hakon Kinsgate smiles at Li Ho-yeol and asks, how about it, Li Ho-yeol? Can you become a master of the third sword mark? Looking at the sword in his hand, Li Ho-yeol ponders. At the same time, the system displays an analysis. Hakon Kinsgates' sword has a level 600 limit. A unique, one-of-a-kind sword made of the same iron as the Lion's Oath. After reading this, he gives a surprised smile. The level limit is 600. Li Ho-yeol suddenly speaks up. I cannot hold that sword. He silently thinks to himself, my level is still way too low. Instead, he takes the training longsword of the Lionheart Knights. Rare grade. Level 200 limit. This time, Li Ho-yeol takes the sword and walks toward the giant stone. Everyone's faces turn blank with bewilderment. Perhaps the most surprised of all is Hakon Kinsgates. A training longsword? The blade won't even be able to hold up against that iron wall. Even the people around are worried. No way. That sword is practically a child's toy. Can he really release sword chi with it? Listening to everyone's discussions, Li Ho-yeol is a bit speechless. This child's toy. I didn't know it was this heavy. Oh my god, what is this? I can't control it. The scream echoing in Li Ho-yeol's head makes him feel utterly helpless as he slashes through the stone. But in the eyes of everyone, he appears incredibly high class. Hakon Kinsgates and the others' faces gradually become more stunned as they look at him. Li Ho-yeol acts extremely cool. Is this enough? Even though he is on the verge of exhaustion, help me. Seeing the scene just now, Hakon Kinsgates immediately smiles. Li Ho-yeol, you truly always surprise me. Now I'm even more curious about your potential. Now about the training session. Noticing Li Ho-yeol's slightly strange movements, he pays attention. It seems he is moved by the opportunity to gain new knowledge. All right, Jessica, Enoch, he will train with you. Hearing this, the two smile and nod. Understood. Feeling it's not enough, Hakon Kinsgates continues to remind them. We will start from the basics of the sword. Jessica and Enoch are both excellent swordsmen and experts in sword chi, so train your bodies with them first. However, you are not allowed to use a sword unless permitted. These words deeply move Li Ho-yeol. He knows exactly what I need. Hakon Kinsgates is the best. He smiles and turns away. Let's do that. Sometime later, everyone is gathered by the seashore. Enoch feels a bit annoyed looking at Li Ho-yeol. He's a mage who wants to learn how to use a sword, and he's even favored by the commander. However, he refused the commander's sword, which means he respects the leader. If that's the case, then even if I don't want to, I must behave properly. At that moment, Jessica, standing nearby, suddenly speaks up. I am Jessica, your instructor for this training course. Remember that the training of the Lionheart Knights is very rigorous. Now, go change into your training uniforms. Although her face gradually becomes serious as she thinks, even if he can use sword chi, he's still a mage. If his stamina doesn't hold up, he won't be able to apply sword chi in actual combat. I'll make you wish you were dead, you incompetent mage. At the same time, Li Ho-yeol has finished dressing neatly. Her face completely changes. Look at those abs. A gathering of essence. Women love this. Enoch turns to look at her in surprise. Jessica, I think I just heard you swallow your spit. She hurriedly speaks up. Let's begin the training. The most basic thing in swordsmanship is the grip. Raise your swords. Enoch begins to walk around, reminding everyone. You're leaning forward too much. Place your left hand at your navel and point it slightly forward. At the same time, she is constantly scolding. Hold your thumb tight. Don't point your right foot outward. He continues to instruct everyone. The right hand should only use force when attacking. It's all about one vertical slash. She's so passionate. Lee Ho-yeol is silently thinking. How did Hakon Kinskates hold his sword? Fast, concise, and powerful pressure. He's trying his best to imitate Hakon Kinskates. Thinking this, Lee Ho-yeol slowly brings the sword forward. His eyes suddenly open wide, focusing intently. Then, he brings the sword down hard again. Like this. The scene has now become completely chaotic. Jessica and Enoch's faces immediately freeze at this sight. Their hair is also completely disheveled. At this moment, Enoch hurriedly steps forward and asks, Wait a moment, Lee Ho-yeol. How can you? He calmly explains, I try to imitate Lord Hakon Kinskates. This news makes him unable to hide his surprise. Imitate? Nonsense. That is Commander Hakon Kinskates' swordsmanship technique. It is the ultimate level that all Lionheart Knights aim for. And yet he could perfectly recreate it after seeing it only a few times. With such a powerful amount of sword chi, I thought he was just a slightly unusual mage. Lee Ho-yeol picks up the sword and praises it. This is good, he silently thinks, but I've never seen a genius like him. Meanwhile, Hakon Kinskates, standing behind, has witnessed the entire scene. Certainly, he is a natural talent who could far surpass me. It's a pity such a person is a mage. I must train him well so he isn't consumed by the magic world. At that moment, Hakuna walks up with a smile and calls out, Commander Hakon Kinskates. He turns his head in surprise. Your Majesty. His face gradually becomes very interested. I heard my benefactor wants to learn swordsmanship, so I came to take a look. But this beach has quite a lot of sand. I'm afraid it will affect my benefactor's health. Hearing this, Hakon Kinskates immediately glares at the soldiers behind him. The group hurriedly grabs brooms and continuously sweeps the area. They are afraid Lee Ho-yeol will get sick. Don't leave even a single grain of sand. Sweep it all. Hakuna again raises his hand to block the light. Now that I see it, the light here is also quite blinding. I wonder if my benefactor will faint from the heat. This makes him even more worried as he glares at the soldiers behind. The group immediately runs into the forest, pulls up trees, and brings them outside. Bring all the trees from the forest to plant on the beach. Create shade for Lee Ho-yeol. Then Hakon Kinskates turns to Hakuna. You care about every small detail for today's training. You are truly a shining example for the people. He gives a forced smile. Is that so? His eyes are full of admiration. I can't believe your Majesty is so worried. As a knight commander, I cannot just stand by. Jessica, Enoch. The two quickly shout, understood. Hakon Kinskates' mood seems to have improved. It seems I have too much free time. I will also join the training. Don't feel pressured because I am your superior. Treat me just like any other trainee. These words made the two of them find it hard to believe. What was the commander suddenly saying? Please calm down first. Trainees, we need to hear from the trainees. Right. Soon after, he immediately turned to look at Lee Ho-yeol. Can I join, Mr. Ho-yeol? Seeing this, he thought worriedly. It seems that if I agree, I'll become a particularly serious criminal. But he still smiled and replied, Of course, you're always welcome. His face had a hint of smugness. I don't care, Sir Hakon. I've finished my training. Can you train with Jessica and Enoch? He immediately burst out laughing in excitement. That makes sense, Mr. Ho-yeol. Good idea. Jessica, Enoch, get ready. This made the two of them furious, and they stared at him. That bastard. Before the two of them could react, Hakon continued to remind them. Now let's begin. Attack me until you are satisfied. Though very reluctant, everyone could only nod. Understood. And so, the most inconvenient training session with the Knight Commander began. The time gradually shifted to late evening at the Mage Tower. The man raised his hand and knocked on the door. Matisse, seeing this, nodded and said, Come in. This vast space is the magic lab of Matisse, a high-ranking mage of the Dark Magic School. Matisse Dinka, a man of the Dark Magic School, which was once considered a cult, has risen to his current position. If not for Marcello, this person would have become the leader of the mages. He coldly looked up. What is it? The subordinate, seeing this, held out a file. I came because among the items Mr. Ho-yeol requested for appraisal, there are a few related to dark magic. This caught his attention. Lee Ho-yeol, you're talking about the traveler who teamed up with Marcello. He thought to himself, asterisk indeed, this is not an item that can be easily obtained. Impure crystals, carp scale silk, and especially the vampire count's magic orb. An ordinary person would not be able to easily obtain these items. Who the hell is Lee Ho-yeol Asterisk. Send a message scroll to Ho Yeol. I will appraise these items myself. At the same time, the training session at the Asura archipelago had also ended. Everyone had become extremely tired. Everyone lay on their beds, crying and complaining. Helpless cries rang out. Dad! Grandma! Meanwhile, Lee Ho Yeol was still enthusiastically training. He was doing the system's physical training quest. 20-kilometer run, completed. 1,000 push-ups, completed. 500 pull-ups, 465 out of 500. 300 burpees, completed. But this made Lee Ho Yeol despair and cry out. Muscle strain, exhaustion. I'm going to die. I've reached my limit because of Hakon's daytime training sessions. The completion of the 20-kilometer run quest made him extremely happy. It's been a long time since I've trained. This is fun. Let's do another 100 laps. But in reality, Lee Ho Yeol felt utterly desperate. Asterisk Hakon, you damn old man. Take a hint and get lost. Asterisk for Lee Ho Yeol, he was always welcome. Soon after, the system displayed a series of notifications. You have trained beyond your limits. You have met the conditions. You will receive a reward. This information stunned Lee Ho Yeol. Reward conditions? Seeing the stat increase made all his fatigue disappear. But Granfell, I really need to sleep. Just then, a message scroll quickly spoke up. Hello, I am a high-ranking mage of the Mage Tower, Matisse Dinka. I am here to report the results of the item appraisal to you, Mr. Ho Yeol. These words stunned Lee Ho Yeol. Now that you mention it, I did leave some items at the Mage Tower for appraisal. He immediately nodded and said, Please go ahead. Matisse, hearing this, quickly reported. First, the Vampire Count's Magic Orb. Unique rank. Level 400 limit. An orb filled with the blood of a vampire. When the blood explodes, it will cause damage to the opponent. He continued to announce. The Vampire Count's Magic Orb is a magical tool used by demons. It is a rare item. I would like to rent it for research. This made Lee Ho Yeol very pleased. Asterisk its level limit is 400, so I can't use it anyway. I can use this to reclaim the emblem later. This is even better. Asterisk, he continued to speak. I allow you to rent it. What about the other items? The next item appeared before his eyes. Impure Crystal. Unique rank. No level limit. A high-grade impure crystal that maintains the purity of an emerald. Matisse continued to speak. As the appraisal results show, the life recovery effect when hit has been confirmed. It can be used as jewelry. Next item, Island Treasure, Carp Scale Silk. Unique rank. No level limit. When used for crafting, applies the effect. Increases consistency with the fire attribute. Increases dodge chance. Unlocks the aesthetic stat. He was still relentlessly speaking. Similarly, it can also be used to create items. May I rent the Carp Scale Silk? Lee Ho Yeol silently calculated. Aesthetic stat. I've never heard of it. What is that stat? I am curious. I have to see for myself. Asterisk, he immediately refused. I cannot let you rent the Carp Scale Silk. I want to use the impure crystal for jewelry and the silk for a handkerchief. This refusal didn't surprise him much. I understand. However, if you want to mass produce it, you could make a large sum. Lee Ho Yeol's face immediately became expectant. Asterisk, it's time to use the negotiation skills I learned back when I was an office worker. Since this is my first order, I want to see the quality first before deciding. And since I don't know the capabilities of the Mage Tower, please produce it in the most efficient way, so I can understand your abilities. Asterisk, suddenly, Granfell's persona spoke up. Matisse Dinka. I want the best result, no matter the cost. This answer made Lee Ho Yeol despair. Who asked you to answer? But his answer scored points in Matisse's eyes. The best result, no matter the cost. Lee Ho Yeol. This person. It's no wonder Marcelo chose this person. How interesting. He suddenly spoke. I understand. Lee Ho Yeol's mood had completely plummeted. Good. Let's end the conversation here. I can't do this anymore. It's time to sleep. Lee Ho Yeol's body immediately fell onto the bed. Matisse was about to say something more. Wait, Mr. Ho Yeol. Damn it, he's asleep. I will wait for you in the Sky Garden. I invite you to come and talk with me. The high-ranking mage of the Dark Magic School, Matisse. The scene shifts to dawn at the Asura archipelago. Still asleep, everyone was deep in slumber after a long, tiring day of work. The familiar figure of Lee Ho Yeol was still training here. The system displayed a notification. Body training. Familiar items like a 20-kilometer run, 1,000 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, and 300 burpees. He thought to himself, I'm getting used to this quest now. The messenger fox continued to fly over and call out, Mr. Ho Yeol, I was a little worried because I haven't heard from you since last night, so I came here. I apologize in advance if you find this message annoying. Lee Ho Yeol was still confused. What message? He suddenly asked. Message? I don't see it. At the same time, the scene shifts to the bed he was lying on earlier. The wind blew. On it was the letter that Matisse had written to him. Inside the room, he sat there thoughtfully. It's a good thing you haven't read it yet, because the schedule has changed a bit. But I would like to cordially invite you to meet with me in the Sky Garden tomorrow afternoon. Lee Ho Yeol coldly refused. That's difficult. This made him feel awkward. You're busy? Then what about tomorrow noon? After thinking for a bit, he refused again. Still difficult. He was immediately disappointed. You must be swamped with work for the kingdom's reconstruction. Then what about the morning? Li Oyeol interrupted. Difficult as well. After a period of silence, Matisse thought to himself, I see. This is a test. Li Hoyeol, the first research partner of a high-ranking mage working at the Mage Tower. He is testing the courtesy and elegance of a high-ranking mage. He was about to say something more. If so, then, Li Oyeol sujin li spoke. It's extremely difficult. Right now, I have to focus on training my swordsmanship. I don't have time to waste on secret meetings. Sweat dripped incessantly from Matisse's face. Then when will it not be difficult? I'm always ready to welcome you, Mr. Hoyeol. After thinking, he immediately replied, if it's the morning after next, about an hour should be fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, thank you very much. Li Hoyeol thought to himself, asterisk, I had already planned to go to the Mage Tower to continue my research around that time anyway. What's with the generous act? Asterisk. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, he immediately sent the owl flying. See you on that day. I will be waiting for you. Witnessing this entire scene, Hakon smiled with satisfaction. Sometime later was the daytime training session. Everyone who came here was continuously training hard. Straighten your hands. Understood. How can you keep the sword tip from moving? Put all your strength into your arm and attack. Understood. Seeing Hakon approaching made Li Hoyeol very surprised. What is this? He smiled and announced, I'll say it again. I can't teach you, Mr. Hoyeol. This news stunned him. What does that mean? He continued to explain. It's exactly what it sounds like. Your level, Mr. Hoyeol, has already reached the threshold of enlightenment through actual combat. He still didn't understand. Actual combat. Li Hoyeol's face gradually became desperate. What does he mean by actual combat? I've only been learning for a day. His face gradually became tense. Do you really think so? Hakon smiled and nodded, quickly speaking. Mr. Hoyeol, you are underestimating your own abilities. If you'd like, would you like to test your skills with that sword yourself? This made Li Hoyeol very wary. Asterisk, I don't know what he's thinking, but asterisk, he still nodded in agreement. All right, if I can't control it like yesterday, I'll be exhausted again immediately, so I have to be very focused. Now that I think about it, what is sword chi? It's different from skill. Like the magic I learned before, anyone can learn sword chi, regardless of their class. I can feel it, a different flow from the mana surging in my body. So if I can control this flow as if it were mana, then I will. A very strange smile suddenly appeared on Hakon's face. The sword in Li Hoyeol's hand suddenly emitted a strange blue light. He himself had realized something. I see. Sword chi is also a type of magical power. After combining the processes of exploration and interference, the sword chi will become stable. He gently approached, smiled, and said to him, stable swordsmanship skills come from a spirit of hard work. Even though you missed yesterday's training, you train on your own in the morning. There's no reason why you can't control sword chi. Even so, talking about swordsmanship is quite a long story. As expected, you are a born swordsman. What do you think, Mr. Hoyeol? Would you like to join me on the endless journey of a swordsman? This image made Li Hoyeol shudder. He looks so scary. I have to get out of here quickly. He immediately turned around. Excuse me, but I have no intention of dedicating my life to just a sword. If the sword appears on the path I must walk, then that will be my path. These embarrassing words made Li Hoyeol scream in despair. Shut up already, for God's sake. But on the contrary, Hakon seemed very interested in hearing these words. He continuously waved. I hope to see you again at the end of that road. Li Hoyeol quickly left. I have to change clothes and go. Listening to their conversation, the swordsmen behind them were surprised. The key to ultimate swordsmanship is a spirit of hard work. Seeing the group's determination, Jessica and Enoch were surprised. It seems they've misunderstood something. But let's just leave it at that. By the way, I've never heard of someone being able to control sword chi in just one day. As expected, Mr. Hoyeol is a genius on a completely different level from us. Their strength is so far away. Even if I run until my limbs give out, I can't reach it. I'm also an honorable female swordsman. There will surely be a day when I stand shoulder to shoulder with those two. Enoch on the side was speechless in thought. Asterisk, Mr. Hoyeol is too far away. Even if I run until my limbs give out, I can't reach him. Asterisk. But I'm also an honorable swordsman. There will surely be a day when I stand shoulder to shoulder with those two. The group's morale was ignited, making Hakon turn his head in surprise. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everyone's spirits have been lifted. A genius who can change the world around him. It's been a long time since I've felt this heart burn with such enthusiasm. Over here, Li Hoyeol was walking while anxiously looking around. Hakon said I could use this place to train, but I'm still a bit worried. Are there any low-level monsters here to test my new skills on? Something like a level 100 demon deer, for example. His eyes immediately glanced to the side, as if he had noticed something unusual. Before him was a level 300 platinum leopard. System notifications appeared one after another. No demons nearby. Nemesis not activated. He thought helplessly. Asterisk, damn it. I said deer, not a leopard or whatever. A 74 level difference. You're all crazy. Asterisk. Granfel's persona coldly turned its head and asked, are your teeth so white that you have to show them off? You lawless beast. I will teach you a lesson, you evil monster. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Pride as a nobleman has been activated. He was so angry he was about to explode. Activated? What kind of weird thing is that? It's not even a skill. The scene shifts to another location. The corpses of monsters were scattered all over the ground. This woman is Kishur, the captain of the dark mercenary squad. She turned her head in surprise and looked around. Where did everyone go? There were 10 people in her squad, but 9 were missing. Her face gradually became confused. Why are there so many monsters? We must have taken a wrong turn. Just then, she noticed the battle between Lee Ho-yeol and the giant leopard. Her face showed a hint of curiosity. That's a platinum leopard, and a sword chi user. Over here, Kishur was still surprised. Damn it, this is bad. If he can use sword chi, it means he's a promising traveler. But his opponent is a platinum leopard. It's a regional boss of the Asura archipelago. Never mind. What a relief. Because I was afraid of facing a leopard, I slowed down. So it's best to get to the kingdom quickly while this guy deals with the monster. Sorry, traveler. I also have a promise to my comrades. At that time, Kishur had loudly declared, dark mercenaries, gather at Usra in 3 days. After being summoned from Arcana to Earth, our miserable lives have ended. We will start over again in the gold mine of Usra. Back in the present, Kishur happily flew forward. I can go back to being a noble if I get a fiefdom in Usra. Wait for me, noble life. That day is not far off. Over here, Lee Ho-yeol was still clutching his head in despair. He knew very well that he was no match for the ferocious leopard before him. I'm so screwed. Even with sword chi, the level difference is still 74. Unlike the Great Sin incident, I can't activate Nemesis this time. Hakuna, please turn back into a Great Sin one more time. If I move carelessly, I'll be caught immediately, but I can't wait forever either. It's better than before, but sword chi still puts too much strain on my stamina. That's right. Just like with the impure tiger, if I use magic to block its advance. Thinking this, Lee Ho-yeol slowly raised his sword. This is the time to test what I've been taught. Therefore, receive this, the sword of justice. At the same time, he felt ashamed of his own words. Asterisk, would anyone kill you if you didn't spout that line? Come on. Asterisk, just then, the ferocious leopard also charged straight ahead. Looking at its terrifying appearance, Lee Ho-yeol despaired. Impossible. I'm going to die. I can't even get my insurance money like this. Mom, Dad, sisters, I'm sorry everyone. Your ugly Ho-yeol is going first. Why? His face became bewildered. It seemed he had seen this leopard being continuously attacked. The leopard? Why is it as slow as a turtle? Nemesis isn't activated, and there's a 74 level difference. And in just one move, this is the power of sword chi. Just then, his energy immediately dropped. But Granfel's persona remained stubborn and said, that's not even enough to warm up. Lee Ho-yeol thought with exasperation. Asterisk so strong-willed. I need to rest a bit. Asterisk time passed until the day of his appointment with Matisse. The Sky Garden. He was sitting there, waiting. His face showed some anxiety. Asterisk Lee Ho-yeol, the traveler recognized by Marcelo. I hope I can find out what kind of person he is. Asterisk. Just then, Lee Ho-yeol slowly approached. His demeanor was very relaxed. Looking at the man right before him, he suddenly asked, are you the high-ranking mage, Matisse Dinka? Seeing that he had appeared, he quickly stood up. Yes, I am Matisse Dinka, a high-ranking mage of the Dark Magic School. You must be Lee Ho-yeol. It feels as if the heavens and earth tremble with your every step. You are truly a special person. His face became very calm. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Matisse Dinka. But in reality, Lee Ho-yeol was feeling extremely tired. Asterisk, damn it. My muscles are killing me. I overdid it with the sword swinging and sword chi training again. Asterisk. His energy was gradually depleting. Now my body is trembling so much that it's hard to stand firm. Lee Ho-yeol tried to hide his pain with his strength. So what do you need from me? Matisse pointed behind him. First of all, please have a seat. His arm gradually summoned dark things, catching Lee Ho-yeol's attention. His face immediately became serious. A ring to measure sensitivity to dark magic. They turned pitch black in an instant. Moreover, I've never seen such a deep black color. What the hell is hidden inside this person? Lee Ho-yeol was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He became worried. Asterisk, why is he looking at me like that? I should just sit down first. Otherwise, I'm going to die. Asterisk, the time flashes back to the past. The poor Matisse accidentally knocked over a crate of items. The people behind him relentlessly mocked him. Matisse, sorry about that. Why are you so clumsy? Don't tell me you were planning to throw away all those precious ingredients? Why are you so obsessed with that primitive curse magic? Even my dog could use that kind of magic. Except for stupid magic. As time passed, Matisse continued to study diligently. A common spell along with such unique curses is being ridiculed. Would a true scholar casually dismiss it? I will show those fools the true value of this magic. The scene shifts to the lecture hall of the Magic Academy. Matisse, on the podium, continuously chanted. By using a sufficient amount of magic, one can make an animal move as if it were alive because it uses a type of magic different from existing magic, and the problems that existing magic cannot solve. Suddenly, scolding voices rang out. Ridiculous! What is this monstrous thing doing in this sacred academy? How dare you bring that cursed magic to the conference? Get him out of here. Get out. Matisse, you finally lost your mind. Matisse hurriedly argued with the crowd. Don't just dismiss it so impulsively. Look at its essence. The problems we can't solve with existing magic, I will have the ability to solve them. How can you worldview? Headmaster, you don't need to listen anymore. Please make a decision. No matter how much you value diversity, this is not okay. Just then, the headmaster chuckled and chatted. Matisse, have you named that type of magic yet? These words stunned everyone. Grand Mage. Even Matisse found it hard to believe. Sir. All right, from now on, I will call it dark magic. After that, dark magic was also adopted by other mages. But the optimism didn't last long. Matisse despaired, clutching his head. Damn it, I thought dark magic could fix the worldview interference. A year has passed, and yet the research has made no progress at all. Finally, a year later, also due to the worldview interference, the Mage Tower appeared on Earth. There is clearly a possibility of stopping this interference, but I can't do it alone. It turns out, I was just drowning in despair and self-destructing because I couldn't stop the worldview interference. However, beyond Arcana, I never expected to find someone with such a huge amount of dark magic. With him, I will be able to break all the limits in my dark magic research. While Matisse was still lost in his own thoughts, Li Hoyol suddenly called out, High-ranking Mage Matisse Dinka, is your patient light related to today's topic? The time I can spare today is 1 hour. The tea is getting cold. Seeing the situation, he quickly reacted. Forgive me. These rings measure the target's sensitivity to dark magic. In other words, they measure your talent for dark magic. However, this is the first time they have shown such a deep, pure black color. This made Li Hoyol a little bewildered. Dark magic. He thought to himself, for some reason, it sounds familiar. He continued to speak. It is a type of magic different from the magic you usually use. If magic is a power manifested through the process of exploration and interference with the host's magical power, then dark magic uses the darkness within as a magical power. It's like a strange energy flow. This dark magic is created by the influence in the subject's mind, especially regarding the past. The deeper and darker the subject's past, the stronger the energy of the dark magic becomes. But if you're so attuned to dark magic, then your past, Mr. Hoyol, I'm so scared I don't dare to imagine it. After hearing these words, Li Hoyol suddenly fell silent. The darkness within, the past. He's talking about my dark past. How embarrassing. This is a socially judgmental magic. Could it be because of Granfell's settings? Anyway, he gently placed the teacup on the table. How unpleasant. To delve into someone's past at our very first meeting. Is that your way of behaving? Seeing his displeasure, Matisse's mood gradually worsened. Forgive me. I've been too disrespectful to you. Due to my carelessness, I have committed such an inconsiderate act. I will report to my superiors and the Council of Elders to receive official disciplinary action. Li Hoyol thought with exasperation. You're overdoing it, he suddenly spoke. I accept your apology. The spirit of research is the virtue of a true scholar. I do not dislike a scholar who is so loyal to dark magic. These words made Matisse freeze on the spot. Then Li Hoyol became thoughtful and continued. But if dark magic uses a magical power different from existing magic, can I use dark magic when my mana is depleted? His face immediately became serious. You're interested in dark magic? Then would you like to accompany me on the path of researching this magic? These words surprised Li Hoyol a little. I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. At that time, Heikon had excitedly asked him, would you like to join me on the endless journey of a swordsman? This further proved his ability to persuade the vast majority of high-ranking mages. Li Hoyol thought to himself, asterisk the number of mages who recognize me has increased from 8 to 9. Could it be Matisse? Asterisk. All right, the goal is achieved. Let's get out of here. Li Hoyol quickly stood up. My time is up. I will contact you later. Matisse stood there and bowed his head. Thank you, Mr. Hoyol. Although he was a little worried. If I stay any longer, I'll probably get caught and imprisoned in the tower. The scene shifts to the Mage Tower in Li Hoyol's research room. He was still sitting there quietly. Asterisk, but I still have to share a body with him. As soon as I got back, I opened a book to read. So tired. Asterisk. Just then, a sound from beside him caught his attention. A message was sent from Marcelo. Welcome to the Mage Tower. Next was from Belizo. Congratulations. Can we have dinner? Matisse, it's an honor. Finally, the quest to persuade the majority of high-ranking mages was completed. This made Lee Ho-yeol extremely excited. All the high-ranking mages, including Matisse, have recognized me. Matisse is indeed an influential person. System notifications continuously appeared. You have received a reward. Your relationship with magic has increased significantly. Your influence on magic has increased significantly. New features in the Mage Tower have been activated. This made Lee Ho-yeol dance like a child. The Mage Tower, a place with national-level influence, and our relationship and influence have increased significantly. After the Asura Kingdom, now even the Mage Tower is in my hands. But Granfel's persona's attitude became extremely contemptuous. What's the difference? He thought angrily. Can't the two of us be happy at the same time? By the way, what does activate new features mean? Lee Ho-yeol's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. This is... Sometime later, the news anchor quickly reports, the first nation of Arcana has arrived in reality. The investment capital into the Asura Kingdom is even beyond what we imagined. Both the Jain and Berserker guilds are heavily investing in the Asura Kingdom. What does the expert think about this? The expert speaks very seriously. That is indeed a wise decision for the future. I can summarize it like that. In fact, that future isn't even that far off. Hasn't Jain already risen from 5th to 3rd in the guild rankings? Nam Tae-min immediately turns his head. What do you think? Nam Cheo-min lets out a sigh. What are you saying? How to repay Lee Ho-yeol? That's all I can think about. Hearing this, he also nods in agreement. True. It is indeed thanks to Lee Ho-yeol that we are where we are today. If it weren't for Lee Ho-yeol's help, my brother wouldn't even be sitting here. Furthermore, it was Lee Ho-yeol who suggested the Jain Guild invest in the Asura Kingdom. New updates appear on the screen. Mission to rebuild the Asura Kingdom with Jain and Berserker guilds. I didn't help Lee Ho-yeol just for compensation. Hey Khan Kinskates, I will stay in the Asura Kingdom. Arcana residents are flocking to Asura. SK, the invisible person. This catches his attention. Indeed, they're only talking about Lee Ho-yeol. Thinking of this, Nam Tae-min regains his confidence. Very well. I will complete the mission to rebuild the Asura Kingdom exactly as Lee Ho-yeol expects of us. I cannot remain in debt. Seeing Nam Cheo-min still sitting there a daze makes him confused. He is still intently looking at the Jain guilds, ranking from 3rd to 5th. Along with that is a comment. We must throw a party, but it's a pity they aren't cooperating with the Mythology Guild. At times like this, we must join hands. This makes him feel very uncomfortable. What is this? Is Mythology trying to cause division again? Isn't playing with the media enough? Nam Cheo-min sighs and replies, just as you said, Mythology's dirty tricks are nothing new. But this time, they've even reached the National Assembly. Hearing this, Nam Tae-min also sighs and speaks up. Members of the National Assembly can't do much either. However, even if Mythology competes for 1st or 2nd place in the business world, isn't it very difficult to sway National Assembly members with financial power alone? He also nods in confirmation. That's true. This time, it might be even more than imagined. His face is a bit serious as he silently thinks. But how? The Mythology Guild. How on earth did they get into the National Assembly? The scene shifts to another place. Men are gradually losing all their life force. A woman stands there calmly, absorbing all the life force from this man. She is the guild leader of Mythology, Becky Sean. After the other end of the line picks up, Becky Sean suddenly speaks, Secretary Kim. Yes, cancel all of tomorrow's schedule. The secretary is very confused. What? But tomorrow you're supposed to meet Senator Choi. I understand. Do you want me to send a message to Mr. Choi? She gives a terrifying smile. Tell him that I have to go to the Asura Kingdom. There is someone I really want to meet. On the screen is an unedited video of Lee Ho-yeol's Great Sin mission. He speaks coldly. Together, it is time to correct your mistakes. She smiles and picks up her phone, suddenly saying, truly a demon. He likes posting videos to enjoy the fame they bring. His reaction makes Nam Tae-min very confused. Sweat is constantly pouring down his face. Lee Ho-yeol's face is still very serious. Looking at the scene just now, Becky Sean gives a smug smile. Look who's here. Lee Ho-yeol silently thinks. I intended to get information from Jain first, but I didn't expect him to come here himself. On this side, Nam Tae-min is still continuously explaining, that video, we just want to show everyone how good you are. We had no bad intentions. Looking at Lee Ho-yeol's reaction, Becky Sean feels even more interested. Everyone calls him the Light of Asura, but meeting him in person, he seems quite ordinary. Did he really defeat a great sin by himself? She suddenly calls out, you just said, you are Lee Ho-yeol. Then the great sin isn't anything special either. I am Becky Sean. I'm sure you've heard of me, right? Her eyes glance toward him. A bit disappointing, but this is for my own benefit. I'm interested in you. In Becky Cian's head, calculations are constantly appearing. I can take Yusra for myself more easily than I thought. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly brushes her hand aside. This scene makes her immediately freeze. Lee Ho-yeol turns back and announces, Guild Leader Nam Tae-min, give it to me. Explain it yourself. Nam Cheol-min hears this and nods in agreement. Recently, a false rumor about you has been spreading. There are articles saying you only give special privileges to guilds you're close with. We couldn't just stand by and watch these malicious rumors spread, so we posted this video. I'm sorry. I only did it because I wanted to clear up the misunderstanding for you, but I probably didn't think it through. Lee Ho-yeol immediately appears very calm. The false articles were put out by the Mythology Guild. At that moment, Becky Cian immediately interrupts. Mr. Lee Ho-yeol, how can you treat me like this? I don't think that's polite. How should I understand that action of yours? Lee Ho-yeol is not to be outdone and fires back. So you do know about politeness, Becky Cian. I'm talking to Jayan. Who taught you to interrupt others in the middle of a conversation like that? Her mood completely explodes. Actually, you were the one who interrupted the conversation between me and Jayan. In Becky Cian's head, she silently thinks, he's quite tough. His logic is second to none. It's fine. Every man is just prey for a succubus like me. Even if it's Lee Ho-yeol, he won't be able to resist my charm. Her hand reaches toward Lee Ho-yeol's face after activating her skill. Natural enemy. He doesn't think so. The next notification appears. Combat skills will increase significantly when facing a demon. Lee Ho-yeol immediately realizes the natural enemy is a demon. Becky Cian's eyes are still wide, staring at him. Just as he thought, she is a very terrifying person. This makes him ponder. But this is too. At that moment, a voice shouts, over there. A crowd hurriedly runs over. Jayan's tent. Turn around. Record it quickly. Those people outside are Jayan Guild members. Oh my god, it's Becky Cian. Yes, everyone. We're in front of the Jayan Guild's tent. It's him. Misa, thank you for the 500,000 won. This scene makes Becky Cian startled and confused. Nam Cheol-min is very smug. Finally, they're here. She doesn't understand what's going on. What? He gives a smug smile. Hey, Becky Cian. Did you think you were the only one who knew how to manipulate the media? Buying up all the news sources and printing companies won't work. Don't you know that the media getting the most attention these days is YouTube? You petty girl. Reporters keep coming up and asking questions. Becky Cian, Lee Ho-yeol, Jayan, is this real? The viewership is skyrocketing. What happened inside the Jayan Guild's tent? Shocking. Donations are constantly flowing into Becky Cian's pocket. The reason you left the Berserker Guild and only associate with Jayan. Why are you targeting Lee Ho-yeol now? The things happening continuously make Lee Ho-yeol very uncomfortable. What is this? His face gradually becomes more unpleasant than ever. Suddenly, Becky Cian behind him makes a very strange move. She sighs with a bit of regret. In this situation, I can't continue talking with you anymore. He turns his head to look at Becky Cian. What did she just whisper? She gently places her hand on his shoulder. Let's go somewhere quieter, Lee Ho-yeol. After a short moment of thought, he immediately refuses. These words make everyone present immediately freeze. Unable to take it anymore, Becky Cian says the forbidden words. Suddenly, she puts her hand over her mouth as if realizing she misspoke. Lee Ho-yeol lets out a sigh and continues. I don't have time for people who haven't made an appointment. If you want to continue, come see me after you've relearned the rules of conduct. And so this news is continuously spread. What? Becky Cian was just rejected? Look at her face. Damn, this content is so good. And so, the name Becky Cian, with 14.5 million followers, the daughter of South Korea's largest conglomerate, Mythology, and the guild leader of the Mythology Guild. She has 60 million followers on Instagram. She is the most famous person of the era. What she wears, what she drinks, what she needs, and what she wears all become trends and sell out in minutes. She is the reason for the Mythology Guild's brand, and now she is a legend in the South Korean hunter organization. Everyone likes her. Everyone wants a recognition. Everyone wants her. So why? A video of the two is posted on YouTube with the title, Did you think life was that easy? Comments keep appearing. That title is fire. I hate that bitch too. Becky Cian needs to be slapped by reality. The more she thinks about these things, the more Becky Cian feels hatred. Why doesn't my charm work on that guy, Lee Ho-yeol? I can't forgive him. I can't forgive him. Lee Ho-yeol, you bastard. You dare make a fool of me? I'll kill you, Lee Ho-yeol. Stop it. She looks at her own haggard appearance in the mirror. There is even a hint of obsession in her eyes. Becky Cian is completely losing it. Shut up, Becky Cian. You begged me to help you, and now you want to play master of the body? How pathetic. Do you want me to use one hand? You asked me. You asked me to save you. You want to live, right? You said you wanted to take revenge on those who looked down on and hated you. You said you would do anything. I've done everything you wanted. So what's the problem now? Becky Cian suddenly speaks. I never wished for that. These words make the demon Becky Cian feel like she's going crazy. It's not Lee Ho-yeol. You're the one who should die. What are you saying? Who do you think you have to thank for getting this far? Even your father called you a mistake. You bitch, you should be grateful. Suddenly, Becky Cian regains her will and holds a piece of glass toward herself. Drops of syrup keep splashing onto the ground. My body is moving on its own. Is it Becky Cian? How? The demon's voice continuously echoes. Are you crazy? Becky Cian, you're trying to resist? She's crazy. Saving her own neck, you should know when to stop. You almost just. Realizing something is wrong, the demon's eyes immediately become suspicious. Could it be? Are you joking with me? Becky Cian, why? What else is missing? I've given you wealth and fame. I've given you everything you wanted. I did it so no one could ever bring you down again. Becky Cian suddenly speaks. I did that. The demon's eyes gradually become obsessed. Why? Becky Cian continues. Everything you do, I could have gotten myself, because I am the daughter of the chairman of the Mythology Guild. That's why you're so afraid. It would be nothing if you possess someone else. But because you know you'd be nothing without me. This makes the demon gradually become afraid. This is dangerous. I've lost too much blood. I'm gradually losing my power. What the hell are you saying? Becky Cian continues. Because you're afraid of being alone. Seeing the situation is bad, the demon hurriedly screams. Stop. If this continues, we'll both die. Becky Cian doesn't hesitate and stabs the glass into her body. But I won't. Lee Ho-yeol's figure suddenly appears. Seeing Becky's eyes widened in disbelief. He also stared at the woman with a strange expression. Time seemed to stand still. Seeing Becky realized something. Asterisk, he saw my true self. He saw me, not you. Asterisk, see you later, seeing Becky. These words caught her attention. Realizing that Lee Ho-yeol had ruined her plans, the demon was filled with hatred. Lee Ho-yeol. I'm going to die. No, I must take revenge on Lee Ho-yeol. Why are humans so weak? I can't recover. I don't have enough strength. I have to absorb something. Anything. The demon immediately ran outside, covered in blood. This quickly caught the attention of the guard outside. His face gradually became bewildered. Miss, blood. Wait, I have to go to the hospital. As soon as the poor young man finished speaking, the demon gradually began to absorb him. The scene shifts to a wooden cabin deep in the forest. Lee Ho-yeol was making tea when he felt something unusual. The system continued to display a warning. Activated. Nemesis skill. This caught Lee Ho-yeol's attention. This. He glanced behind him with annoyance. Damn it. Sneaking in at this hour without permission. You're as rude as the rumors say. Gomin, demon. Lee Ho-yeol placed the teacup on the table. His voice held a hint of disappointment. You are not the guest I was expecting, but I will be polite. Lee Ho-yeol slowly placed the teacup on the table. Gomin, even though you are not the guest I was expecting, I will still be polite. Seeing this situation, Lee Ho-yeol became extremely worried. The door in front of him was still eerily silent. Seeing the situation, Lee Ho-yeol breathed a sigh of relief. Good. As expected, even demons have to sleep on time. Come out now. I know you're there. Hearing Lee Ho-yeol's words, seeing Becky had to laugh in surprise. You're more perceptive than I thought. Her sudden appearance made Lee Ho-yeol extremely bewildered. Sweat dripped incessantly from his face. At the window, he still appeared calm. Breaking into someone's room through the window late at night like that. Is that your principal? In his heart, he thought, thank God for Granfell, I'm still alive. She gently placed her foot down in front of him. Principal? You're reminding me of human principles. Lee Ho-yeol still didn't understand. What did you say? Seeing Beck, he suddenly let out a very wicked smile. But what should I do? I forgot. I'm done for. Lee Ho-yeol suddenly felt worried. I can't see the former Becky Cian in her current self anymore. What happened? Did she fall asleep again? He continued to ask. I don't see Becky Cian anywhere. Her face suddenly became distorted and frightening. What are you talking about? I'm right here. Or are you looking for that girl's corpse? She's dead. She suddenly grabbed a knife and stabbed herself. She probably died from shock. After that, I couldn't feel any life force from her anymore. So what more could I do? That stupid bitch. She thought someone like her was so important. This situation startled Lee Ho-yeol. Becky Cian is dead? Why so suddenly? She continued to take step after step forward. Do you want to hear a joke? Her death was all your fault. She kept saying nonsense, that you were the only one who saw her like that. She is the daughter of the mistress of the chairman of the Mythology Guild. The time flashes back to the past, when Cian Becky lived under her mother's protection. The demon in Cian Becky's body continued to speak. That article was published when Becky Cian was only 8 years old. Even if she did nothing, her face was plastered all over the internet. She was harassed on the street. At home, she was called trash by the neighbors. Finally, her mother broke down from depression. Only then did her father speak up. The man picked up a piece of paper and read, New news. Even though the child was an accident, I can't just leave her alone. so I will raise her. This made Sean Becky scream in despair. She had turned into a madwoman, and so, a few years after she awakened as a player, that bastard just made her run around conquering rifts, not caring if she died. But she still listened. Why? Because she wanted her father's approval. Various news articles were continuously published. Chairman of a mythology group, Baek Cheol-min, Becky Seon is my proud daughter. Chairman pictured with his daughter, Seon Baek-hee, at an official event. Becky finally acknowledged. Seon Baek-hee's screams continued to echo. Introducing to those who once ignored and hated me, the daughter of Baek Cheol-min. The comments continuously targeted her. I wish I were his daughter. Her body is so nice. I think her mom must have been beautiful too. She was chosen by the chairman for her looks. All of this made her completely explode. I will proudly take revenge on all those who killed my mother. But in the end, she couldn't do anything. I can't believe she once said she would make them pay. What nonsense, right? So stupid, really, right? In the end, she died a useless death. Unable to bear it any longer, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly interrupted. Shut up. His attitude surprised the demon in Seon Baek-hee's body a little. At the same time, he could no longer maintain his composure. A lowly demon like you dares to speak to me? How arrogant. System notifications continuously appeared. Player Lee Ho-yeol has set his eyes on you. Your mental strength is very low. This startled Seon Baek-hee a little. But how the hell? What is this pressure? You are feeling extreme fear. This feeling, realizing the abnormal state of fear, how can a mere human? Lee Ho-yeol's cold voice rang out. Step aside. I don't want to talk to disrespectful bitches. Something very long passed through him, making Lee Ho-yeol aware of himself. Looking around, he was a little surprised. What is this? The exorcism ritual has begun? Strange. There's no altar. So why? A strange figure glided past Lee Ho-yeol, catching his attention. At that time, the boy with white hair smiled and chatted with everyone. That smile surprised him a little. That's Grandfell. This is the world within Grandfell's subconscious. Thinking this, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly felt a pain in his body. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" My heart suddenly. It's as if someone is squeezing it tightly. When Lee Ho-yeol looked again, he saw that Grandfell had grown up. His eyes at that time had become extremely sad. This is Grandfell. This is a trick of Grandfell's. It's a memory. Thinking this, Lee Ho-yeol's eyes immediately lit up. He continued to look around this place. These are Grandfell's feelings from the past. Because I've merged with Grandfell, I can feel them as if they were my own emotions. I've decided to destroy all demons for the rest of my life. Back in the present, the demon in Seon Baek-hee's body was still trembling violently as it looked at the scene before it. Lee Ho-yeol stared at her as if he wanted to eat her alive. The anger at that time. How dare a demon insult the great human race? She did not lose her pride despite your despicable tricks. And you dare to laugh at her noble decision to sacrifice herself to repay her faith. The demon's entire body suddenly began to tremble strangely. Looking at the situation before her, she asked herself, how could someone like me, for this foolish sin, I will atone for that disrespectful sin with death. She asked herself, how dare I mess with someone like him? This place continuously experienced strange changes. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol also gradually returned to his normal form. Noticing the girl in front of him was still kneeling on the ground, Lee Ho-yeol suddenly asked, can you hear me, Seon Baek-hee? That pride? I saw it very clearly. These words made Seon Baek-hee react with a start. Lee Ho-yeol continued to comfort her. You did well. Finally, Seon Baek-hee's spirit returned to normal. The thoughts in his head immediately appeared. Asterisk heavens, it seems you've been through a lot. You should go home and rest. Asterisk he suddenly spoke again. It's late, so go home and cry. Though a little helpless, Lee Ho-yeol still thought, asterisk whatever, as long as she understands what I mean. Asterisk seeing Seon Baek-hee suddenly faint made Lee Ho-yeol very confused. With no other choice, he quickly reached out to support her and called out. His face suddenly became serious as he realized. Asterisk now I remember. That other one said she just stabbed herself. First of all, I don't see a wound, but fainting is also normal. Asterisk. I'll let her sleep here then. Just then, Jessica and the others burst in. Mr. Ho-yeol, we were patrolling Yusra because it seems a demon has appeared. We came here to check if you were safe. Oh my. Looking at the scene before them, everyone immediately froze. Jessica continued to speak. Excuse me. We didn't know your girlfriend was here. Lee Ho-yeol was about to explain further. You've misunderstood. She still shook her head. We didn't know you were preparing to set up a bed to do the deed. He explained in despair. I was just covering her with a blanket. But Jessica didn't listen to these words. But of course, it would be stranger if a handsome man like Mr. Ho-yeol wasn't dating anyone. This situation left Lee Ho-yeol speechless. Why do you suddenly dislike me? Sweat dripped incessantly from Jessica's face. Anyway, sorry for the disturbance. We'll be going now. Enoch, from behind, immediately ran off crying. Mr. Ho Yeol is an idiot. This situation made her feel even more awkward. Wait, Enoch, let's go together. Lee Ho Yeol still didn't understand what was happening. What the hell? And so, Lee Ho Yeol quickly opened the door and walked outside. He sat tiredly on the sofa. His mind was now extremely dejected. Why was today so ridiculously long? Hunting a great sin is simpler. System notifications continuously appeared. Class quest. This made Lee Ho Yeol feel curious. What kind of quest is this all of a sudden? I have a bad feeling about this for some reason. The scene shifts to late night at the AO Korea branch. Looking at the news on the screen, the announcer was extremely surprised. It was an update announcement about a new area. Hello, this is Arcana. A new land is coming soon. The new area, the northern city, Frost City, has been added. Do-hoon immediately became excited. This is amazing. Frost City is a major city in Arcana. There will be more shops and blacksmiths for sure. Look at the comments. The four-eyed man nodded in agreement. Yes, I know. I'm also somewhat relieved about this update. Meanwhile, on Dugang's livestream channel, he became extremely excited. Brothers, have you heard about the Frost City update? Finally, a big city is being updated. There will be a ton of interesting content coming soon. The comments kept popping up. They're not kidding. When will they put the demon to work? This is the first step in humanity's counterattack. But Yusra is just a few small islands for now. The announcers eagerly reported. Today, Arcana. Emergency broadcast. There's news that Frost City will be updated. All the players are reacting very strongly. Various articles kept popping up. This is the beginning of humanity's counterattack. It's getting more and more like Arcana. Indeed. Hurry up and release it. I can't wait any longer. I miss the NPCs. Over here, Lee Ho Yeol's mood gradually became very complicated. This is